What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. I am your gaming and music news source, diving deep into both industries with data driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, that being said, of course, as far as the setup, hopefully nothing is too out of place as far as the usual intro, but it's also good news because of the success of the podcast. We did surpass 14 million, but because of that, of course, some of the things that comes with having the massive support week in, week out, I definitely wanted to upgrade the experience. So right now, I kid you not, we are doing this off of my laptop. So hopefully you can't tell too much of a big difference, but at the end of the day, my PC is getting not an overhaul of an upgrade, but let's just say we're definitely putting the resources back to where it needs to be as far as giving you a better experience overall. Cause yeah, but what I'm putting in my PC, I ain't really trying to stunt or anything. I was just letting y'all know while I'm using my laptop, and then it just so happened I just started stunting. I ain't that about it, you know what I'm saying? So I don't have my drops. I have my stream deck, but I forgot my drops on my PC file, so I actually don't have my drops right now. But of course, with that being said, that's okay because obviously all we need is y'all, me, and the masses as far as the gaming and music field as far as what's notoriously impacting the masses, as we're going to get into that. But once again, thank you for helping me surpass 14 million downloads on the podcast. It's definitely no small feat, and whenever we cross another milestone, I just realized the people who come back time and time again is just something special that we're building right now. So I really appreciate it. But at the end of the day, I did want to plug the new venture of the Notorious Mass Effect, as I salute Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because you just saw me salute the people. But anyways, as far as joining the masses and subscribing, I really appreciate the people who have took it upon themselves, took the leap of faith to hop into NME Plus, because I really appreciate it. At the end of the day, I'm giving a lot of exclusive content, such as the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, exclusive gameplay, my personal fitness journey, which I'm calling the show overall The Biggest Loser Analytic Dreamz Edition. And then of course we have musical offerings from the trash underground rapper that I'll be letting come on every now and then, but he may or may not have made a whole Notorious Mass Effect project that you can listen to now on NME Plus. And don't forget, when it comes to NME Plus, do know that when it comes to the title, which I'm blocking because, well, actually you probably saw it at the beginning, but anyways, that's besides the point. Well, you probably didn't see it yet. Yeah, I don't think you saw it yet. So before we get into the title of this episode, I want to let y'all know that we did cover Ice Spice and Lotto. I gave a whole breakdown of the song and what I felt about it, and then exclusively for y'all who spent your hard-earned money to understand the overall package that I'm giving y'all, I added a whole music video reaction to Ice Spice and Lotto. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can thank me later. Now, that being said, we also got into Young Thug and his track. I forgot what his track was called, but his track Closing Arguments, I think that's what it was called. Yeah, Closing Arguments. We got into his track Closing Arguments, the diss towards Gunna, Woody, everybody. He dissed everybody but Fonnie Willis. Anyways, and then after that, for NME Plus edition, I dived deep into the music video, which we really broke down line for line what I thought about the track, because of course at the time of me recording my reaction, just breakdown of that track, none of the lyric sites like Genius or whatever had the lyrics up. So your boy is always working, and that time I guess we just outworked the lyric website. So we hopped on that, and I put that out exclusively for NME Plus. But of course, like always, for the people who just watch regularly, I gave you my breakdown of the track specifically before I dived into the exclusive part of my breakdown as far as the music video being concerned. So that being said, you're probably wondering, all that young thug talk for what? Well, this is why. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I titled this episode The Notorious Mass Effect episode 152, but that's not the biggest thing. the biggest deal out of this title is what you can already see: the war in Ratlanta. But then, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I ain't got my drop, so I had to give my best Onika Tanya Mirage impersonation. But y'all get the point. As far as the state of hip hop and what's going on in Atlanta, it's very spooky right now. And let's just say, I think that this is going to go down in the history books for an indefinite amount of time, because the war in Ratlanta is something that's going to impact all type of musicians. Because if there's no camaraderie in Atlanta, what place is going to be the next to uplift the hip hop genre like Atlanta did? Y'all forget. Well, I don't think a lot of people forget, but the most influential artists in the past 20 years arguably came out as far as Future. Then we had Migos. Then we had Little Baby. Well, not in order, obviously. Little Baby. Then we had Young Thug. They can't even forget Gucci, T.I. I mean, there's a lot of things that go on in Atlanta that we're talking about as far as superstars coming from. Not just somebody who's here today, gone tomorrow. Lil Yachty, can't forget him. City Girls, y'all don't like to give City Girls their credit, but somebody started the twerk anthems right after the Act Up track by the City Girls. That Lil Yachty wrote, to be fair. So, anyways, the war in Ratlanta going on right now is going to impact the hip hop field for an indefinite amount of time. So, when we're getting into that, as far as diving into the whole music industry, just keep in mind this title on why hip hop may not be performing the best in 2025. Because a lot of people are not letting the real opinions out for the sake of wanting to basically pander towards someone's feelings. Let's just put it like that. And it makes sense. You know, he may or may not get you taken off. Oh, no, never mind. I wasn't about to say nothing. So, yeah, nobody really likes to speak on it. But you really don't want to mess with Young Thug, especially if you live in Atlanta. He can't even be there. And he's, okay, anyways. But obviously, as far as me streaming or recording from my laptop, I did want to give y'all the overall landscape of the music and gaming industry, but because of me being in my laptop, I am going to skip analytical interactions. And also, as far as me skipping that, definitely make sure to follow me on my live stream via Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or Facebook, because of course there's a lot of live interactions there that I go back and forth with, and I shout out a lot of people as far as who come through as far as the live streaming aspect. So with all the shameless plugs out of the way, we are still getting into the overview of the music and gaming industry, so let's start with that right now. As with getting into that, well, before that, just know, as far as the war in Atlanta, or Ratlanta as a lot of people are notoriously calling it, we're going to cover a plethora of topics, obviously, starting with Gunna, aka the biggest gangster in ATL, and him selling 81,000 first week. Then we're going to get into Young Thug with his track Closing Arguments, which is technically a Gunna diss, but of course he names other co-defendants and witnesses as far as in his diss track. And then we're going to dive into the great white hope of hip hop, such as Eminem and Dr. Dre. Their track, Everybody's Looking at Me. We get into the overall legacy talk with Eminem and why that track is so impactful to the masses. And then we dive into Offset's album Kiari, as with that specific album, a lot of people are giving Offset his flowers, but some are playing devil's advocate, saying it's his fault in the first place that he's in this situation. Then we're going to get into NBA YoungBoy and his track Brother with DJ Khaled, because, you know, DJ Khaled had to find somebody else to roll off his album off of. You know, it wasn't going to be Drake unless he wanted him some Drake and Josh bars. It wasn't going to be the Drake that he wanted. And then, of course, we dive into NBA YoungBoy's overall tour that is going on as we speak, titled Masa. I know, crazy day in history. Then we're going to switch gears into the industry news. We're going to get into Sony's PlayStation getting a $50 US price hike, because of course when it comes to the PS5, it just bled over the PS4 overall fan base. So as far as the active gamers, PS5 has like 1 to 2% more, officially speaking, than the PS4. And hopefully I said that right. Yeah, the PS5 has 1 to 2% more of an active player base than the PS4. So as far as them raising the prices for PS5, I told y'all PlayStation was sick of y'all holding gaming back, playing these old consoles. And, you know, if you can't afford it, then that's one thing. But if you're out here buying J's, concert tickets, all right, my fault. At the end of the day, gaming is a luxury, sort of like other entertainment venues. And if you can't afford it, then that's okay. It's just at the end of the day, PlayStation was not liking it. So as soon as PS5 overtook the PS4 as far as active gamers on the platform, they rose the price expeditiously. So that being said, then we get into Spotify raising its prices as it invests in new features and targets 1 billion users with a B. So you already know when it comes to Spotify, I'm not going to say I'm biased, but at the end of the day, y'all do know where my bread is buttered. Pause. So when it comes to that, Spotify raising the prices as it invests in new features and targets 1 billion users should showcase how I keep it 8 more than 92. So anyways, that being said, then we're going to dive into gaming. Madden NFL 26, we dive into that game. We get into Hollow Knight Silksong. We get into Roblox. We really dive deep into Roblox for this particular episode, as when it comes to Roblox, there's a very interesting lawsuit going on right now. And especially in 2025, a lot of people are skipping over the fact that we let a whole, I can't even say it, but the president of the United States had a lot of accusations, right? And seemingly there's certain files that will uncover the truth. And for some reason, we just stopped talking about it. So I wanted to dive deep into Roblox. I never really talked about Roblox. This is my first time ever diving deep into the game. So I wanted to be fair and cover the game and cover the lawsuit. So we get into the game as a whole and how it's one of the most successful empires in gaming history. Then we also get into the lawsuit as far as Roblox being accused of enabling child abuse in new lawsuit. So we go from Roblox coverage to Ready or Not, which, as you can see, actually made it onto the cover of gaming, because I was looking at the year of August, and I was thinking, well, not the year, the month of August, my fault. But I didn't even know August was a whole year. No, I was playing. All right, the month of August, and then I was thinking to myself, I was going to make a Madden NFL 26 to cover, but I think Ready or Not topping the charts in PlayStation and Xbox specifically was way more impressive. And as everybody's been saying, Madden is just not what it used to be. And of course, they're already dunking on, well, pun intended, they're dunking on the college football game, as in general, a lot of people are saying that not only is it the same game, but they took a step backwards in some areas, which is very interesting as far as the sports game that always say like, oh, it's only a sports simulator. Like, how much innovation can you have? And then they take a step back. Well, some will say there's so much advancement in technologies, how are you taking a step back with future installments into the franchise? So I don't understand EA. At some point in time, there needs to be like a deep dive into like the psychology of an EA executive or owner, because you make so much money and yet you just put no effort into the sports games. So anyways, then we get into Gears of War Reloaded, and that hitting 1 million players in 3. Oh, the reason why I said that about Madden is because of, I totally forgot. I was like, hold on, what was that tangent for? So Ready or Not making this cover for gaming was a huge deal to me, because if you don't know, me and my cousin, we've been going crazy on live streams as far as people being engaged and enjoying us playing Ready or Not. So that was one of the games that really specifically for me, I'm not going to say it blew me up, because it didn't. But, as far as the engagement, you could definitely see an uptick in people just talking throughout the live stream and asking us certain stuff. Like, I think they really enjoyed when we were playing Ready or Not on stream, which is not over. For people wondering, it's not over. We're going to still do Ready or Not streams. It's just, I cover the entire gaming and music industry, so I can't really stick on one game for too long. But I would say 10 to 11 parts of 4-hour streams is a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I'll put at least 40 to 50 hours out there already on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. So that should definitely hold you over until next time we play Ready or Not, which will not be a long wait. So one of the things I definitely wanted to play was a specific thing. Let me see if I can find this. So if y'all don't know, I'm using my laptop. I said that before, but I don't want y'all, y'all gonna be like, is this setup a little different? But like, yeah, it is a little different right now. But so far, I don't think anything's been going crazy. But me and my cousin been going so crazy on Ready or Not to the point where, everybody was taking the bad cops mantra, right? People were saying, oh, I'm a bad cop. I'm a bad cop. And I was thinking to myself, wow, people are really gravitating to this whole bad cop theme that we got going on. So with that being said, If I can find it. I don't know why it's so hard for me to find it right now. Yeah, with that being said, me and my cousin took it upon ourselves to make a whole Ready or Not freestyle. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we was out here looking like Big Boy and Andre 3000 themselves. And I mean like the great value version. The value that you usually get at the Dollar Tree, but it's not even up to snuff to be at the Dollar Tree. That type of value, you know what I'm saying? So, anyways, as far as us giving a freestyle for Ready or Not, this is something what it sound like. You know what I'm saying? Not too crazy. Hold on, let me bring this up right quick. See if I can bring this up right quick. Let me see. We're about to do some active W Tech guy. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Yep. And shout out to the people playing this track. You know, I've been plugging it, but you know, at the end of the day, I'll be saying it's a trash rapper. So, you know, people, I don't know if people get the running joke yet. Let me see. I feel like it's pretty straightforward, but you never know. Okay. Put this up right here. All right, cool. So this is a little sneak peek because, of course, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I put Ready or Not on the gaming cover was because of it was a plethora of reasons. Wasn't just one. It was the live streaming aspect, my breakdown of the game as far as reviews and sales roundup. People enjoyed that segment. And then, of course, we came out with this freestyle. And as you can see right now, hold up. And hold on. We almost got it. Yeah, here we go. And as you can see right now, people was really enjoying the track. It already has like 2,400 plays. Insanity as far as, you know, this trash rapper actually being able to get somebody to listen to his music. But, you know, as far as his cousin on the track, he went crazy. But this is one of the parts I wanted to give you as far as a sneak peek on what the track sounds like. Hold up now. I gotta turn it up. Hold up.
When we can't save you, bad cops, what you gonna do?
Okay.
What you gonna do when we can't save you? Me and my cousin riding around cause that check came through.
The check came, hold on now.
But we might not save you. I'm just joking, maybe not, guess we'll maybe save a few.
Yeah. Hold on, not the beat switch.
What? RG3.
Don't forget the Ready or Not freestyle, you know what I'm saying?
Let's go.
There's a bunch of reasons why I ended up on the gaming cover.
We might not save you, bad cops, and we might not save you,
yeah. RJ3, let's go.
Tell me what you gonna do when we pull up in the all black coupe. I ain't talking K-State, hit you with that deuce. Make us have to spin around cause you got some loose screws. Bad cops, so we might not save you. Why they asking for a hero? I ain't wearing red and blue.
This man kinda going crazy right now. I don't know how I feel about this.
With that Mac 11, I ain't talking Uncle Drew. Look, you know what it is when we walk up in your city talking like you ain't civilian, make us have to slap you silly. GA3 up on my waist and you don't wanna cop a Philly. Ice and vein celebration when we make the ops get chilly. Got my non-lethal.
All right. I get the point. That man was trying to do a little something. It was a freestyle if I ever heard one. You know what I'm saying? He was doing a little something. So that's one of the main reasons why it made the cover once again, because I'm not gonna lie, it was surprising too, because you know, my cousin was saying he was wanting to start content creation, right? And the first game he ever chose to like play as far as to record and put out to the masses was Ready or Not. And just so happened, I already recorded a whole review and sales roundup. So, because if you don't know, Ready or Not is like was going crazy on the charts even back then. So I was like, yo, this man already on to something. This man already knows how to pick out the stuff that people be entertained by. So if you was wanting to see, you already know we're not done with the shameless plugs. If you just wanted to see the actual actually, just go to Spotify and type in or go to my link tree in my bio, and my video platform will have a link in the link tree. But ultimately, as far as if you're already on Spotify, just type in Ready or Not Analytic Dreamz with a Z and all the parts of the gameplay, because we have like a 10 to 11 parts, and all of them are like 4 to 5 hours plus. So, well, not 4, it's like 3 to 4 hours plus. 3 to 4 hours. So, but there's like 11 parts, so a lot of content if you missed out on that. But as you can see in the comment section and everything like that, the live stream was insane, and that's one of the moments where I was like, yeah, this is definitely a moment right here. So had all that to say, Ready or Not had to end up on the gaming portion cover of episode 152. And then with that being said, then we're going to transition into Gears of War Reloaded, hitting 1 million players in 3 days. And then, of course, we're going to get into Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. the sales and review roundup, and then we're gonna get into Demon Slayer, the Hinokami Chronicles 2 sales and review roundup, which you're probably thinking to yourself, what do you know about Demon Slayer? Absolutely nothing. But you know what I know about games? How to break down the gameplay mechanics. Best believe we target y'all anime arena fighters and we break it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus, because what y'all have to put up with, or what y'all have put up with for the past 20 years, needs to be called out. So, anyways, then we transition from gaming into a little bit of drama, because everybody loves when I finish the episode out with drama for some reason. So then I end off the episode talking about Roblox being accused of enabling child abuse and new lawsuit. I talked about that earlier as far as like how I attached the gaming segment to the drama, but I definitely split it up. So the Roblox coverage is not going to happen all in one time. And then we end off the episode where we started, the war in Ratlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, I need answers, as Young Thug claims that he spent $50,000 on fake streams for Gunna, and exposes the $150 million deal for Little Baby. See, that was the most intriguing part to me. People wondering if he snitched, if he didn't snitch. I'm thinking to myself, y'all know what type of big business you have to be in to have $150 million be speculated about, as far as for you specifically in your music career. So as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, that's what I broke down as far as my first time ever covering the war in Ratlanta. But then, of course, I continued when he put out music, because I always say, I'd rather not cover drama. I'd rather get into the music, which, of course, the views, the engagement comes from salacious content, from drama. That's why I'm so happy that people come back day after day, week after week, month after month to listen to the podcast, because I truly believe we try to go around that and give actual informative content, like I just listed off. As far as all the topics, all of that's informative. If you listen to this entire episode and are intrigued about the gaming and music industry and you don't come away with anything, safe to say that I did not do my job. So anyways, as far as drama, as far as did he snitch, did he not, I could care less. The title is literally going back to salacious, right? Just for them to click on it. But at the end of the day, we're just diving into the 50,000 allegedly on fake streams for Gunna, and exposing the $150 million deal for Lil Baby, as that's indeed big business, and I'm a Hall of Fame pocket watcher. So with that being said, now I was wanting to transition from episode 152 as far as the topics of breaking that down, and now let's get into the entire gaming and music industry. So starting off with singles. Now, of course, usually we do the top 10, but of course for this particular time getting into the gaming and music industry, I want to go into top 10 for albums and singles, as for some of the singles that we're going to get into is actually from hip hop. So safe to say, hip hop is definitely making a resurgence thanks to the one and only Big X the Plug and Gunna, as when we get into the albums, they specifically are helping out the overall numbers for the hip hop platform, or just the hip hop genre. But as you can see right here, who is that at number one? And ladies and gentlemen, this is a particular group that I covered all the way back in June 30th of this year. And now in September 8th, 2025, very interesting how Golden is still the most engaged with track in the world. Almost as if when it comes to the Notorious Mass Effect, we put you on to the music and gaming industry in a way that you will be ahead of most connoisseurs as far as what's notoriously impacting the masses. Now, of course, let me stop patting myself on the back, because my arm may just break off, because at the end of the day, Golden comes in at number one once again from K-Pop Demon Hunters. Shout out to them. Objectively speaking, having the most popular track in the world with their track Golden off of the soundtrack K-Pop Demon Hunters, that we will get into in a second. But as far as number two, as you can see right here, Ordinary by Alex Warren is the second most played track in the world, so shout out to him. What I Want is the third most popular track by Morgan Wallen, featuring Tate McRae. Can't forget Tate McRae. What did Drake say? Something about white cake? I don't know. I forgot. Dr. Umar wouldn't like that line. But anyways, and then of course coming in at the fourth and fifth slot once again as K-pop Demon Hunters. So safe to say, as far as the top 5 tracks impacting the masses, Demon Hunters having 3 out of the 5 just showcases how impactful the soundtrack has been. And I was comparing it to Disney's Encanto and Disney's Frozen and Frozen 2. But ultimately, K-pop Demon Hunters may be the most successful soundtrack of all time. And I know you're probably saying, oh, you're recency bias. You're just now getting on the K-pop Demon Hunters. But then you realize, for avid listeners of Notorious Mass Effect, I've been talking about this since June of this year. So of course, I was on to this early, and to see it still impacting the charts, impacting the masses like I said it would be, I think unequivocally it may go down as the most popular soundtrack of all time. And the quality is still there, as I'm definitely still giving my overall K-pop Demon Hunters movie review on NME Plus. But of course, I haven't watched it yet because I wanted to wait until the right time to cover it. And I think now is the right time, as when I dived into the movie, I wanted to have already broken down every single aspect about the soundtrack until I gave my official review of the movie. And that will only be on NME Plus for my subscribers. So shout out to y'all who are already subscribed, but definitely want to let y'all know that that is what's happening for K-pop Demon Hunters, as I was early as far as the music, and now as far as the movie review, I will be technically late, but you know, I think people will enjoy my deep dive, especially with the amount of knowledge I've given about the soundtrack as a whole. But anyways, now let's get into the 6 through 10. As you can see right here, we have, let me see. Yeah, all right. I think that works. All right, yeah. Number 6, the 6th most played track in the world is Love Me Not from Raven Lene. So shout out to her. And then, of course, who do we have at number 7? The one and only Sabrina Carpenter, who just ended up putting the 3rd biggest first week sales numbers up for her album, A Man's Best Friend. So as far as the best performing track off of that album, Man Child is still, objectively speaking, the 7th most played track in the world, and it's been on the charts for about 12 weeks. Because if you don't know, this was out before the entire album. It was her lead single. So at number 8, we have Lose Control by Teddy Swims, which is on the charts for a whopping 106 weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, this one track has set Teddy Swims for generations. And we're just talking about one singular track, not an album, not multiple tracks, not remixes, one singular track being in the top 10 for 106 weeks may go down as one of the most successful tracks of all time. What Teddy Swims has did with Lose Control is what people dream of as musicians, putting out something to the masses and then having an overwhelmingly positive reception to the point where I've listened to the track. The quality is tremendous, because I always say, just because you sell a lot does not mean you're putting out the best product, and vice versa. The two don't correlate as far as the quality and sales. But as far as Lose Control by Teddy Swims, it's nice to see a very high quality track like Lose Control stay on the top 10 for 106 weeks, because it gives the hope to artists and musicians out there that if you make something of high quality, you could have long-standing tracks like this on the charts. So shout out to Teddy Swims having by far the most popular track in probably the past 2 to 3 years, maybe even longer. But Teddy Swims, this is a phenomenal accomplishment, because this has been on the top 10 for like the whole year at this point. So, and I think Lose Control came out last year. So, I mean, obviously 104 weeks. I can't do that math. I ain't gonna lie to you. I am no mathematician. Let me see. Control, Teddy Swims. Let's see when this actually came out. Because if I go to the album, I don't think that. Because the album, oh no, okay, it tells me. June 23rd, 2023. Man, I wish I had my sound effect. What in the world? Bro, this came out 2 years ago and it's still in the top 10. Just like I was talking about with K-pop Demon Hunters, Lose Control by Teddy Swims may go down as one of the best performance tracks of all time. Wow, that's insane. That is actually insane. So anyways, shout out to Teddy Swims for that, having the most successful track by far as in the music industry. And then we have How's It Done by K-pop Demon Hunters being the 9th most played track in the world. And then rounding off the top 10 is Die With A Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars. So shout out to Lady Gaga, shout out to Bruno Mars, because safe to say, as far as my particular coverage on their track Die With A Smile, the same thing I was saying about Teddy Swims. I don't know what it is about Lady Gaga and her fan base, but they definitely support. And with that being said, I appreciate y'all. And I don't think I'm the first, thought of, I'm not the first thought when they think, what is Lady Gaga's demographic? But for some reason, somehow, people gravitated to my coverage of Lady Gaga and they keep coming back for more. So shout out to the people who've been checking out the Dead Dance, as that's doing phenomenal. And just like this track, it's just apparent that for some reason, me and Lady Gaga's fan base, hey, we may have something in common, as I do like the Die With A Smile track, and it's nice to see it at number 10 as far as rounding off the top 10 of the most popular tracks in the world right now. So once again, to show you the overview, I was going to do this at first, but it was kind of blurry, so I didn't want to do this when I was breaking it down. But to give you the overview, we have, let me see. Yeah, here we go. So this is the top 10 right here. And number 1, actually, I'm gonna zoom in. It's gonna be kind of blurry, but I just wanted to do the overview for y'all. So going back over the top 10 most popular tracks in the world as of right now, we have Golden and, well, actually, let's start from number 10. I mean, we already killed the suspense, right? At number 10, we have Die With A Smile. Let me zoom in a little bit more. There we go. Number 10, we have Die With A Smile with Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars. Number 9 is How's It Done by K-Pop Demon Hunters. Lose Control. At number 8, we have Lose Control by Teddy Swims. Number 7, we have Man Child by Sabrina Carpenter. Number 6, we have Love Me Not by Raven Lene. Number 5, number 4, and number 1 is by K-Pop Demon Hunters. Number 3 is What I Want by Morgan Wallen. And number 2 is Ordinary by Alex Warren. Now, one of the things I want you to keep note of, this, I would say, has never been done before. As far, actually, let's look that up right now. Because there's no, let me see. Has any soundtrack, it's probably going to pull up in Kanto and Frozen 2. Has any soundtrack ever performed like K-Pop Demon Hunters soundtrack? And then let me see. You gotta be specific with Jarvis. You know what I'm saying? People be putting in most random prompts and wondering why they don't get any answers. So, anyways, what K-Pop Demon Hunters is doing, I mean, I've already talked about it on a plethora of segments. Make sure to just type in K-Pop Analytic Dreamz and it will just pop up. Cause I've been covering K-Pop for quite some time. But yeah, K-Pop Demon Hunters is the most successful soundtrack of all time. It's the first to land 4 simultaneous top 10 singles on Billboard Hot 100. Golden, Your Idol, Soda Pop. Wish I had my drop. What Onika be saying, but damn, I'm looking at the state of music like, what's going on? No, so yeah, it's crazy. That's actually insane. Yeah, no other soundtrack is came close. I'm trying to see what else. As far as a single, like one particular track, Wicked came first because it was at number 4. Stranger Things back in 2022. I think hit number 1 on top soundtracks, but not overall, right? Yeah, man, this is the best, crazy, best performance soundtrack of all time. So it's already set in stone. I was saying that it may lead up to that because of what it's already accomplished, but K-Pop Demon Hunters is already the most successful soundtrack of all time. So it makes absolute sense that they have 1, 2, 3, let me see, 4 tracks in the top 10. That's insane. That's actually insane. So anyways, that's the top 10 tracks notoriously impacting the masses. Now transitioning into albums, let's get into the top 10 albums as, let me see if I can bring this up. Being a W Tech guy on the fly, you know what I mean? All right. Bring this up right quick. Okay, cool. Yeah. So as far as the top 5 albums, obviously number 1, you already see what I was talking about earlier, as Sabrina Carpenter put up the 3rd biggest first week sales for an album of the year of 2025. So she came in at number 1. K-Pop Demon Hunters came in at number 2. Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem, came in at number 3, which is more of the same as far as K-Pop and Morgan Wallen. Sabrina's the only new introduction as far as the top 3, because she just went crazy as far as her album, Man's Best Friend. Number 4, Stray Kids, their album Karma is currently the 4th most played album in the world, which shout out to y'all for supporting that segment. Alex Warren, You'll Be Alright Kid, is the 5th most played album in the world. And then, of course, going from 6 to 10. See, y'all like how I put the pictures now? I know people have been complaining about that. They was like, bro, why you don't show us the picture when you're talking about the charts? I was like, my fault, OG. So anyways, here we go, 6 through 10. So as of right now, Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, is the 6th most played album in the world. Number 7, who is that? Is that the biggest gangster in Atlanta? Hold on now. It's almost like the war in Ratlanta had no effect on Gunna. But you know, that's for another day. That's for another discussion, right? So anyways, Gunna's going crazy. For some reason, Sabrina Carpenter just wanted to put up Taylor Swift type numbers. So she has another album in the top 10, which is short and sweet. Now, granted, 33,000 is very respectable. But as far as having 2 albums in the top 10, that is disgusting amounts of influence on the masses. Number 9, we have the great, the one and only, the Queen SZA with her albums SOS. As if you don't know, SOS is doing the same thing I was talking about with Teddy Swims' track, Lose Control. So as far as Teddy Swims' track Lose Control, let me see if I can bring this back up. You guys want to look at it. Let me see. Yeah, as far as Lose Control being on the charts for about 106 weeks, I believe SOS came out like 2022, 2023. So technically the album as a whole is doing the same thing that Teddy Swims' one track is doing. So the same thing I just said about Teddy Swims, just times that by 100 when it comes to an album having this type of longevity. As December 9th, 2022 is when SOS came out. Ladies and gentlemen, it is September 8th, 2025, and it's still the 9th most played album in the world. Actually, disgusting, egregious amount of engagement for this one particular album. SZA is already set for generations off this one album, and safe to say that she's only getting started. So rounding off the top 10, I know I said I want to talk about this artist too much because of course he disrespected my favorite musician, titling his hip hop album Take Care. Where else does that happen in other genres? The world may never know. But post Take Care, this man completely sold out and made a whole country album. Now I don't care what you say about it. I think making a whole country album as a hip hop musician is very interesting if it's one of your few albums out the gate, right? It's almost as if you're looking at certain things as a lick rather than respecting the craft of hip hop. But, you know, I've been talking about Big X the Plug for a minute as far as his certain albums, because his first album was 2023 titled Amar, and it only took him 2 years to completely sell out to the country genre and put all type of country artists on his album as a hip hop artist, like Darius Rucker, Jelly Roll. I actually like Jelly Roll though. Bailey Zimmerman. I like all of these artists. It's just a hip hop artist selling out so quickly into his career. I mean, it's actually, I ain't seen this fast of a sellout since Lil Dicky. Shout out to y'all who know about him and his rise. But Shabuzi is on here. I like that song. That's actually my favorite one. Yeah, Tucker Westmore, Inc. Yeah, so he just has a lot of country artists on here, and it's very interesting because it's not bad music. I'm just basically acknowledging how a hip hop artist 2 years into his career completely flipped and made a whole country album. So y'all call that what you want. I call that sellout. So anyways, with that being said, shout out to him, I guess. He has the 10th most played project in the world. So with that being said, let's go over the top 10 right quick. Let's see. And as far as market share, I go over market share a lot, but I guess I can right now. Let me see as I bring this up. So the market share, as far as UMG, golly, I don't think it's ever been that high. even when Morgan Wallen was putting BTA on the entire music industry, I don't ever remember it being that high. I mean, Sony and Warner are literally fighting it out with the independents because of how much market share UMG has right now. But anyways, it's probably because Sabrina and Morgan Wallen have huge impact on the masses, right? And now that they both released their album, it may get, not it may, that's disrespectful. It will get worse when Taylor Swift puts out her album. Because I believe her album will be put out under UMG. I know she talked about putting out her masters, which a lot of people thought she was going independent. Taylor Swift is still under a major label. She's just putting out these albums. Actually, hold up now. Let me not misspeak. Nah, it just says Taylor Swift. Yeah, she completely owns those albums. That's crazy. So yeah, I misspoke. Taylor Swift owns her albums completely. So sometimes people buy back masters just to hop back into the major label deal. And the reason why they do that is because they own the old music. But now they are continuing the partnership of distributing under major labels. For Taylor Swift, looking at her past 3 albums on DSPs, it just says Taylor Swift at the bottom, which definitely means you're independent. That's pretty crazy. So I don't know what that would do for the market share for UMG. But as far as Sabrina and Morgan Wallen putting BTA on the whole music industry at the same time, it's almost like Kobe and Shaq type dynamic in the music industry. So it makes sense why UMG has 72% of the entire music market share. Warner has 12%, Sony has 11%, and then others, which is independent acts and smaller labels, they have a whopping 5%. Which, you know, to be fair, the way that UMG is putting BTA on the music industry, the others may at some point have a upper hand on Sony and Warner, but I doubt it. But you know, UMG is going crazy. That's the purpose for that. So anyways, enough of that market share talk. Let's get into the top 10 albums. As I already broke down the list, but let's recap it, right? At number 10, we have Big X the Plug, I Hope You're Happy. At number 9, we have SZA, SOS, by far the most successful album in the past 3 years. By far. Not even close. Not Taylor Swift, none of them. SZA's SOS, as far as longevity, is the most successful album in the past 3 years. Now, that being said, Sabrina Carpenter, Short and Sweet, comes in at number 8. Number 7, we have Gunna, The Last One, which showcases, once again, that he may be the biggest gangster in Atlanta, because even the war in Ratlanta couldn't stop him from putting up phenomenal numbers. So, shout out to Gunna for having the 7th most played album in the world currently. Then we have Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, with the 6th most played album. And number 5, we have Alex Warren's album, You'll Be Alright, Kid. Number 4, we have Stray Kids, Karma. And one thing I do want to point out is the takeover from K-pop and Latin musicians is something that a lot of people don't want to talk about. I'm not saying RIAA and Billboard is biased towards American artists, but I would say these particular artists and musicians, even though you see a UMG by their name, they still have certain ties that is very threatening to people who have had such a control over the music industry for quite some time. I'm just gonna leave it like that. So the 4th most played album in the world goes to Stray Kids by with their album Karma. And then number 3, you have Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. Number 2, you have K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack. And then number 1, of course, Sabrina Carpenter's A Man's Best Friend. And excuse me for skipping over this. I totally forgot. Morgan Wallen, that's actually his album too, down there. Right here. Oh, that's a terrible circle. Hold on. Let me use this. Yeah, here we go. My laptop mouse. Hold on. I may be able to draw with this laptop mouse. No, I'm just playing. Probably not. Do I have a pen? Hold up. If I could draw with this pen, we may be doing something. Nah, I don't think it works like that. Yeah, I don't have one. So anyways, I don't have none for that. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time is actually the same person right here. Yeah, that's a terrible circle, man. These circles need help. I think it's because my sensitivity on my mouse. Anyways, Morgan Wallen having the 3rd and 6th most played album in the world as far as the top 10 is insane. So that's what I was saying about Kobe and Shaq. Sabrina having the number 1 most played album. And if you go down a little bit, having the 8th most played album. These artists right here putting up Kobe and Shaq dynamic duo type of performance as far as under UMG. And as you can see, a lot of these artists are under UMG. You know, it's very hard to make it towards the top 10 as an indie artist, which is the only the only positive note I'm gonna give Big X to plug. So with that being said, this is the top 10. As you can see right here, zoom out a little bit. Hopefully it's not zoomed out too much. This is the top 10. We have Sabrina. Well, I already read over, but yeah, just so you can look at it. So now let's transition into gaming. Transitioning from the biggest projects and singles that's been impacting the masses in the music industry, now let's get into the gaming industry, and we're going to start with Steam. As you can see right here, you already know, as far as Counter-Strike 2, its dominance in the field is forever going to be happening. As far as Steam, I never seen a game dominate so much like Counter-Strike 2. Like, even on Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, the number one slot interchanges sometimes as far as from the ball and gun games, right? Counter-Strike 2 consistently is at number one, and then Dota 2 is consistently at number 2. So it's kind of crazy when you look at the landscape of Steam. Anyways, so starting off with the number one most played game on Steam, we have, let me see if I can draw this correctly. There we go. Yup. We have Counter-Strike 2. And then at number 2, we have Dota 2. And then at number 3, as far as the Steam most played game on Steam, we have PUBG Battlegrounds, which just showcases, like, as far as your foundation, if people come along the way and maybe improve on a product such as a Fortnite, such as a, well, arguably, such as a Fortnite or Apex Legends, safe to say that if you, well, I guess that's not the case because H1Z1, but you get the point. If you're close to the originator of a genre, you can still be long lasting in the gaming field. As PUBG Battlegrounds being the third most played game on Steam just showcases that even though if other people come along the way and try to mimic your style, people really know, people really know where it all started and where you got the inspiration from. So let me just leave it like that. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, number 4, surprisingly, no, I'm just playing, not surprisingly, because I've already covered this. Hollow Knight Silksong is the 4th most played game on Steam, and that transitions into my next point on how I basically was telling people all the way back, if I can find it, all the way back on August 27th of this year, I was letting people know that when Hollow Knight Silksong comes out, it is going to notoriously impact the masses. Because when it comes to the, what was it, 5 to 6 year wait between the original Hollow Knight to this one, I don't know why fans were so engaged the way they were. Because I will be playing the game soon. That's another tidbit, just in case you didn't know. I'm going to be playing this game soon, and I need to figure out the hype behind why people waited this long, because they're literally calling this the GTA of indie games, which may be a stretch because, you know, it's coming from their fan base. So they're a little biased, but they are supporting in a way that lets them say stuff like that, because the 4th most played game on Steam is no small feat. So shout out to Team Cherry, shout out to Hollow Knight, and of course I've already covered it, so just type in Hollow Knight Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and I've already dived deep into Silksong. So with that being said, Delta Force comes in as the 5th most played game on Steam. Oh, that is a terrible 5. Hold up. Delta Force comes in at number 5 on Steam. There we go. Path of Exile, surprisingly, Path of Exile 2 comes in at number 6. Bongo Cat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I literally covered this game, and it made me think I must really love my job to dive deep into Bongo Cat, because guess what? Who in the world is out here putting effort into a whole sales and review breakdown of Bongo Cat? That's why, you know, at the end of the day, when I say I cover the entire gaming and music industry, I mean the entire. So anyways, we're going to skip Wallpaper Engine. Apex Legends, technically, if we're skipping Wallpaper Engine, comes in at number 8 as far as the multiplayer game on Steam. Then we have Banana, which I don't even think I covered this. I think I was looking at it and I was saying to myself, I already covered Bongo Cat. That was enough for me. I'm not covering Banana. So shout out to them for consistently being in the top 10 on Steam, but I just can't do it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Especially the jokes that people are gonna make, man. Black men in America, I would never live it down. 10th most played game on Steam is Rust. At number 11, the 11th most played game on Steam, we have Naraka Blade Point. Stardew Valley comes in at number 12 as far as on Steam. and GTA 5. Man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Y'all want GTA 6, but Rockstar can't tell. Y'all keep playing GTA 5 like GTA 6 been out, right? Because I do believe when it comes to GTA 6, the only metric that is questionable is if it's going to be as popular as GTA 5. It's definitely going to be one of the most popular games of all time, but we still don't know if it's going to be as popular as GTA 5. Because if you think of the format, I think a lot of different games saw Rockstar's open world effect and how people was enamored by it. I'm not gonna say they straight up copied it, but they basically straight up copied it. So now, when you dive into GTA 6, are they gonna be able to do the formula that they patented the most as far as the open world format in the and be able to improve upon it and give innovations that make it feel new? That's the biggest thing I want to see, because I have faith in Rockstar off of what we've seen as far as the trailers, the story. Even though, they kind of biting off of Bonnie and Clyde, but hey, to each his own, right? They say good artists, still great artists. No, good artists. What? I forget what that phrase is. Good artists. I forget what it's called. It's something about stealing people's art, which is crazy, but it's a quote that everybody be saying. So I felt like it was a John F. Kennedy. They had that butcher as far as the quote. Anyways, I think it's like good artists imitate great artists still, something like that. It's a crazy quote about taking people's art. But Counter-Strike Source, that comes in as number 14. So as far as the top 14 games on Steam, this is it right here. We have Counter-Strike Force at number 14, Grand Theft Auto 5, which is showcases that Grand Theft Auto 6 can keep getting pushed back and Rockstar will never be able to feel it. That comes at 13. Stardew Valley comes in at number 12. The Rock of Blade Point comes in at number 11. Rust comes in at number 10. Banana comes in at number 9. Apex Legends comes in at number 8. Bongo Cat comes in at number 7. Path of Exile 2 comes in at number 6. Delta Force comes in at number 5. Hollow Knight Silksong comes in at number 4. PUBG Battlegrounds starts off the top 3 at number 3. Dota 2 and Counter-Strike 2 consistently puts BTA on games that come out on Steam, as Counter-Strike 2 is number 1, and of course Dota 2 is number 2 for like the millionth week in a row. So with that being said, now let's transition from Steam and let's get into good old Sony ponies. As when it comes to top 10 and PlayStation, people already know they love playing Xbox games, but to be fair, this list makes it a little better because it's not as bad as having a bunch of Xbox games on the list. For this one particular, it's more the same as far as what we've grown accustomed to as far as the gaming industry. Because if you really look at it, NBA 2K26, Fortnite, Hollow Knight, Silksong being in the top 3. Hollow Knight is the only surprise, and I say the only is a big surprise, which is probably giving you a little of what they call a little foreshadowing moment as far as what's going to end up on the next episode's gaming cover. As Hollow Knight, I've been said, was going to impact the masses all the way back. What was it? All the way back in June. That's the wrong date. All the way back on August 2025, I said it was going to come out and impact the masses. So to see it putting up phenomenal numbers out the gate is no surprise here. But anyways, at number 1, the most played game on PlayStation, of course, is a ball game, NBA 2K26. At number 2, we have Fortnite, which is a gun game. Hollow Knight, surprisingly, is putting up for the eclectic games out there as far as not having a ball or gun. And ultimately, Hollow Knight Silksong is the 3rd most played game on PlayStation. So shout out to PlayStation players for actually playing games this specific month, right? Madden NFL 26 comes in at number 4. Call of Duty comes in at number 5. Roblox comes in at number 6. And then of course, as far as getting into 7 through 10, once I find it. Yeah, here we go. One of the things that I do like about this list is seeing Hollow Knight and then also seeing Metal Gear definitely showcases that at least PlayStation players are interested in trying out new games, right? So that's always a good thing because of course, what was that at? What was we at with that one? That was Roblox was 6, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So Helldivers 2 comes at number 7. Goodness gracious, that's the biggest 7 I've ever seen. Number 7, Helldivers 2 is the 7th most played game on PlayStation. Then we have Borderlands 4 comes in number 8. EA Sports College Football comes in number 9. And back to my point, I'm glad to see Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater come in number 10. Even though it's at number 10 as far as rounding off the top 10 in PlayStation, it's nice to see that people are willing to try out certain games as far as in the niche genre. Because I would say Metal Gear is kind of in the Splinter Cell bag. I know I said that last time. I never really got confirmation. Some people is like Splinter Cell's better. Some people's like not better, because that's subjective. Some people were saying Splinter Cell was bigger. Some people were saying Metal Gear Solid was bigger. So I had to tap in Jarvis as my handy dandy referee to showcase which game was bigger. So let me go to that right quick. So, because at the end of the day, I said I was a huge Splinter Cell fan. I was never really a Metal Gear Solid fan, which I may still play the game, but I haven't really let me see. I haven't really chose a date yet, but I was wanting to play this game because I love stealth games. Like, I'm a huge Splinter Cell fan, but they said this is a little different. It's not as serious. Versus let me see, Splinter Cell revenue. Let's see who got the biggest bang. You know I'm a Hall of Fame pocket watcher. We gotta figure this out expeditiously. So, as far as Splinter Cell versus Metal Gear, Metal Gear across the franchise has earned over has sold over 64.3 million units worldwide across all platforms. And they said the franchise has generated over $1 billion with a B as of reported in 2023 when sales crossed the 60 million units. So they're around, people were saying, let's see, the franchise has generated over $1 billion in revenue as reported in 2023 when sales crossed 60 million units, this figure. Okay, so it's talking about the continuation. So anyways, as far as Splinter Cell, oh wow. Yeah, I don't think it's close. Hold on now. I don't know if it's close. Okay, the Splinter Cell franchise has sold around 10 to 20 million units. So already off the bat, Metal Gear has sold around 64.3 million units as a franchise. They're saying Splinter Cell has sold around 10 to 20 million units as a franchise. So we already know who makes the bigger bank out of that. But anyways, as far as revenue estimated, they said the franchise as a whole likely generated 400 to 800 million in revenue, significantly less than Metal Gear Solid that they said is way past the B because of projections from 2023. So interesting. Well, the more you know. Metal Gear Solid is definitely a bigger franchise than Splinter Cell, and even though Splinter Cell is definitely successful in its own right, the difference, the ultimate gap between revenue is significant. So Metal Gear Solid is still way bigger than Splinter Cell. I still prefer Splinter Cell, but just wanted to see that to basically end the argument for everybody out there wondering which franchise is bigger, like I was. So anyways, going back over the top 10 for the biggest games on PlayStation, we have Metal Gear Solid at number 10, College Football 26 at number 9, Borderlands 4 at number 8, Helldivers 2 at number 7, and then of course, getting into 1 through 6, we have Roblox at number 6, Call of Duty at number 7. Hold up, can I make this? Hold up. I'm trying to make this go to the left. I don't know how to. Let me get that. There we go. Is that big enough? Pause. I had to pause that. I don't even have my drop and I try to pause that. Man, that's crazy. All right, there we go. All right, so Roblox at 6, Call of Duty at number 5. Remember, this is the top 5 for PlayStation for people listening on the audio only podcast. Madden 26 at number 4, Hollow Knight Silksong at number 3, Fortnite at number 2, and then of course NBA 2K26 is taking over right now as the most played game on PlayStation. So with that being said, Those are the top 10 games that are notoriously impacting the masses. Going from that to Xbox, let's start with the top pay games, and then we're going to get into the overview of the most engaged with games on Game Pass, because I think that's a great metric nowadays. Because, you know, I always talk about Game Pass being the best bang for your buck as a gamer. I don't know if people thought I was being paid or what, but they started to realize, like, hold on now, I can save how much money playing AAA games day one, and then they start to realize. So anyways, as far as the top pay games, I don't really think that gives us an indication of what's the top games on Xbox, but I'm still going to show it just because. So at number one, I think this is number one. Let me see. All right, no, this is 5 through 8. I mean 5 through 10. Okay, so at number one, we have, of course, Minecraft. Minecraft is actually on here twice. So shout out to Minecraft for just completely putting BTA on the entire gaming on the entire gaming industry that's on Xbox. So so sort of like Counter-Strike 2, Minecraft definitely does numbers on Xbox, obviously. So anyways, Minecraft comes in at number one as far as the most played game on Xbox, or the top paid game, right? Ready or Not, which is nice to see, especially seeing that it's in the title, as you can see right here. Seeing that they're in the title, it's nice to see them actually make the list as far as Xbox, because it was definitely towards the top in PlayStation, but of course, I'm recording this September 8th, right? So as far as them falling off the top 10, it was on the top 10 for the entire month of August. So nice to see them on the top 10, and not only top 10 paid games, number 2 for Xbox, but as far as PlayStation, yeah, it's definitely sliding. Subnautica comes in number 3 as far as the most played game on Xbox. Then we have number 4. Minecraft took up another slot, so Minecraft took up the 1 and 4 slot at the top 4 on top paid games on Xbox. And then rounding off 5 to 10. Is that right? Let's see. Okay, so that was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay, so I don't know why it's doing it 4x4. It's a weird. I literally zoomed out. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me see if I can get them all. I can't. Oh, that's fantastic. All right, that's cool. That's cool. But anyways, No Man's Sky comes in at, what was he at, number 5? Yeah, comes in at the 5th most played game on Xbox, or a top paid game. Gotta remember that. These are the top games as far as people purchasing them. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 comes, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 comes in at number 6. Subnautica Below Zero takes up another slot, as earlier it was definitely the 3rd most paid game on Xbox, and now it comes at number 7. So it's the 3rd. It takes up the 3rd and the 7th slot. And remember, these are different editions. Subnautica is different from the Subnautica Below Zero, as you see right here. So it just shows you that how popular the franchise is, as they have 2 versions on the top paid list as far as top 10. Who's Your Daddy? Wow, pause. Who's Your Daddy comes at number 8 as far as the most played game on Xbox, and then, of course, rounding off the 2 at the end. Let's see, rounding off number 2, we have, who is that? Dang, I ain't gonna lie to you. Boy, Xbox probably looking at this like, hey, you was one of them X's that we never wanted to mess with again, because you falling off. But guess what? Halo is back again in the 9th slot, and very surprising, as it's literally above Gears of War Reloaded, which, granted, this is not the new Gears of War that is E-Day, or it was an E-Day or D-Day, it's one of them, coming out next year. This is essentially the original Gears of War, just remastered and stuff. So to see this being outperformed by Halo, the Master Chief collection, it's very interesting, especially on Xbox. It's almost like Halo is trying to claim the main girl spot again for Xbox. But at the end of the day, Gears of War D-Day or E-Day, I forget what it's called. Actually, let me look that up right now, because I don't want y'all to be confused. Yeah, it's E-Day. Yeah, there we go. I don't know when it comes out. Let's see. All right, Gears of War E-Day. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not coming out anytime soon. Gears of War E-Day is slated to come out December 31st, 2026. Yeah, it's not coming out anytime soon. So anyways, very interesting to see Halo, the Master Chief collection, outperform Gears of War, even though it just came out. So anyways, who's your, rounding back off the top 10 of the Xbox platform, we have Gears of War Reloaded at number 10. Halo, the Master Chief collection, number 9. Who's Your Daddy? At number 8. Subnautica Below Zero at number 7. And then, of course, we had, let me see. And then we had, it's kind of crazy that Subnautica takes up 2 slots. That's actually kind of wild. I did not know that game was that fun. I'm about to look that up to see what that game's about. May have to dive into Subnautica for the next episode. But anyways, where's we at? 1 through 6. This is 6, right? Let me see. So we had 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah, 6. Okay. Just making sure I can count. You know what I'm saying? All right. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is the 6th most played game on Xbox currently. 6th top paid game on Xbox platform. No Man's Sky is currently having a very interesting longevity type of run in the gaming industry. Comes in number 5 of top paid games on Xbox. Then you have Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock Edition coming in at number 4 on Xbox. And then number 3, Subnautica. And then number 2, Ready or Not. And then, of course, Minecraft again. Basically showcasing that Halo and Dom from Gears of War, they can fight for the scraps. But ultimately, I think Minecraft is unequivocally the mascot for Xbox at this point in time. So that's nice for the games impacted the masses on the Xbox platform. Now, let's transition and get into... I thought I had it up here. I'm supposed to get into Nintendo. Let me see. All right, Nintendo should be right here. Yeah, there we go. All right, so as far as getting into Nintendo, I don't think Metal Gear Solid on there. It's hard to do the Nintendo list because we have other consoles on here. So I might just have to read these off. Yeah, I might just read these off. Okay, so the most popular game on the Nintendo Switch right now is... Am I looking the right way? No, I'm looking this way. Let me see if the other one. That is one of the main things about the technical using my laptop. Let's see if I can flip this. See, how do I flip this? About to be a W Tech guy right now. Watch this. Yes, sir. Hold up now. Yeah, stop playing with me. All right, anyways. Super Robot Wars Y. Hold up. Where my socials go? Let me see. Okay. Usually I will stop to do this, but this should be a pretty quick switch, hopefully. Let's see. Okay, we got the black one, and then let me get socials, and then yes, sir. Okay, cool. I don't know why the black border is like taking off a little bit, but I don't know. That's just how it's gonna be. You have to remember, I'm streaming on my laptop. I'm not streaming, but I'm recording on my laptop. So at some point, I'm gonna be able to fix the little stuff like that. So, yeah, Super Robot Wars Y is the 2nd most played game. Well, actually, the 1st most played game technically on the Switch platform. Super Robot Wars. I don't know what they're doing, but they've just sold 60,000 units. A lot of people are playing that game, and a lot of people are enjoying it. So that's the main thing about the Nintendo platform. Usually we see Mario up there, so it's nice to see a different game that's essentially niche, because I think it just came out not too long ago, as far as August, came around like late August. And then you have Ranch Story Let's ! Grand Bazaar of the Wind. That's the 2nd most played game on the Switch platform. And then we have Mario Kart World, which is the 3rd most played game on the Nintendo Switch 2 specifically. Ranch Story is back again. Kirby Discovery Nintendo Switch 2 edition comes in at number 7, which is very interesting because it just came out. I'm not gonna lie, Kirby fans out there, if you want more Kirby games, safe to say you gotta buy them, right? If the Kirby higher ups are looking at the character and it's only selling 12,000 out the gate, letting games like Super Robot Wars outperform it, then safe to say you may not get a lot more Kirby games in the future. But anyways, then we got Donkey Kong Bonanza on one of the top performers on Nintendo Switch 2. It's under Kirby because it has 10,000 units, but overall it has 286,000. So As far as the pace, it was definitely at a faster pace when it first came out the gate. So, which is why it's so concerning that nobody's out here playing the Kirby game. So, Kirby may be a floposaurus on the Nintendo Switch 2. It may be the first flop for Nintendo Switch 2. But hey, we still have to, only time will tell. And then, of course, yeah, Minecraft and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I don't know if that was 10. Let me see. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. So the 10th one, technically, the 10th most popular game on Nintendo Switch is Animal Crossing. Then you have Nintendo Switch Sports coming in number 9. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, ironically, coming in at number 8. Minecraft coming in at number 7. Donkey Kong Bonanza coming in at number 6. Kirby Discovery Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Starry World comes at number 5. Ranch Story comes at number 4. The Switch 2 Edition. Mario Kart World comes in number 3. Ranch Story Less Grand Bazaar of the Wind. So I think this is the original edition. Comes in at number 2. And then Super Robot Wars Y comes in at number 1. So shout out to Super Robot Wars for coming out of nowhere and just taking over the top spot as far as Nintendo. Definitely got to think about diving into that specific game. But one of the main things I was definitely wanting to point out is that Kirby is a staple for Nintendo as far as its cast of characters, right? Even Super Smash Bros. They had Kirby up front. So for Kirby to come out with his own solo game and for it to not be selling well at the gate may be the end of Kirby games if the people who have a Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 don't support the character. So anyways, because Donkey Kong, it was technically under it, but it's been out for a minute and it already has like almost 300,000 lifetime sales. So a little different when it comes to Donkey Kong. Now, let's transition into mobile. So when it comes to mobile, getting into the games that's notoriously impacting the iOS and Android systems, the people with the green bubbles and the people without. As you can see right here, we're going to get into the top performing games on mobile. At number 1, no surprise that Pokemon Go is right here. The main thing, wasn't I showing that? Hold on. Okay, cool. The main thing when it comes to Pokemon Go is that it is definitely a staple in the mobile gaming land. I mean, Agent, I think, just had a whole stream, a whole marathon as far as playing Pokemon. I don't know if it was the right one. I don't know if it was Pokemon Go or another Pokemon. But anyways, he was playing the Pokemon Go game on the go. So I would assume it was this one. But it may have been another one. But anyways, it just shows you how when people think about mobile gaming, it's crazy how technology has evolved to the point where you're literally playing out what you was watching as a kid as far as the Pokemon TV show. Mobile Legends Bang Bang comes in at number 2. Marvel Contest of Champions comes in at number 3. And this was definitely one of the more surprising mobile games that I saw on the list. As far as Idle Heroes, safe to say, I did not think it would be on this list. And here it is at number 4. So nice to see that the charts are switching up to have some fresh mobile games on there. Because you always see games with 5, 10 plus years of experience on this list. But it seems like Idle Heroes maybe just came out. Actually, let me see. Or maybe they just made the charts. Maybe it didn't just come out. Maybe it just made the charts. Idle Heroes mobile game release date. Here we go. Okay. So it seemed like it came out a while ago. I see the release date. Release date? Is there a release date? There's no release date. That's fantastic. Actually, let me see, because since this is such a new mobile game, I do want to get that fact correct. Because it's actually, because you look at all the Notorious apps mobile games that's on here, and it's coming in number 4. Kind of wild to see that. Idle Heroes was first released on March 31st, 2016. What in the world? For both Android and iOS platforms. See, ladies and gentlemen, that should tell you that if you're passionate about something, you should never give it up, right? You should always work at it because you never know when you will blow up. I don't know why Idle Heroes is currently the 4th most popular mobile game, but hey, we're going to figure it out at some point. I may dive deep into that specific game, but at the end of the day, definitely if you subscribe to NME Plus, people who request segments on that platform, safe to say it's going to get expedited, right? And it only makes sense as far as the supporters on that specific as far as on that specific tier, right? So if you want me to dive into idol heroes, just either comment it, or if you subscribe to Enemy Plus, it's definitely gonna happen. But anyways, Roblox comes in at the 5th most played mobile game in the world. And then we have Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians, Cookie Run Kingdom, and then of course we have another one just like Idol Heroes. Coin Master is a surprising game along the list of mobile games that's been around for quite some time, and I wonder why it's made its resurgence on the charts. Let's see if it just came out or not. Release date, mobile game. Let's see. So the Coin Master mobile game, this specific mobile game came out, wow. This is saying March 17th, 2016. That is actually insane. Why is all these games from 2016 starting to bubble up on the charts? I just don't get it. Hey, that's what the review and sales roundups are for. We may have to dive into that one because I'm so confused on how that's the case. But actually, let me change it so y'all can see it right quick, so y'all can see what it looks like. Or never mind. Or I could just zoom out. Let me see. I gotta make it harder than it is. Here we go. Nope. Oh, you hold control. Oh my goodness, we just figured that out. That's actually insane. Anyways, L take out, man. L take out. But as you can see, this is the top 8 mobile games currently impacting the masses. At number 8, we have Coin Master. Number 7, we have Cookie Run Kingdom. Number 6, we have Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians. At number 5, we have Roblox. Number 4, we have Idol Heroes. Number 3, we have Marvel Contest of Champions. Of course, at number 2, we have Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And the most popular mobile game as of right now is Pokemon Go. So, with that being said, that has been the review roundup. Well, that has been basically us diving into the entire gaming and music industry. And with that being said, don't forget that, of course, for this episode titled 152, The War and Ratlanta, definitely stick around for that episode. But before we get into that episode, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias. And we're going full screen for this one, so let me switch that. There we go. So before we hop into the episode 152, which is, hilariously titled The War in Ratlanta, which is, once we get into my Young Thug segments, you will understand why I'm saying that. But make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep on my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, you can click my Cash App link located towards the bottom. Well, I don't know why I point right there. It's just my socials. Y'all see my socials? But no, it's my fault. For people who are not even watching the video, y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. But yeah, make sure to click my link tree in my bio, access my social medias, and follow to keep on my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating this 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, let's hop into the first segment of episode 152, titled The War in Ratlanta. And of course, we have to start with Gunna being the biggest gangster in Atlanta rap scene, selling 81,000 first week with his latest album, One of One. So it's time to go over the entire hip-hop industry, because once again, you come to realize Gunna just may be the biggest gangster in Atlanta.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop, like, what's going on?
Now, of course, when it comes to the analytics, when it comes to a lot of different rappers in the game in the year of 2025, some would say hip-hop has not had the greatest standing amongst the other genres in the music industry. And you would be correct, as when it comes to hip-hop and the other genres being considered, usually you see hip-hop percolating in the top 10 as far as throughout the entire year. Like last year, some of the outstanding up-and-coming artists was, of course, Glorilla and Sexy Red, and then, of course, the whole Kendrick and Drake beef kicked off, right? So as far as Gunna, in 2025, having a phenomenal debut as far as debuting at number 3 and selling 80,000 equivalent units to the point where his second week, which I'm currently looking at, is 47,000. And he slid one place into the 4th most listened to album. But when he debuted, he was at number 3, and now he's at number 4. That's not bad, especially for Gunna and what he's dealing with as far as the perception against certain artists that we're about to get into in a second. But ultimately, when you look at the cream of the crop in 2025, you have to talk about Playboi Carti. There's a reason why Playboi Carti made everybody wait hours and hours, and seemingly it was never going to end as far as the rollout for his album, because guess what? Everybody was going to listen to it no matter when it dropped. So with that being said, his album Music ended up selling 300 plus in his first week. Now, another big dog as far as topping the charts hip-hop wise in the year of 2025 was Tyler, the Creator, with his album. Actually, no, that wasn't the right one. I was about to say Chromacopia. What is it? Don't Tap the Glass. That's the right one, right? Don't Tap the Glass. Tyler, the Creator sold 215 units with less than 4 days of tracking. So he had a phenomenal first week sales. As far as Travis Scott and the Jack Boys, they had in their first week 253,000. I'm just naming the big dogs in hip hop right now because, of course, as far as longevity, a lot of these albums aren't sticking. But as far as the first week, it's very interesting how these artists are top performers in the game of hip hop as far as out the gate. Longevity wise, I would have to say Kendrick, Drake, and Big X the Plug has had more long lasting hip hop music in the year of 2025. So anyways, getting back to the first week sales. Lil Baby, surprisingly, his album Wham was on pace to sell 130,000 first week. Actually, I forget what he actually sold first week. Wham ended up selling, let me see, was it 100,000? I don't think it was 100,000. Okay, I'm seeing 130,000. I'm not seeing it right now. Anyways, Wham did well as far as his first week sales. That's essentially what I was trying to get across. I believe it did around 140,000 units first week, but don't quote me on that. But it's around that number, so it did phenomenal as far as in the year of 2025. Now, of course, when you look at Playboi Carti, when you look at Jack Quees Webster, aka Travis Scott, when you look at Tyler, the Creator, Playboi Carti, those are the top performers out the gate as far as hip hop. But of course, when I say the longevity statistic, Drake, Big X the Plug, and Kendrick is towards the top. Now, this segment, as far as me running off all of those numbers, you would have thought this was about Gunna. And it is. It's just Gunna's the main focal point of the hip hop portion of this episode. So specifically, I wanted to highlight the hip hop field and then get into specifically why I believe Gunna is the biggest gangster in the industry. Cause I know somebody's out there thinking Some Sexy Songs for You is a hip hop album. Well, I hate to break it to you. Some Sexy Songs for You is primarily an R&B album, so I don't think it quantifies as hip hop. So anyways, getting back into the longevity of the analytics as far as in hip hop, some will say that hip hop hasn't had its greatest year in 2025. And aside from the top tier first week sales that I just listed off, I would say that's correct. Like I keep saying, Drake, Kendrick, and even Kendrick, his tracks have disappeared like Houdini from the charts. Nobody can tell me what his tracks are. The only tracks he has left on Billboard is with SZA. I think something's up with that, but hey, you know what I mean? I don't want to come off as a size 7, as a Kendrick hater. So when it comes to the charts, Kendrick currently has the highest track as a hip-hop artist, I believe. Is it him? Technically Shabuzi, if you want to call him a hip-hop artist, but actually, it's Kendrick. So Kendrick with his track with SZA, Luther, is the 21st most played track in the world, and then you have 30 for 30, which is the 38th most played track in the world. So both of the only 2 tracks Kendrick still has on the charts is with SZA. Make that make sense.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
And then, of course, the GOAT of hip-hop, as far as Drake, What Did I Miss is currently the 45th most played track in the world. Nokia is the 46th most played track in the world. And then you have Which One featuring Central C, which his verse is hilarious on Which One. I just catch myself randomly walking around saying, your backside weighing you down 1 ton. I mean, like, his verse is amazing. Anyways, it's amazingly funny. With that being said, Drake is also another hip hop artist that's had his music last the test of time as far as 2025. Big X the Plug, he's another one that I do not like to get into because, of course, when it comes to Big X the Plug being in hip hop and naming his hip hop album Take Care, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's some of the most disrespectful thing you could do in the sport of hip hop, because it's like if somebody hopped into the NBA and played for the Bulls and it was like, you know what, I want to wear number 23.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
That's the correlation I'm giving, because that's exactly what it is. Him titling his album Take Care as a hip-hop artist is very disrespectful. If anybody titled their album as a hip-hop artist Blueprint or Graduation, I know the old heads would be up in arms. So as far as me being able to talk about my favorite artist and still, you know, not have any gray hairs, his album should not be touched by any other hip-hop artist as far as the name, right? Obviously, you can have samples, things of that nature, but to title your hip-hop album Take Care as a hip-hop artist in the big year of 2025 is just, I just think it's disrespectful. But maybe that's just me. Anyways, Big X the Plug in his track with Bailey Zimmerman, titled All the Way, as the 33rd most played track in the world. And then, of course, you have Hell at Night featuring Ella Langley with, of course, Big X the Plug. And that's the 61st most played track in the world. Now, all of those numbers was to let you know that hip hop is not completely dead, of course. But when it comes to the year of 2025 compared to the year of 2024, safe to say we had a lot more impactors of the masses when it comes to sales, people clamoring for their music and engaging with their content. In the year of 2025, a lot of rappers are flopping left and right, to the point where I'm looking at it thinking to myself, is hip hop falling off? I don't ever want to say hip hop is falling off, but ultimately, objectively speaking, it definitely fell off compared to last year. Now, that being said, for the topic at hand, Gunna just sold 80,000 first week as far as his album, The Last One. And before you say it's a flop, you do have to keep in mind that Gunna usually sells around this number. And usually, as far as his discography, he's sold in the past 4 albums around the 80 to 90,000 mark. Actually, he consistently does almost 100, honestly, because he started with Drip Harder. That was, well, not started, but that was his hit album, his first hit album. Drip Harder sold 130,000 first week. Drip or Drown 2 sold 90,000 first week. Wonder sold 111,000 first week. Slime Language 2 sold 113,000 first week. DS Forever sold 150,000. A Gift and a Curse, which I think is his best album, because of course I love when artists put their life into the music, and with Gunna's back against the wall, he balled.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So that out the way. One of One, which was the album before The Last One, sold 91,000 first week. And of course, now we have the album as far as The Last One, and that ultimately ended up selling 80,000 units first week. Now, I didn't want to do it to him, but like I said, surprisingly, Lil Baby's numbers is not really talked about that much, and he's doing phenomenal. Like, people be like, oh, he's cloud chasing on Blackboy Max's stream. He's cloud chasing on so-and-so stream. This man is doing better numbers than 99.999% of the field. So, Lil Baby's not falling off. Another artist who I like his music, I like his flows, I think his selection of beats is the greatest. I think he has the greatest ear for beats and hip hop. But with that disclaimer set to the side, I have to keep it 8 more than 92.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I look at the album Kiari selling 28,000 first week, and I said to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
ladies and gentlemen, this can't be the same person that was out here doing all type of promos, all type of tours, all type of interviews with every single hip hop influencer that had a mic, and ultimately still sold 28,000 first week.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So to be fair, Offset did have a flop as an album, judging by his marketing rollout, because I would assume that Offset could sell a little bit more than 28,000 first week, especially being under a major label. But then, to keep it fair, my favorite artist, aside from Drake, Big Sean, with his latest album, that was what it was, Better Me Than You. Let me just type that in. Better Me Than You. That album did not sell well, and he also had a similar marketing strategy. So yeah, Big Sean's Better Me Than You sold a whopping 22,000 first week. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I read off these numbers is because, of course, I cover the entire music industry. So when I deep dive into hip hop, I want to give you an overall picture of why people are saying hip hop is falling off. Right? Big Sean's a legend in the game, and he's unequivocally at this very moment a legacy act. When I heard that he was opening, and no disrespect to Big Sean, obviously, when I heard he was opening up for Russ, which, to be fair, Russ did have a very phenomenal album with Wild, and I believe his first week sales was a little higher, and he's completely independent. I believe Big Sean's still under a major label. Russ is completely independent, and with his album, I can't find it. Russ album, Wild, first week sales. With Russ's album, Wild, as a complete independent act, it sold 36,000 first week. So, of course, not too much higher than Big Sean. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you're independent, let me tell you the market share for independent artists. As of right now, independent acts have 5% of the entire music market share. UMG has 62%. Warner has 16%. Sony has Warner has 18%, Sony has 16%, and then others, which is independent acts and smaller labels, they have a whopping 5%.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So ultimately, when we're covering the entire genre of hip hop, I'm basically laying it out as far as who's the top impactors in 2025 and what we can do to correct the course as far as people putting out music that's not sticking and not lasting in a landscape of 2025, because this has to be fixed. Some would blame certain rap battles for the ecosystem of hip hop analytics. I would be one of those. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do believe that's one of the main factors of people not being as interested, because how much more entertainment can we get from the genre of hip hop after we've arguably received the best hip hop rap battle of all time? It's like an MCU. We saw Iron Man, Thor, Captain America. Y'all know I'm a superhero nerd. Had to give a crazy side tangent. Going up against Thanos, right? They getting whooped. Captain America's shield is broken, and guess what? As soon as Thanos brought out his army and he was about to kill Captain America, Falcon hopped on the intercom and said, "On your left." And guess what? Black Panther showed up, Spider-Man showed up, Star-Lord showed up, all the superheroes showed up. It was just an all-out battle. I mean, people was dying left and right. And guess what? At the end of that, they came out with Ant-Man Quantumania.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the direct correlation I give to hip-hop right now. We've literally had the greatest rap battle in history as far as lyrically and commercial sales and critical acclaim as far as the Grammys that we've ever will see in this sport of hip hop. So now the cachet that Drake and Kendrick built up to even have that entertaining battle, where do we go from here? And that's ultimately what we are trying to figure out. In 2025, we don't know the pivot. We don't know what it's going to be. We done finished our end game, which literally Drake called the red button. I mean, he's suing. He knows it's the end game. He said, forget a rap career. I'm suing everybody who helped Size 7 in that battle, right? So ultimately, now, we're trying to see what is the pivot as far as hip-hop. And I think that's the reason why a lot of this music isn't sticking, because it's not Infinity War and it's not Endgame. It's a bunch of other Lucy's that people be like, it's all right, but it's not this, right? It's all right, but it's not the lead up to this. That's the ultimate comparison that I would give as far as the current landscape of hip hop. And that's why you should follow and subscribe, because nobody could give a superhero analogy like that. I ain't gonna cap to you. So at the end of the day, shout out to Gunna. This whole segment was about him, but also because he's the main focus for the hip hop segment of the episode, I wanted to dive into the entire landscape. But also, do keep in mind that the reason I didn't touch on the other person as far as why I call Gunna the biggest gangster in Atlanta is because, I don't want to be the person. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I don't want to be the person to showcase a whole interrogation footage ruining that man's gangster persona, right? Like if I was to show an entire video and have the title up there for you to look at on your own time and watch the whole hour and 51 minutes of him singing, but it wasn't Mariah the Scientist, it was Young Thug. Anyways, my fault. With that being said, yeah, I definitely didn't just show y'all where y'all could go see that whole interrogation. And we thought it was AI. They didn't, Young Thug commented on it and let us know. Like, yeah, I was saying that, but they didn't use it in court. I was like, hold up now.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So y'all do with the information what you will. At the end of the day, I've been said Gunna's the biggest gangster in the industry. I know he snitched, but at least he owned up to it. He said, yes, ma'am, in that courtroom. He wasn't playing around. He wasn't like, can y'all give me something from McDonald's? Why y'all giving me a bologna sandwich? He said, yes, ma'am, YSL is a gang and Young Thug should go to jail. Now, he ain't say that last part, but he might as well. So, ultimately, Gunna, on the other hand, is also hosting a Wanna Run 5K, which is a run event happening on September 3rd. And with that being said, it's in Brooklyn's Prospect Park, New York. The event is hosted by Gunna in partnership with his nonprofit, Gunna's Great Giveaway. So that being said, if y'all wanted to go run with Gunna on September 3rd, hey, have fun. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Gunna selling 80,000 first week with his album debuting at number 3 and currently holding the number 4 slot as far as the most listened to album? And when it comes to the landscape of hip hop, where do you think we can correct the course to get hip hop back on the right track? Ladies and gentlemen, Master Splinter is at it again, as not only is Pee Wee Roscoe on the list, Gunna, Migos, Pierre P. Thomas, YSL Woody. I mean, this list goes deep. What Side 7 say? I can go further, I promise.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And last but definitely not least, Lil Durk and Kendrick Lamar himself.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just know that as far as the diss track closing arguments by Young Thug, Fonnie Willis was essentially in the courtroom saying to herself,
He's been so good today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
Young Thug is currently being the perfect gentleman for Fonnie Willis. And you're probably thinking to yourself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
why are you saying Fonnie Willis is appreciating Young Thug at this very moment? Well, I'm glad you asked. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to the diss track in a second, but there's a lot of other details that make this more poignant as far as the highlight of illegal activity. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Here is the problem. As when it comes to Young Thug, if you don't know, this man is currently under a specific thing called a plea deal. Now, what does that mean? You might ask, right? I'm no expert lawyer, right? But some would say that as far as looking at his plea deal, based on the YSL RICO, mind you, which is why he's even in the free land being able to do what he wants. Essentially, the plea deal has a lot of interesting lines, such as restrictions ban contact with YSL affiliates or co-defendants, right? Except for Gunna and his brother due to contractual reasons, right? But then it seems like Woody, Yak Gotti don't really quantify what the probation line was saying he should avoid. And if you don't believe me,
Gunna wreck, Yak wreck, Slugger wreck, Woody wreck. Fuck that nigga Obama. He still mad by baby mama.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
you know, as a law-abiding citizen, it's very intriguing to see people who break the law fall into the same mousetrap. Now, isn't that a crazy coinky dink?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
At the end of the day, that's only one of the reasons I'm saying that this is a huge deal, regardless of how it came out. Because, of course, people are going to say, oh, it was a leak. There's no way Fonnie Willis could cook something up to put Young Thug back in prison for a whopping 20 years. Because if you don't know, if he violates his probation, there's a 20-year backloaded sentence. Now, as far as the war, as far as the war in Ratlanta, which a lot of people is calling it, I don't understand how 20-year backloaded sentence doesn't take you away from acting out as far as looking at the time you could possibly serve. Because if I'm looking at it correctly, right, if you're doing certain actions in this diss track, which I think is fire, by the way, like, you know what I mean? Don't stop me as a law-abiding citizen. I am loving the circus. But at the end of the day, somebody has to call this out, because if you're really looking at it from an actual fan perspective, then you're probably understanding that Young Thug is risking a 20-year backloaded sentence just so people don't call him a rat.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And it's very interesting as he also has an interview with Aiden coming out soon. But besides that, let's put that to the side, because right now we're specifically focusing on the diss track titled Closing Arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonnie Willis may actually use this track in her closing arguments.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, exhibit number 2. Isn't that how they say it in court? Anyways, there's another line in the plea deal, right? It says the deal mandates Young Thug to refrain from advocating, glorifying, or promoting gang-related activity. Hold up, man, I was talking.
I'd rather keep on spinning. If you kill one of my dogs, shit, I'd rather never end it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You know, sometimes covering the sport of hip-hop, I look at the entire landscape, because I cover the entire landscape of music, and I just realized, you know, other genres, I don't know if I just haven't dived deep into certain genres, but it just seems like the IQ and the wherewithal to not break the law when you're making millions of dollars off music is just not there.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, as far as the deal, before I was rudely interrupted by Jeffrey, the deal mandates that Young Thug refrains from advocating, glorifying, or promoting gang-related activity.
Niggas, it only cost 300 bands.
Hold on, he said what?
Fucking bitch. If you want a nigga twin, they would've tried to squish your kids.
Okay.
Pussy, 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 pussy. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how that would like take away from the probation line. Like, there's nothing really in this song that I think could really end him up in.
I ain't trying to find no party spot, I'd rather keep on spinning. If you kill one of my dogs, shit, I'd rather never end it. Nigga, get your homie touched and it won't cost me JC Penney's.
Not gonna lie, that is a fantastic line. But guess who also thinks it's a fantastic line, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, you don't want to talk to me, man, and you feel more comfortable talking with her?
He's been so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
This diss track from Young Thug titled Closing Arguments is proving how much of a gentleman Young Thug is. He literally handcrafted the perfect argument for Fonnie Willis to put him back in prison. And I never advocate for black men to be put in prison, but we did talk about all the way back, when did I cover this? As far as him being released, right? When Young Thug was released off of the YSL RICO and he came out with Business is Business, we talked about how there were certain things he couldn't talk about. So he was rapping about his luxurious lifestyle, staying away from the gang activity and alluding to any whacking or slime or taking people out. And it just so happens that the war in Ratlanta was all it took for this man to revert back to his old ways, which is very much a shame, right? So now, diving into the actual diss track, you're probably wondering to yourself, why in the world would he co-sign this? Well, of course, they are basically releasing this under the form of a leak. So technically, if they go to court for this, that's going to be the argument. I don't think it's a great one, but hey, we thought the YSL RICO counter argument from YSL and Brian Steele wasn't the greatest, and he still got off. So you never know how that goes. But 2015, just know that Gunna met Young Thug, and that's when it all happened. Because of course, as far as this specific episode, I just wanted to let y'all know that the war in Ratlanta is going to go down in the history books for an indefinite amount of time, because from a 2015 to 2025 buildup, this is almost a Drake and Kendrick type of buildup as far as a decade worth of animosity, and now is bled over into spilling out into the masses to see what Young Thug was feeling towards people. I mean, he was saying all type of things. I mean, at one point on one of the phone calls, he told his manager or whoever that Kendrick Lamar is too sexy to not be posting on Instagram. Now, this is the amount of information that we have that we know that Young Thug is saying this on the phone call.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, there's nothing wrong with a phone call, but the main thing was the interrogation back in 2015 that basically had Pee Wee Roscoe in the crossfires as far as the Lil Wayne bus shooting, right? So there's a lot of things that goes into this diss track that's going to make it iconic. I believe the diss track as a song is fire. I like when people put their personal experiences into the music, but you have to keep in mind when you are not a law-abiding citizen and now there's restrictions to your musical offering, you cannot go around that by saying it's a leak. But to be fair, Fonnie Willis and them, they've been leaking a lot of information as far as different phone calls and things of that nature. At first, I thought it was Gunna's camp, and then, of course, now we come to realize that it really doesn't make any sense for Gunna to expose himself for having fake streams, right? As far as exposing Young Thug, that's one thing. But if you're going to expose Young Thug for exposing you for having a fraudulent #1 as far as you versus The Weeknd, all the way back in, what was it, 2023, 2022, I forget. But when DS Forever came out and The Weeknd's Dawn FN came out, and surprisingly, one of the biggest upsets in hip-hop history that we now have figured out is fraudulent, which is insanity, right? Same thing that Drake was talking about with the red button, but that's neither here nor there, right? Fraudulent streams ended up getting Gunna the #1 spot over The Weeknd. And safe to say, Young Thug coming out saying he spent $50,000 for him to get that #1 just is a huge blemish on the entire music industry.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at that.
So at the end of the day, when looking at this diss track, there's no lyrics up because, of course, you know, I work around the clock 24/7 because, you know, somebody got to love their job, right? So I don't know what people who usually run the lyric websites are doing, but they just not up to snuff. So on NME Plus, for my NME Plus subscribers, we're going to be breaking down the song line by line because it's not out on DSPs. It's a leak. So technically, it's not put out by any major label. We could cover it and things of that nature. So if Young Thug goes the route of calling this AI, I think that would be the best argument. And hear me out. AI has evolved so much that that would be an actual argument that you could use if... Actually, it's a stretch. But hey, Brian still cooked up better than that and got Thug and had Thug walk away free. So this is definitely escalating the rift in the Atlanta rap community because, of course, the war in Ratlanta is a phenomenal name, by the way. And essentially speaking, the Atlanta rap scene is being ruined as we speak. I think the only thing that could counteract this is Future or 21 Savage dropping a project or saying where they stand on the matter. Atlanta used to be perceived as the most camaraderie type of rap scene in the world, which is why they was blowing up, right? Young Thug, 21 Savage, Baby, Future, they had hits from all over Atlanta as far as superstars in the rap game. But now, I don't think it's only because of Young Thug. There was a lot of other things that went along with it. You know, as far as Metro Boomin and the whole thing that he started with Kendrick. Some Atlanta rappers, I'm not going to say who, right? And I'm just going to say my sources or I made it up. Some Atlanta rappers wasn't really messing with the fact that they let Kendrick say all of that about the big three for no reason. Because really, if you look back then, there was really no reason. Drake didn't call out Whitney yet. They were just trying to get him on first-person shooter. Kendrick jumped out the window, said, I hate all y'all. There's no big three. There's just big me, right? And to do that on a song with Future and Metro on it, when Future is arguably the most influential hip-hop artist in the past 20 years, a lot of Atlanta artists had a problem with Kendrick saying that on a track with Future and Metro. If you're not following me, then you're just gonna be lost. I'm not gonna spell it out. There's certain superstars in Atlanta who do not think that move was the greatest. So anyways, with that being said, Young Thug is essentially gonna follow up this alleged diss track via an interview with Aiden Ross, I believe Sunday, so September 7th. We'll see if that ends up going into fruition, because this diss track, even though they're saying it's a leak, this is going to cause a lot of turmoil to the point where Brian Steele may go bald by the end of 2025. There's only what? Because this month, so there's September, October, November, December. There's only 4 months left in the year. By the end of the year, I kid you not, Brian Steele may lose all of his hair, because of what Young Thug is putting him through. The things that Young Thug's been saying, the things that he's been tweeting and deleting, he's been crossing the line. He's been really tiptoeing. But the one time he did cross the line is when he had a tweet and delete. I forget what it was. But Young Thug basically came out and essentially, I forget exactly what the tweet was. I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah. So right here. So Young Thug, back in November 2024, deleted his tweet dissing Gunna. Stop acting like we friends. He tweeted that out, stop acting like we friends, and then deleted it. Why do you think he deleted it? You think somebody got in his ear and probably told him, hey, you have 20 years on the back end, my brother. Do you want to really violate your probation just over a petty beef? I guess so.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then, of course, when people was advocating for Gunna, saying it was all part of the plan, and then Young Thug came out and named Gunna in Little Baby track, says he's only worked with him for Troop. Gunna responds in Prototype, calling tweet a typo, basically insinuating that the November 2024 tweet was really from Thug and it wasn't like no hack that he tried to prove, like, because there's a lot of things he's doing to get around the plea deal. He can't really elocute like he would like. So he does these roundabout ways of getting his message out there, which is still breaking the law, right? But with Young Thug's power in the hip hop game, some would say that he could get away with it. We just seen what happened with Diddy as far as him and what he's going to get as far as a lighter sentence, because he beat the racketeering charges, right? And he was only, well, I say only, he was guilty for the transportation for prostitution charge or something like that. Anyways, he was found innocent for the racketeering charges, which would have held like life. So with Young Thug, he got off similar charges. I think he did have to say YSL was a gang, but nonetheless, a huge plea deal was given to him for him to be in the free world. And despite of that, he still is risking the 20-year backloaded sentence because of the plea deal, right? So it's very interesting. At the end of the day, I don't like getting into just, oh, did he snitch? Did he not? But this is attached to music. So guess what? We're going to cover music. I mean, some would say we may have a...
It's time for a rap battle!
Hey, hold up now. Who in the world? Hey, go over there. What? Who can... Who's over here saying something like that? Ain't nobody like...
It's time for a rap battle!
I don't think Gunna's going to respond. And for people who's wanting a rap battle, I do believe at the end of the day, Gunna and Young Thug could have one of the greatest hip hop rap battles from a sonics perspective, right? Sonically, it could be pleasing, because I'm not gonna lie to you, this alleged leak from Young Thug as far as closing arguments is straight fire. And as far as him leaking this and basically copying how Fonnie Willis' team has been leaking information to showcase how Young Thug is out here basically talking about everybody and their mama, one of my favorite groups of all time literally had a skit on this. And I thought this was perfect timing, because of course, who else would be able to capture this type of energy except for these people? Because when it comes to this, I think a lot of people was letting the fact that maybe the government is messing with Young Thug, they was sweeping that under the rug. And I think it needed to be called out. And of course, y'all know I'm a huge RDC fan. And safe to say, our worlds are intertwining once again, as they are right here breaking down how the government is literally leaking the Young Thug calls to make him look bad. So here we go right here. Shout out to RDC. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Buddy talking about Iceman. Ain't nobody waiting for no Iceman to drop. They waiting for the spider. Shit, fuck around and call the whole spider.
First off, the way he's like fast talking. If you listen to Young Thug calls, I don't know how in the world this man be talking that fast. I'm like, he has all the time in the world, no pun intended, and he's speaking at two times speed. Like I'm thinking to myself, come on, man. Like, what in the world?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
This man definitely has the most fluent speech for somebody who mumble raps. But anyways, with that being said, let's get back into it.
Buddy talking about Iceman. Ain't nobody waiting for no Iceman to drop. They waiting for the spider. Shit, fuck around and call the whole Spider-Man.
You tell me that's not going platinum first week if we drop?
See?
That's not touching 100K first week, bro.
That's not dropping 100K?
No.
Oh, Drake this?
Bro, everybody coming at Drake, bro. No,
Exactly.
no,
Yeah, that could be true. That could be true. I mean, shit, I got him talking shit about Beyonce.
Now, hold on, let me look at this list. I ain't really look at the list like that. There's a Michael Jackson diss, RDC diss. Oh, that's funny. Lil Baby, the 7th. Yo, come on.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Kai Cenat diss, Chris Brown diss, Outkast, Beyonce diss. I ain't gonna lie, that Kai Cenat one, Drake may cook that up himself, but that's a whole nother discussion.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
All right, let's keep going. What y'all think the Tyler Perry diss would be about? Probably be like Soulja Boy in that Breakfast Club. You know what I'm saying? Stole my whole swag, bar for bar, flow for flow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Outkast, Chris Brown. Let me hear the Chris Brown one.
CB need to worry about Genuine, because that's the discussion they having. They talking about CB or Genuine. Which one y'all picking? CB or Genuine? I got Genuine, personally.
Chris Brown or Genuine?
Nah, you got the speech patterns down and everything. This is crazy.
Genuine. That's what niggas talking about.
I really don't know. I don't think so, though.
But that could go gold in the streets, though. That sounds
random as fuck.
That's what I'm saying.
It's random.
Hey, bookmark that. Bookmark that.
Tupac.
That nigga did Tupac?
Tupac.
Play that.
I got you.
So, see, what niggas not understanding is that Tupac shit was fake. He just an actor. He wasn't really with the gangster shit. He was just bald-headed.
Man, that nigga just saying shit.
No, okay. I get the point, right? I'm gonna finish this out. There's only like 33 seconds left.
Bro, nigga, everything Tupac talked about was being a thug. What you mean?
Ooh, I got one that's gonna go diamond.
Man, shut up. Come on.
I got one that's gonna go
Niggas can't just say they gonna go diamond. What you mean?
Yes, we're not here to make jokes, Mark. I ain't gonna say nothing too much. I ain't gonna say too
Everybody can name a Michael Jackson song, but who Michael Jackson put on?
No, wait. Jump that right now.
You can't name one person Michael Jackson put on. Who? Goddamn Chris Tucker? Come on now. Ain't nobody watching no Chris Tucker no more. That was back in the day. It's Rush Hour. That's the last time we seen Chris Tucker. I'm telling you right now, the Jackson 5, nobody checking for the Jackson 5. They checking for the Atlanta 3. Me, Wham, and Savage.
I love the callback to the other one, talking about when people from dangerous cities, but they sound sweet or whatever, the King of Pop stuff. Anyways, I told you I'm a real RDC fan. Anyways, with that being said, that's the main thing I wanted to end with, because ladies and gentlemen, people think it's a joke. Whole time, government trying to have Young Thug locked up for 20 plus years. So safe to say, when it comes to this Ratlanta mantra and him being perceived as a rat, at the end of the day, all I want to ask Young Thug, I want to ask Jeffrey. Hold on, what's his man's real name? Young Thug, real name. I want to ask Jeffrey Lamar Williams II, is being called a rat really worth it to risk 20 years on a back-end sentence?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Young Thug's latest diss track to Gunna and a plethora of other people titled Closing Arguments? And do you think at the end of the day, Young Thug did all that snitching just to snitch on himself and finish his career in the end? When getting into the particular track, Got by, of course, Lotto and Ice Spice.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Hold up now. Now, I know all the way back in early 2023, these people were at odds to the point where they was throwing all type of cryptic, subtle social media jabs at each other. And ultimately, we thought it was just a joke until they followed up by that. They followed up on that subtle social media beef with Lotto posting January 2023 as far as her track Sunday Service. And of course, a lot of the lyrics seem to be going at Ice Spice. And with that being said, as far as the particular lines going at Ice Spice heard that and she said to herself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
and then she responded with a track titled Think You the...
You guys. See, that's the problem.
See, this is a PG podcast, so we can't say that last part. But as far as that particular track, when it came to a head and people asked Ice Spice later, why were they feuding and what was the foundation of the beef, guess what? Ice Spice via Rolling Stones literally said, quote, if we ever spoke and I asked her, what's the issue? It'd be like a blank stare. I can understand a friendly competition, but at this point, it's a joke. She's dragged out.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then, of course, Lotto followed up with her own quote for the public, right? Via Billboard. And she said, quote, if I was to do a battle, it would have to be with somebody I feel like I'm going to go tat for tat with. It's two different vibes. I don't even think she wants to engage in an actual rap beef.
You guys.
So with that being said, ultimately leading up to this 2025 release, because of course it was a very short feud as far as from early 2023, and then now it's been squashed seemingly in September of 2025 as the track Got, am I pronouncing that right? I think I am. Anyways, y'all get the point. The visual representation of the definition of that word is, of course, Lotto and Ice Spice. So to see them on this track is very fitting. And let's just say we may or may not have a whole music video breakdown on NME+. So make sure to subscribe to that, because as far as the music video, that's just one of the things we have for that platform. But I was thinking to myself, covering this track does not do it enough justice. We have to see the art form that they took a while to cultivate, craft, and give out to the masses. Because when you look at musicians making their music, sometimes you think to yourself, I can't wait for the video. Now, I'm not going to tell you what type of artists we think that about, right? I'm just going to say Ice Spice and Lotto has given us some premium material. And with that being said, Got is obviously more than a single. It's showcasing the end of their nearly 2-year subliminal, which, to be fair, fan-fueled rivalry. Because if you look at it, it's not like Ice Spice and Lotto aren't performing on their own, right? In 2025, safe to say, Lotto is more popular at this current moment because she actually has a track that's charting, and it's been charting for about for about 3 weeks. So it peaked at 94. Well, it's currently at 94. It was at 97 and it slid all the way up to 94 as of right now. So objectively speaking, Lotto is currently the most relevant as far as music on Billboard. Her track Somebody is the 94th most played track in the world. And of course, I typed in Ice Spice. Safe to say she doesn't pop up.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But to be fair to Ice Spice, she did have more top 5 Hot 100 hits back in 2023. And then, of course, Lotto led with overall numbers in 2024 with her album. Because if you don't know, Ice Spice's Y2K ended up selling 28,000 first week, which is not bad, especially when we see some of the Big Sean's, the Offsets of the world. My fault, I'm out here snitching, ain't I?
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the
My fault, I'm out here snitching. I didn't even mean to do that. So anyways, with that being said, Ice Spice numbers in hindsight is not as bad as it once was depicted to be. But Lotto, Sugar Honey Iced Tea did do better on the charts and ended up selling 29,000 units. So when it comes to Young Thug exposing a lot about certain things that goes on behind the scenes as far as monetary value, it's a very tricky subject matter because, of course, if it was ever exposed and if the FBI ever realized what actually was going on, the whole music industry will be shut down. So let me just leave it like that, because a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about, and I want to keep it like that. So Lotto did outsell Ice Spice with her latest album as far as Sugar Honey Iced Tea by 1,000. I wonder where those 1,000 came from.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And both of those albums was in 2024, mind you. So now they're around the same type of height as far as first week sales and engagement with their music. And now this being a cause and effect because they look at each other respectively doing numbers in their own independent careers. And now they've came together for this track titled Gat, which also with the music video, not gonna lie to you, it may be one of the best music videos we've ever seen in the history of music.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, without further ado, I also wanted to get into other dynamic duos that we've seen in the past 2 to 3 years, as Ice Spice and Lotto are not the first ones to try this superstar woman hip-hop collab, because we all know the biggest one is obviously Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. That music video and that track to this day is high quality. Now, as far as Ice Spice and Lotto, I'm not gonna lie to you, the music video is like an 11 out of 10. But as far as the actual quality, I really like Lotto's verse. I don't want to seem like I'm hating on either or, but I'm just gonna say I like Lotto's verse, and I do believe at some point Ice Spice could improve to a level where her rap is serviceable. That's why I'm gonna leave it at. I feel like the beats really helped out her career. I don't know where Stop Playing With Them Riot, I don't know what Riot is, but ultimately when it comes to ghostwriters helping out Ice Spice, and if she says she writes her own bars, it's not going to help her case. The bars seem solid. The execution of the bars, as far as how she's rapping, is very questionable. I would pinpoint specific lines, but at the end of the day, I don't want this to be a negative review. I do like the track from Lotto's perspective, but as a whole, I feel like Ice Spice could have had better execution of the bars written for her. Now, with that being said, that's the main thing I want y'all to know. This is very surprising because, of course, as you can see, I cannot believe that this actually happened, especially with the beef seemingly getting more serious over the years. We thought this was going to be like a more great value Nicki and Cardi type beef as far as them always going at each other. But as far as this particular track coming together like this, ending a nearly 2-year beef, we'll see what this track Gat ends up doing on the charts. And with that being said, for my NME Plus subscribers, which you can do via my link tree in my bio, hold up. It's time. It is finally time to hop into the music video. Diving into everybody's favorite white rapper in the game of hip hop, Eminem, we have to talk about his latest track, Everybody's Looking at Me. Because when it comes to that, it's originally from the Eminem Show sessions back in 2002, but ultimately it's attached to his movie Stands that was in theaters from August 7th to August 10th. Now, you know, with my name, Analytic Dreamz, we have to get into the analytical perspective of the specific movie. Because, of course, when it comes to the box office numbers, it's hard to quantify with a week-long run. But the reason for that is because it qualifies for awards because it ran in the movie theaters, right? So I think they prioritize that over mass commercial success, because for comparison, the Eminem's earlier film 8 Mile in 2002 grossed over $51 million in its opening weekend. But of course, everybody knows what that movie means to hip hop fans and just regular fans of just music, as far as after the fact, how it just blossomed in popularity. So anyways, in UK and Ireland, they did say that the movie grossed approximately $163,000. So in the UK and Ireland, in its opening weekend, it grossed £352,000. But in Australia and New Zealand, it earned approximately $163,000. But as far as the US, really can't pinpoint it because, of course, the numbers doesn't really match up as far as it being out only for a week. It was in 1,600 theaters, but of course, only a week-long run at AMC is very interesting. So, with that being said, getting back into the track, Everybody's Looking at Me. This long-lost track, as far as it being rumored in fan forums for 20 plus years, is finally on DSPs, as it's based on Eminem's Funkmaster Flex freestyle back in 2002 in the summer. borrows for elements from the Kiss skit on the Eminem show. And then, of course, a lot of people was talking about how it was shelved as far as making the album for that particular year. So now that it's back out on DSPs, it makes sense as Eminem is the most successful hip-hop artist of all time. So that being said, putting out unreleased music, safe to say people are going to listen to it. And when you look at the official soundtrack, there's also tracks like Stan, The Real Slim Shady, Lose Yourself, Not Afraid, Without Me, basically going along with the documentary. Because if you don't know, if you was one that currently watching now, that is out of theaters, it's at Paramount Plus as far as the streaming platform. It was directed by Steven Leckart, I think that's how you say it. And then the narrator / producer is, of course, the great white hope of hip hop himself. So it focuses on the origin of the word stan from the Eminem's 2000 single. It's an evolution of stan as a global term for obsessive fans, and of course examines fandom culture and Eminem's cultural footprint. So for people thinking about what has Eminem been up to, well, that's exactly what he's been up to, making a documentary about stans. And when it comes to the content of the documentary, it mixes a lot of archival footage plus new interviews. So Eminem fans are going to eat it up. And of course, having notorious figures in the music industry like a Dr. Dre, Ed Sheeran, and others popping up throughout his documentary definitely adds another level of quality to it. So with Eminem being 52, putting out this type of documentary, basically and captivating the best-selling artist ever in hip-hop, is definitely a must-see and a must-watch for people who are fans of music. Not only hip-hop, but just music in general. Because being a cultural icon in the game that is a lot of smoke and mirrors, but then you ultimately rise to the top as somebody who's white in hip-hop, that just has to be studied in the history books. Because how in the world did people let that happen? So anyways, with that being said, the Everybody Looking at Me track is the main thing that I wanted to get into because, of course, that just released today. And with that being alongside the documentary, a lot of people are going to be diving into the documentary for the first time because they probably don't even know. And hey, that's what this is for. So ultimately, just know that the Stan official soundtrack is, of course, available on all DSPs. And when it comes to the TV show, it's on Paramount Plus that is streaming right now. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Stan documentary if you watched it? And also, what do you think about the unreleased track that has now been put on DSPs? Everybody's Looking at Me. Now it's time to get into Mr. Falcon Punch himself. I mean, we're getting into Offset. That's what it is. Offset. My fault. But, you know, when it comes to Offset and his success, safe to say that him standing alongside Gunna is something that a lot of artists in the hip-hop game would not do. But, of course, for Offset, it played out in his favor as the track At My Purest by Gunna featuring Offset is currently the 72nd most played track in the world. Now, when it comes to that, I will say, I'm very surprised to see that the track Bodies did not have some staying power on the Hot 100. Now, I'm not saying that Bodies should have been a top 10 hit. I'm just surprised to not see it at all in the top 100. And saying that is because I cover the entire music industry. Covering analytics, I have to reiterate that just because something does not sell a lot does not mean that is absolute garbage. And just because some sells more than everything else does not mean it's the best thing since sliced bread, right? The two do not correlate. Sales, quality does not correlate. The reason why I say that is because we're about to get into a particular track that I think has the most staying power as far as on the charts if he does it and executes it right. There's a specific track off of this upcoming album, Kiari. Is that how you say it? Kiari? That's Offset's real name. Ain't no way that's how you actually pronounce that. His real name's Kiari? Man, Offset better be glad he never got into a real rap battle. That's crazy. Let me see. Kiari. Well, I guess he be falcon punching people, so it really don't even matter if they call him that. Huh, it really is Kiari. You learn something every day. I be calling rappers by their real government name too. That's wild. Anyways, so Kiari, no, just playing. Offset is releasing his album Kiari after his real name, set to come out August 22nd. So we are right there as far as it coming out soon. Ultimately, the main thing I wanted to talk about before the album is his track Move On. It's because he came out and literally revealed that this is talking about his split with Cardi B, which is something that Joe Budden off of the Joe Budden podcast asked him specifically. And I don't think Offset answered it. So, and good for, that podcast, because ultimately when it comes to the questions, they was literally, he asked, what track can we get the T on? He wasn't specific. I don't know if Cardi's name was mentioned once during that Offset interview, which of course at the end of the day, the way that he was talking, I don't think he would have been mad if they name dropped her and said, is there a track specifically about Cardi, right? They kept trying to beat around the bush. Oh, what track's the T on? So Offset played stupid too. He was like, I don't know what y'all talking about. I like T. Oh, is it hot or cold? Like, what's your favorite type of tea? So, Offset was just playing around with them. But he came out, I don't know what it was on. I don't know if it was a social media post or what. But he came out and confirmed that the track Move On off of the album Kiari will be about his split with Cardi B. So ultimately, he's letting you know that with this album, it's more about peace and love, peace, and moving on peacefully. That's the theme of this album, I believe. And there's a quote from Offset saying, it was great while it lasted, period. That shouldn't be the topic for either one of us no more. It's a book that's closed.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Pour one out for one of the most dynamic hip hop duos we've ever seen, because I really start to go throughout my mental Rolodex of the most popular hip hop couples we've seen in the past 5 to 10 years. And, besides Jay-Z and Beyonce, which, Beyonce technically doesn't rap, but, she's an artist, right? Besides Jay-Z and Beyonce, I guess some could say Nicki and Meek. But Offset and Cardi really is one of the most powerful couples we've seen in hip hop in quite some time. So when I really start to look at it like that and them splitting up, it kind of makes sense how everybody will be clamoring for what track they're specifically talking about each other on the respective albums. Because don't get it twisted. Cardi B is also coming out with her album. And with that album, I've already covered it, but she's coming out with Am I the Drama, September 19th of this year. Offset's coming out with an album, Kiari, this weekend. Safe to say, I think we're going to get some interesting information as far as each one of those individuals throughout their career. I mean, throughout the relationship, because I do believe that this whole couple ideology from the hip hop standpoint is, I'm not going to say it's frowned upon, but I heard Jermaine Dupri talking about how, if you want to be successful, you can't be too tied down or whatever. You got to give your all into the music or whatever, which, that's definitely a very interesting take. I would say a more red pillish take, pause. But ultimately, when it comes to Cardi B and Offset, we all thought it was going to work out. We all know what Offset allegedly was doing, was not doing. But at the end of the day, Cardi was holding them down. And to see them ultimately split up, sad day in history.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So there's really not too much I can get into besides Offset talking about how the track Move On will be about his split from Cardi B. There's some other things as far as him having a track with YoungBoy. So with that particular track, let's get into that right now. Now, if you would have been thinking to yourself, until you realize, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot even bring this on the screen because of what Juice WRLD said on that track. For Juice WRLD fans, you already know what I'm about to say. As a real Juice WRLD fan, I really have to bring this up, because I'm letting y'all know, when it comes to NBA YoungBoy, he brings the most ignorant side out of whatever artist he's collabing on with Hilfiger.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Excuse me? You want to say, wait, hold up. Hold up. I know, hey, this live, my brother. People see this. You just going to say you said that word because it rhymed with Hilfiger? Okay, all right, we just gonna continue this reaction. Ultimately, Zias and B-Lou, what can people expect out of Zias and B-Lou when somebody sits there as a black man and says they use the hard R because it rhymed with Tommy Hilfiger. It's off of his album Kiari, which if you didn't know, is very surprising that that's his real name. I mean, imagine being a rapper and having the real name like Kiari. Like, you just know that you can never get in a rap battle unless you're Offset and you Falcon punch people for fun. So that's probably why nobody ever brought up his name like that. But anyways, the whole track list is out. Let me see. Bad and Bougie. When did that come out? Lil Uzi release date. So that specific song came out October 28. Goodness. 2016, boy, I feel old. Oh no. 2016, that's crazy. Oh, so when it comes to that, yeah, Bad and Bougie aspect, because Offset is a big dog in this game, and he's releasing this album under the big dog in the music industry, which is UMG Recording, which if you don't know, they have 60%, oh my goodness, a whopping 60% of the entire music market share. So when it comes to UMG having 60% of the entire music market share, Sony has 20, Warner has 20, Sony has 19, and others, which is independents and smaller. Hip hop's been an interesting place throughout this whole year. I mean, even Tyler, the Creator, he had a phenomenal first week sale. As far as with his latest album, what was it? Don't Tap the Glass. And his most popular track off of his album is Sugar on My Tongue.
You guys. And
that's the 53rd most played track in the world. So obviously, Tyler 7, White Tank Top, Kendrick. His track, Luther, is the 19th most played track. Kendrick has went into his sabbatical and he's never coming back out. And look what he just left behind. A bunch of rubble. Because now we got to pick up the pieces and figure out who's going to impact the masses from hip hop. So, with that being said, Offset's album, Kiari, is coming out soon. This week, Run It Up, featuring Key Glock, Set It Off. That's, Coffee? Oh, that's Coffee. Why does he have a track named after a coffee brand? I don't know, man. These hip hop artists don't be trying when it comes to track titles. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, let's keep going. All of my HOES, calories, checkmate, in parentheses, smooth. Back ends for show. Proud of Myself featuring Tizo Touchdown. Hip hop albums of the year of 2025. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Kiari coming out this weekend, more specifically August 22nd? And what specific track are you most looking forward to? See, when we're getting into the latest single from DJ Khaled featuring the one and only Post Malone and NBA YoungBoy, which is a very DJ Khaled-esque collab because, of course, this is a superstar heavy track that only DJ Khaled could pull off. But the whole time I was thinking to myself, why can't he prioritize the popular artists that he has on his album? At some point, we need those Drake Bell features.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
He said he had 2 of them, so I need at least one. Because, of course, I just know there's all type of Drake and Josh bars that he's going to have throughout the entire track. And imagine if the second single from Drake Bell was, all right, y'all get the point, right? Drake Bell's not coming out anytime soon to be on DJ Khaled's album. But that didn't stop DJ Khaled from saying that he had 2 Drake singles. Now, what Drake was he talking about? Like the Canadian said himself, the world may never know. So with that being said, You Remind Me featuring Vibes Cartel, Buju Banton, Mavado, Bounty Killer, Rory, Stone Love, and Kylan Arnold. Goodness gracious, how you fit that many artists on one track? How does that work? Let me see. Is that even out? I don't think that's out yet. So that must be coming next. But what is out right now is the track Brother with Post Malone and NBA YoungBoy. So as far as his latest album, God did, in 2022. Wow, it's been a minute, huh? I wonder what happened from 2022 to 2025 to the latest album so much. Anyways, hopefully Drake Bell could tell us. Anyways, DJ Khaled, God did. Because I think it did pretty good, honestly. I don't think it did as well as when he first started doing the Superstar collab albums, but let me see. So as far as the latest God Did album, which is the Superstardom collab, It did 107,000 first week. Very interesting. Okay, let me see. Compare. Let me see. This to. I think let's just do like 4 albums because I think that gives us a good indication. Because some people will say that nobody wants to be on DJ Khaled's album anymore. Like the things that DJ Khaled was having to do to get these superstar acts to make music together was very interesting. I mean, giving them entire like 100% publishing, along with other stuff. Like, you know, it's very interesting how you put out this album. And ultimately what you're trying to accomplish is very hard because you're dealing with a lot of different egos to the point where a Post Malone, the NBA YoungBoy, could be looking at you saying to themselves, I'm making this track, right? So now you're dealing with that fact. And now you're trying to get out this album with a bunch of artists like that on the album that could say that I'm making this album, right? My presence on this album is making it. So now you run into the hard press situation where, you know, a lot of people like DJ Khaled, which is why he's able to get around this. But ultimately, it's very interesting because now, if you look at it from a sales perspective, Father of Assad did 136,000 first week. Khaled did 93,000. God did was better than that, so that was good as far as the follow-up. 107,000 first week, but Grateful in 2017 did 149,000. My favorite DJ Khaled album happened in 2016 as far as Major Key, because I still to this day believe that was one of the greatest rap tracks of all time as far as Holy Key with Big Sean and Kendrick Lamar. I think that's one of the greatest lyrical performances. That's one of the greatest lyrical performances we've ever seen in quite some time in the game of hip hop. It reminded me of when Pusha T and Jay-Z had the track Drug Dealers Anonymous. That's the same type of hierarchy I would put that Big Sean and Kendrick collab in as far as the Holy Key track. So anyways, you know, without showing my age, let me stop, you know, reminiscing on 2016. So diving back into 2025, as far as this particular track, Brother, with Post Malone and NBA YoungBoy, it'll be interesting to see if it even percolates on the charts, because of course, one of the main things that helps out Khaled every single time is having a Drake feature. And if you don't believe me, then just ask yourself, why in the world does he have a Drake feature or two on every single album? I mean, at some point, somebody just got to say.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
You know, there's other artists besides Drake, but I guess with DJ Khaled, he can't find any. As, you know, having people like Justin Bieber, Jay-Z, Nas, a lot of these critically acclaimed artists, and to the point where your focus on getting this Drake single made a whole trailer. Did y'all forget about that? No way y'all forgot about that trailer. Hold on, let me play this right quick. The DJ Khaled, I got 2 Drake features, and it's gonna pop up because, you know, this man was literally running this album campaign off of that.
You know, I got 2 Drakes in the can. Mixed, mastered. You know, I got 2 Drakes, 2 champagne poppies on my album. You know,
he called them Poppy.
The album till next time, I'm fan hub.
Yeah, we still don't know who that Drake is, but, you know, anyways, with that being said, that's the main thing I wanted to tell y'all. This man, DJ Khaled, is rolling out an album for the first time without Drake, so that's why I read off the first week numbers for his last album as far as God did, which is pretty impressive. 107,000. No matter if it's the superstars all over the project, it's still DJ Khaled's album. They're not really going to promote it like that. Like, you get Jay-Z, Justin Bieber, all of them on one album, they're going to think they're already doing you a favor. So it'd be hard-pressed to get them to even post your album. So him doing 107,000 is not indicative of all the superstars he has on the project. It's indicative of him, which is why he always tries to get to Drake features. But ultimately, it'd be very interesting to see what he does without those Drake Bell features. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about DJ Khaled's upcoming album? Do you believe that he will get Drake Bell to spit some Drake and Josh bars? Or if not, which superstar artist in the game would you like to see on DJ Khaled's upcoming album? Now, of course, I covered the album title a while back as far as NBA YoungBoy. May 21st, 2025 is when I touched on the album title and, of course, the tour title. As when it comes to Masa, ladies and gentlemen, as the black community, we have to stop titling things in ways that you know could be taken out of context. But then you think about it, and NBA YoungBoy gave us all the context in the world. So when it comes to the American flag, when it comes to him being arrested, being put on house arrest, and then ultimately violated probation, so he had to go back to prison, and then surprisingly, he was able to be released, and there was whole helicopters that was flying him back to whatever type of confined area he was supposed to be in. And then shortly following that, he puts out his album title and, of course, his tour title, which is titled Make America Slime Again, which abbreviates into Masa.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So you can't make this stuff up. When it comes to NBA YoungBoy and his fan base, there's a reason why they call them the YouTube fan base. It's because they also talk about NBA YoungBoy's crazy rise to fame through the YouTube algorithm. But when you look at it, K-pop Demon Hunters, Blackpink, Alex Warren is towards the top. I don't know what type of dominance NBA YoungBoy is talking about having, besides, to be fair, when it comes to weekly top artists, NBA YoungBoy is number one. So when it comes to Morgan Wallen, K-pop Demon Hunters, Freza Regita, of course the GOAT when it comes to Drake, Bad Bunny, they round off the top six, but when it comes to number one, NBA YoungBoy is the top weekly artist, but he just dropped the album. So when it comes to the top music videos and the top weekly songs specifically, that's when I start to point out how he may not be the top when it comes to YouTube. It may just be streaming on YouTube that he's the best at, but when it comes to that, I always talk about how you need an approximate 1,400 to 1,500 streams to equivalent one album unit. So that being said, now you're trying to get people to buy your music when they're conditioned to listen to your music on YouTube. The NBA YoungBoy is going to figure out very quickly that the YouTube streams do not convert into hard ticket sales when it comes to listing out your prices for your tour. You're gonna have to make it less expensive, because now people are so inclined to just stream your music. Why would they come out to watch you for $200, $300, which honestly speaking, NBA YoungBoy could charge? But when you have a fan base that's conditioned to get stuff for free time and time again, it's going to be harder for them to come out of their hard-earned money in the future for the same type of content. Do y'all really think that YoungBoy is going to be putting on some type of Kanye, Travis Scott type of performance? Well, of course not. So when it comes to that, it's going to be very interesting to see how this tour goes. It is one of his most extensive albums to date, which whenever I see a plethora of tracks, several tracks, I believe that it's just ultimately lazy, because now you don't want to go through the A&R process of picking the right track. You want to put something out and let the fans decide what's the best track so they can make their own playlist, when in all actuality, you're one of the biggest stars in the hip hop game. You can dictate what they like if you cultivate an actual marketing strategy. Y'all see how Drake had the Face First single teased in Iceman 1 when nobody noticed because he was just playing the beat, but he was mouthing the words to which one? NBA YoungBoy could have that type of marketing strategy, but he ultimately just does not care. So when you really look at these artists and figure out that they could care less about the art form and the way they're constructing their marketing strategies, and then they put out a 50 gazillion track album, you start to realize why I have certain problems with that, especially covering the entire music landscape. And of course, in the midst of hip hop having one of its worst years as far as consumption compared to other genres. Because I'm hip hop, I'm R&B first, and then I cover a lot of other genres. Doing that opens your perspective to realize, hold up now, hip hop artists are cutting us short. Hip hop artists are doing a lot of things that is not going the extra mile that some of these other genres are doing, which is why they may sell towards the top. So anyways, I believe Masa, after saying all that, I believe that Masa is going to sell well. I do believe having a 30-track album is just egregious. If you're not Chris Brown, there's no reason for you to be putting out a 30-track album. I just don't know why he did it. Actually, I do. I mean, it's for streaming. But ultimately, very lazy. But if his fan base is going to put up with it, then hey, maybe the Masa titling for his album is very fitting. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about NBA YoungBoy's album Masa? And of course, will you be going to watch NBA YoungBoy on tour when his tour ultimately starts September 1st, 2025 in Dallas? Ladies and gentlemen, let me let you in on a little secret. The PS4 has been holding on to its player base for quite some time, to the point where April 30th of last year, right? Approximately 49 million monthly active users, as far as my source from MAU, indicating a 50-50 split in the active player base. And then by March 31st of this particular year, the total PlayStation Network, MAU, had grown to 124 million, with the PS5 finally surpassing the PS4 in monthly active users for the first time. So with that being said, fast forward from March 31st, 2025, when the PS5 officially and finally overtook the PS4 as far as the player base. Safe to say, now, in August 21st of 2025, ladies and gentlemen, effective immediately, Sony is raising the prices.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on, to the point where I feel like the CEO of PlayStation was looking at the numbers and saying to himself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know this is not the PS4 player base asking for evolution in graphics and performance, and they're still playing on that.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So as soon as the PS5 player base overtook the PS4, guess what? He rose the prices, saying, literally, Lin Tao, May 2025, came out and said that, and he warned that higher cost would pass to consumers because of, and this is not a political podcast, but we have to keep it objective, right? Because of the new U.S. tariffs that were effective this month, right? That impose up to a 25% duties on Japanese electronics. And so that means the cost to Sony estimated to $685 million annually. So with that being said, the CEO was thinking to himself, instead of us having to pay this exorbitant amount because of tariffs, let's just put it on to the consumers.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sad day in history when us as regular working civilians have to put up with billion-dollar corporations having to pass on the effects of the tariffs to us. It's almost like somebody told y'all before the election. Anyways, that's besides the point. Not a political podcast, right? So for all of those people who were hesitant to hop on the PS5, because like I just said, it took a while for the PS5 to even overtake the PS4 and overall player base, and it took them to this year. And coincidentally, now because of the tariffs and ultimately it not having as much of an effect, because now majority of the PS players are on PS5. So anyways, with that being said, you're probably wondering about the price. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me let you in on the very unfortunate news. The price is increasing by $50. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But not only that, it's increasing by $50 on all PS5 models in the US. I'm talking the PS5 standard is going from $499 to $549, right? Then you have the PlayStation 5 Digital Edition going from $449 to $499. Then you have the PlayStation 5 Pro going from $699 to $749. All right, y'all get the point, right? It's very expensive to get PS5 at this particular instance. And with that being said, the main thing that people were saying before these tariffs was that you may want to stock up on certain electronics because when these tariffs hit, a lot of things are going to be more expensive. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come. It's almost like when Thanos was at the in-game battle with Captain America and Iron Man, and he was looking at them dead in their eyes and saying to them, y'all thought y'all got around me, but guess what? I am inevitable. That's essentially what the tariffs is doing in superhero language, right? The tariffs knew the type of impact it was going to have, and best believe it is definitely having it. As you know, to be fair to PlayStation, because I'm definitely not advocating for no corporation, but when it comes to the other corporations, it's not like PlayStation is the only one doing this. Nintendo raised the original Switch price on August 3rd of this year and delayed the Switch 2 pre-orders due to tariffs before later raising the price. And then, of course, you have Microsoft hiking, and Microsoft out of all people who is losing the console race horrendously when we're talking about analytics, not quality, because I always say on this platform, Xbox Game Pass is the most valuable option for gamers who want to play multiple games I've ever seen. If Best Buy and Redbox, I forget, had a baby, it would be Xbox Game Pass. I mean, it's just so affordable and you get new games day one. But that's besides the point. If people want to lose money and not act like Xbox Game Pass is one of the greatest things, it's not one of the greatest things since sliced bread, and you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make them drink it. I didn't mean to compare y'all to horses, but y'all get the point, right?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, when it comes to the ultimate debacle of gamers not realizing that Xbox Game Pass is the most effective to be a gamer nowadays, as far as in this economy, PlayStation is still outselling the Xbox 3-1. It used to be 4-1, but as of up-to-date analytics that I usually cover every single week, which is why you should follow the podcast. We cover the entire gaming and music industry. But with that being said, getting back into it, the numbers updated, so now it's 3-1 in favor of the PS5. So for every Xbox Series X or S sold, there's at least 3 PS5s selling. So with PlayStation, they're not really worried about the competition. But anyways, that didn't stop Microsoft from hiking the prices when it comes to the price hikes in April of this year. People thought it was April Fools. The CEO was thinking, I'm dead serious. Marking, quote, market conditions. So anyways, as far as current prices comparison, Xbox, similar to PlayStation, had a $50 price hike. Switch 2 remains $449 for now, but like I said, they are holding back some of the rest of the Switch 2s, because if you don't know, the whole notion that the Nintendo Switch 2 is the most popular platform currently, which, of course, was perpetuated by this podcast a little bit, but ultimately, if you forget, COVID, going back to COVID, I know it happened in 2020 and people try to act like it didn't happen, but it had a huge ramification, right? So with COVID, it triggered a global chip shortage that severely impacted PS5's availability, and it still came out to be the most successful console launch in US history. So safe to say, when we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2, outside of the chip shortage pandemic, because during that time, obviously they caught back up and there's no more chip shortage, right? There's just the tariffs that make it a lot more expensive to ship over to the US. But the shortage is not a factor anymore. Back then, it was a factor, and the PS5 still was the biggest console launch in US history. So when we're looking at the numbers for the Nintendo Switch 2, I would keep in mind that there was a chip shortage, so that PS5 would have inevitably overtook the sales initially as far as their debut launch, like the Nintendo Switch 2 is doing currently. So hopefully I ain't confused y'all with that. I'm just letting y'all know. When people talk about how, Nintendo's printing money hand over fist, PlayStation is doing the exact same. It's just the chip shortage made it more of a longer process, because there was a lot of factors into play that's not into play now. So anyways, the main thing for PS4 people out there, is over. Yeah, it's a wrap. We've been telling y'all to upgrade. If you didn't do it now, it's probably not gonna happen later. You know what I'm saying? Indeed, ZipRecruiter, a lot of different tools in society to rack up some monetary value, right? And ultimately, at this point in time, you may have to save an extra you definitely have to save up an extra $50 now to buy the PS5. But there's more. I am going to propose. I don't know if I'm able to see the future or not. But sometimes you see enough marketing strategies where you're able to put together the puzzle pieces. The $50 price tag, right? When is Black Friday? So you already know where I'm going with this. Black Friday. Let me see. Black Friday date. So Black Friday for 2025 will be November 28th. I am proposing that the PS5 will be the exact same price that it was before the prices went up because of the tariffs on Black Friday. So when everybody talks about, oh, I got the PS5 for a great deal, don't even let them know. Just be like, yes, you did. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you did. You did a great job on getting that at a very original, at a discounted price. Good job, man. Good job to you. So I think PlayStation's not slick for Black Friday. Be on the lookout for, November 28th specifically, be on the lookout. And before that, because, the Cyber Monday. Y'all get the point. Around November 28th, around Black Friday, look out for the PS5, all the versions, to be around the same price before the price hike. So I don't want to spend too much time on this. I mean, it's literally just, they raised it about $50, which, for some people is a lot, as you can see by the as you heard as far as the analytics that I gave off as far as how long it took for the PS5 to overtake the PS4 in overall player base, active player base. So with that being said, Sony is not having 1 ounce of regret with this decision. They kind of let you know beforehand. The CEO, like I said once more, Lin Tao, came out May 2025. So when was this? January, March, April, May. So yeah, okay, it was after PS5 overtook the PS4. 2 months after that, he's basically letting y'all know the higher cost is due to the tariffs is going to be passed on to y'all. And he had no regret about saying that. Like, as far as the CEO being tone deaf, I think it's just an Olympic sport at this point. Like, they just really try to top each other time and time again. Like, oh, you said this tone deaf thing, I'm gonna come out and say, hey, don't y'all think that when you play a video game and you love it, you should tip the developers? Like, hold up now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I know CEOs ain't out here advocating for tipping in a video game. I done heard it all. And that was a real quote by a CEO. So ultimately, in gaming, CEOs are just really tone deaf. I think it's just because they look at numbers. Even me, who, I go by the name of Analytic Dreamz, looking at a lot of dream-like analytics, pun intended. So I'm never blinded by the fact that these analytics is because of real gamers helping out those numbers, right? People just look at numbers and they just think if we keep replicating that thing, it's going to keep working, which is why we have a bunch of Fortnite clones that have completely flopped, right? So ultimately, CEOs being tone deaf, not knowing the state of the economy, raising prices, saying that, oh, because of the tariffs, we're going to pass the prices on to y'all. When y'all are $1 billion corporation and some people are out here working 9 to 5 really hard jobs just to purchase a game for little Timmy, right? Imagine if they have 2 little Timmys. Now they're broke. So with that being said, that's the main thing I want to get into. I'm not going to drag this. Ultimately, want to give you in a consolidated format and let you do with this information what you will. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Sony raising the prices for the PS5? Do you care? And ultimately, what do you think the long-term ramification of the tariffs will be on the gaming industry? Now, of course, covering this, you have to realize that my home base is indeed Spotify. So when it comes to covering this particular subject matter, I have to keep it 8 more than 92. But I just have to put that on Front Street because, of course, this is home base for me personally. Now, ultimately, that doesn't stop me from covering the news, as when it comes to Spotify and ultimately leading to raising their prices, they're basically talking about raising their prices effective September 2025 in South Asia, Middle East, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. So when it comes to that, obviously US and Canada are not included in this first round of increases. But you're probably thinking to yourself, why is Spotify, out of all platforms, raising their prices? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me break it down for you, because of course I go by the name of Analytic Dreamz, so we're going to break down the analytics, objectively speaking. So ultimately, the revenue for Spotify as of right now is set to be $4.8 billion. The analyst consensus was to have $4.9 billion, right? The net loss currently is 100 million compared to the quarter 2 2024 profit of 319 million. And then you have the operating expenses for Spotify being $1 billion, net finance costs being 417 million, and then you have the quarter 3 revenue set to be 4.9 billion versus the analysts' expectations of 5.2 billion dollars. Now, when it comes to that, ultimately covering this and talking about how Spotify is raising its prices is not only to improve profit margins while funding new services, but ultimately when Alex Nordstrom came out, who's the Spotify co-president, he came out and said, quote, "Price increases and adjustments are part of our toolbox now, and we'll do it when it makes sense." So ultimately, I know a lot of people who are out here, and let's just say they're not going about it the most legal fashion as far as listening to music, right? The main reason why these DSPs grew more popular in the first place is because a lot of people was running to certain platforms that I'm not going to name that was easily accessible and gave them access to music, let's just say for free, right? So now with the Spotify subscription, with the Apple Music subscription, the alternative was just to let people keep pirating music because nobody wanted to buy physical copies, right? So now, ultimately having Drake being the pioneer, I forget when that was, back in 2018, 2017, when they spearheaded the movement, really Apple, as far as the streaming element becoming more popular. That's probably why, and to this day, Drake is one of the more streamed artists in the world. But in the big 2025, Spotify has reported a bunch of just financial challenges, and even though their premium subscribers rose 12% as far as to 276 million and monthly active users grew 11%, the subscribers net additions up over 30% compared to the halfway point of 2024, and revenue increased 10% as far as to 4.1 billion euros, right? Driven by 16% rise in premium revenue, even though it fell short of the 4.2 billion euros as far as analyst consensus. There's a net loss of 86 euros was recorded compared to the 274 million euros as far as in the quarter 2 of 2024. Now you're probably thinking, why am I talking in euros? Because this unequivocally affects the people in South Asia, Middle East, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. So for listeners in those regions, because shout out to everybody who listens, it's definitely worldwide. Last time I checked the analytics. So speaking in their language as far as the currency that they use and what the price is rising from, as far as from 10.99 euros to 11.99 euros per month, they probably want it spelled out to them in their currency, right? So getting back to it. When it comes to the higher operating expenses and stock-related costs, that's the reason for these prices increase. That's the reason for the price increase. And, of course, when it comes to Spotify's quarter 3 guidance support and the ultimate analytics that they've been acquiring, it's below analyst expectations and reflects the overall, the current state of the economy, with not a lot of people having exposable income like that because of them being in a hard place, right? You know how they say the rock in a hard place? For a lot of people is that rock. So when it comes to the stock falling over 11% post earnings, it marked Spotify's worst day in 2 years. So despite the growth, Spotify is still struggling to balance expansion with profitability, which of course, when people hear that, and we're switching back to dollars, when people hear that a platform is making $4.8 billion, best believe they don't want to hear about any type of financial struggles. They just want the subscription price to stay the same. So when it comes to that, a lot of people are upset, right? The long-term goal for Spotify is 1 billion plus users. And Nordstrom, who I said earlier is the co-president of Spotify, he essentially came out and said, quote, "Over 250 million subscribers are currently paying us every month. Are we for 1 billion? I think it's not possible, or it's not impossible at all."
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So now looking at the long-term plan, looking at some of the new features that they're going to implement, right? They have a super fan subscription that's in development. So obviously this is not out yet, but this is currently what they're working on, and it could cost $6 a month. And that the biggest music fans, it may include remix/mashup features, exclusive content, or enhanced engagement tools. And then you have the AI and personalization tools, which we've already seen as far as the AI DJ, which, I'm not the biggest fan of, but ultimately if somebody doesn't want to put together the whole playlist, I guess the AI helps create a more interesting playlist for them in a low friction way. So anyways, then we get to the content expansion of audiobooks, podcasts like this one, direct publishing deals, as far as the Cobalt deal in August of this year, right? And nearly 9 billion playlists created by users, which is very interesting, as when it comes to the ubiquity strategy, it expands across devices and ecosystems to lock in subscribers. Now, ultimately what that means is they're going to keep putting stuff in the pot to make the price increase make sense. So that's ultimately why we're talking about this, as Spotify is raising the prices, but they're also thinking of ways to increase and uplift and upgrade the product that they're giving to their subscribers, right? Now, when it comes to momentum, when it comes to growth, there's definitely interesting growth for Spotify, but profitability concerns linger from a lot of analysts in the field, because for the simple fact is people don't know if we hit our ceiling on fans and the amount of fans you could acquire on one streaming platform. Even though you have audiobooks, even though you have podcasts like this one, even though you have music percolating all throughout the ecosystem of Spotify, it still is a very interesting problem, because of course they're raising the overhead. And despite its first annual profit in 2024, Spotify saw a significant Q2 2025 net loss, showing the ongoing problem between balancing growth and profitability. So a lot of investors probably won't have any problems right now, because currently, the stock is doing well, because you still have 2024 to make up for it. But when you're not increasing year over year, it goes to show that maybe you run into some financial issues in the future, because now we're not seeing an increase like we did in 2024. So investors are going to start thinking, hold up, is Spotify on the downfall, or on the, is it basically decreasing in value because they've hit their ceiling? That is something that I can't answer currently. Ultimately, I just wanted to cover this in the objective fashion, even though, my bread is buttered, definitely in Spotify. And when it comes to that, just wanted to give it to y'all, and just so y'all know, there's always 8. I always keep it 8 more than 92, even if it's home base as far as Spotify. And one of the interesting things, and I saved this to the end, because, obviously I'm not trying to beef with this particular content creator, but I remember when Anthony Fantano had a video, and he was talking about how Spotify was like one of the worst platforms in history as far as streaming and things of that nature, because of its payouts and things of that nature. And one of the facts that he had, the facts that he said, I think it's an opinion, but he ultimately was saying it had one of the worst payouts. And then one of the other reasons he said it was one of the worst platforms was because it pays podcasters too much. I was like, hold on now. Is this man player hating? Ain't no way this man mad at Spotify because they take care of podcasters. Now, of course, you already know I'm a little biased when it comes to that, but I just thought that was the funniest thing in the world. He said Spotify was the worst platform because it was out here paying podcasters what they're worth. So I thought that was interesting. But ultimately, I wanted to add that at the end because that was a little side tangent that I don't think deserves a full segment. So when it comes to that, overall, the subject matter was Spotify raising the prices, showcasing why they're raising the prices, and ultimately letting you know some of the new features that Spotify has coming soon. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Spotify raising the prices in South Asia, Middle East, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific? And ultimately, why do you think Spotify is having a hard time balancing profitability and growth? Time to get into everyone's favorite sport, which is CTE ball. NFL, my fault. Football, which the name they stole from soccer. But that's besides the point. So ultimately, getting into Madden NFL 26. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here once again because I do remember talking about the official gameplay deep dive June 19th of this particular year as far as when they first revealed the gameplay for Madden 26. But now we're here. It officially released August 14th, and ultimately 24 hours after its launch, it approximately sold 1.4 million units on console. And those analytics, of course, was from Video Game Insights by Sensor Tower. So when it comes to that, ultimately, what I wanted to follow up on is how NFL as a franchise, well, Madden as a franchise, having the license of NFL, has contributed to EA to a point where it has sold over 130 million copies historically. So ultimately, when we're talking about Madden, we're gonna get into a lot of different ultimate modes in itself. But what the first thing you need to know is when I was looking at the charts, it was interestingly enough not on Game Pass. It wasn't on the top 10 as far as Xbox. It wasn't on the top 15 as far as Steam. I believe it's on Steam. Yeah, it's on Steam. I never know how games that are sporting games perform on PC because there's so many people trying to break the game and add all type of cheats and bugs into it. Same with Call of Duty, right? So I never know the enjoyment aspect out of playing a sports game on PC, except I did want to play 2K on Steam because it's a very unpopular opinion, but my favorite game mode is my GM. It's not my player. Like currently in my day and age, well, I'm talking like I'm 80. I enjoy playing my GM for the because I'm a Hall of Fame pocket watcher. I think it's because I do this, right? So I love looking at people's contracts, trying to figure out how to adjust the salary cap so I can get my boy Andrew on the team. You know what I'm saying? Because my favorite player is Kiari, but my fault. Side tangent. Back to football. So I think PC is probably best for that because they can add a lot of different mods to give you more realism. But as far as the main gameplay loop in the multiplayer fashion, which a lot of people play these sports games for, I think the PC is the worst version because there's so many cheats going on, and it's hard to optimize the game for those cheats to counteract them. So anyways, the reason why I say that is because we're about to dive into Madden, but ultimately the reason why I bring up the different platforms is because Madden 26 is the second most played game on the PlayStation platform. I think I already said it wasn't on top 10 as far as Xbox, wasn't on Steam Pass, and it's not in the top 15 on Steam. But the most popular platform, as I can see right now, as far as reports, is PlayStation. It's the second most popular game on PlayStation, falling behind only to NBA 2K26, which we will get into it in a second, but obviously the game's not out. The game released September 5th, 2025. So for now, let's focus on Madden 26. So anyways, y'all know that this is the game that EA licensed as far as, being able to use the rights of the NFL, and they've had it for quite some time. As far as the Nintendo Switch 2, that's another platform I want to talk about. So apparently Madden will be on the Nintendo Switch 2 for the first time since Madden NFL 13 that was on the 2012 Wii U. Now, I would look up the Wii version of the specific game, but I just know it's gonna let y'all down. So I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not having any type of hope for the Nintendo Switch 2 version of this game, because if you don't know, if you ever play Madden 13 on the Wii U, just know it's one of the worst things ever created in life. So as far as support, the lack of support for Xbox One and PS4 needs to be applauded, because guess what? PS4 release date, because I don't think people understand how long the PS4. There's a reason why PlayStation, as soon as the player base, as far as the 50-50 percentage of people being on PS4 and PS5, as soon as the percentage tipped in PS5 favor, is a reason why the prices was raised by $50, because guess what? They're tired of y'all hanging on to the last gen consoles. And obviously you probably say that's counterintuitive, but now, because they have more, they now, objectively speaking, have more people on PS5 than PS4, they gotta punish the people who haven't transitioned to the newer technology. Because like I keep saying, this is just holding gaming back. I know some people can't afford it, but it's just what it is. So with that being said, there was something I was looking up. What was I looking up? Oh yeah, the PS4 release date. So it came out 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2025. Safe to say, if you're working with a 12-year-old, right? And ultimately, you start to get to the point where some of these things are just not acceptable anymore, right? And that's the same thing in the same way I feel about these PS4 players. Like at some point, y'all just got to transition to the PS5. Now, if you don't have it, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna fault you. Like honestly, you know, when it comes to the 13-year gap, that's probably just, you know, it probably just wasn't enough time to save up $400 to $500, right? So with that being said, that's how I feel about the PS4 and Xbox One players. I'm glad that there's not any more support for them because ultimately they should have been in transition. Now, anyways, the future plans, there's no confirmed new platforms as far as EA exploring cloud gaming, but let's get more into Madden 26 as, of course, the classic game modes are back, such as Franchise, Superstar, Ultimate Team, and online/offline play. As when it comes to the Ultimate Team, I believe that's the most predatory mode as far as your pockets, you know, not in the Roblox sense that we just covered, you know, shameless plug to my Roblox lawsuit coverage, which if it's not out by now, it will be coming out soon. It's a part of my episode 152. But as far as Madden and the Ultimate Team, the reason why I say it's the most predatory, because that's the main mode where it basically tries to get an arm and a leg for regular players that you could play in quick play, that you could play in online mode. But in Ultimate Team, it's like Pokemon. You're trying to pull the best players as far as the card, and usually that comes with some purchases as far as microtransactions being included. Now that out the way, some of the key systems in Madden 26 is the QB DNA as far as 500 plus new QB animations. You have 50 plus traits, field vision based on height/line of sight. You have explosive locomotive. I said locomotive. Locomotion. Isn't that like an arcade? That's how you know I'm old. Hold up. I know that's arcade. Locomotion. Yeah, it is. It's just spelled with a K. Huh, I'm tripping. So anyways, I don't even know why I brought that up. That probably made me feel, that probably definitely dated me, because who in the world goes to Locomotion anymore? It's definitely all about Dave and Buster's and what's the other arcade? I don't know. Y'all get the point. So Locomotion has, well, it differentiates speed, such as Tyreek Hill versus agility, as far as Jamer Gibbs. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I don't watch NFL. And as far as Tyreek Hill, I do know about his like situation, but you know, it's Mesa territory. I just know it against my will. You know what I mean? The people I was watching cover music, they covered that case in its entirety. And let's just say Tyreek is coming out of some bucks. Let's just say that. Wear and tear, the tracks, fatigue and injury risk by snap count / practice intensity, defensive tools such as dynamic substitutions, customizable zones, stunts, twists, block steering, passing such as back shoulder throws, pile-on fades, and QB playmaker controls, whatever that means. And then we have the unique features such as the coach DNA, which is using for the first time AI, so the archetype-based coaches unlock plays replicating NFL tendencies. That's pretty solid. And then dynamic weather, impacting visibility, stamina, and ball handling. So some of the things you come to be familiar with, especially if you've played the previous Madden. So none of these should like surprise you. So they did revamp the skills trainer. So as far as the tutorials for mechanics like kicking and ratings, I guess they revamped the skills trainer. Multiplayer up to 32 player online franchise, crossplay on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC, but not the Switch 2. But you know, ultimately, we already know why games are not coming out on the Switch 2. But technically, it is coming out on the Switch 2, but not the multiplayer.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on? So
sometimes I look at what's going on, and then I come to realize, when it comes to multiplayer, I just realized that I forgot that Rematch, one of my main critiques about Rematch is that it's a sports game that doesn't have crossplay. So I would give kudos to Madden for having crossplay, but that's just a no-brainer. At this point, if you're a sports game and you don't have crossplay, you might as well just delay it, because there's no reason to put out a sports game and everybody has to be on the same platform to play it. Cross-play is a necessity, not a want at this point, as far as a sports game. With that being said, the main thing I wanted to get into, I already talked about the sales and everything, talked about, the review roundup. So there are certain reviews from IGN. IGN gave Madden, it doesn't have the scores. Let me see. So as far as a review, IGN said that this is the best Madden in years, praised franchise and presentation, flag, shallow, superstar, and AI portraits. Metacritic is sitting at a whopping 72 out of 100, but technically it's the best rating since Madden NFL 20. So it seems like people are enjoying it. Games Radar Plus gave this the best entry in a decade. Wow. A lot of people out here giving praise for this current Madden. Praise the franchise / QB traits, criticize menus and fatigue system. GameSpot said, quote, sports RPG, depth in franchise, immersive weather, goofy AI coach logic. Oh, okay, so it seems that the first implementation of AI is not going over well in Madden 26. Insider Gaming says smoothest gameplay since 360/PS3. Bugs and MUT monetization issues. Already covered that. As far as the monetization issues, that's always going to be present in those type of game modes. As far as that's it for the reviews. As far as from the more prominent gaming conglomerates, completion time. Is there a main story? Oh, Superstar. Okay, my fault. So Superstar, I guess, is the main story for this. Like I said, I haven't watched CTE ball, nor have I played the game in quite some time. So NFL, as far as the Superstar mode, is a avatar career mode starting from the combine, and the completion time is 10 to 15 hours for the main story. Oh, they had side quests. Hold up now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Let me figure out Madden trying to beat the next Elden Ring. Anyways, 20 to 30 hours with side activities, but 100 plus hours with the deep franchise. So that's pretty solid. You know, once you do the main story, you basically is just left to your own tools and imagination as far as what you want to do with your player. That's probably my favorite. In all of these sports games, my favorite thing is taking the world into my own hands. I'm trying to create my own roster, or if I'm playing with my player, I'm trying to create the greatest legacy ever. I'm trying to end with at least 50 trillion rings. I don't even know if that's possible. Obviously not. But, I'm just trying to pull a Tom Brady 20 times over. So, that being said, when it comes to the launch performance, we already talked about that. The Switch 2, let's get to that. The Switch 2 port of Madden 26 is capped at 40 FPS. And they do say it's long loading times. And ultimately, they say it's smooth on the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. And as far as PC, they don't even talk about PC. So that's very interesting. So yeah, as far as Madden 26, as far as the huge gaming conglomerates, they've came out and said this is one of the best Madden in years. So I wonder how different you can make sports games year after year when it looks the same. You know what I mean? Like as far as an outsider looking at the game, I'm like, yep, looks like Madden to me. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what the details, what they've been changing. But ultimately, hopefully this breakdown as far as the sales and review roundup helped you out as far as if you're interested in the deep dive of sports games. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think of Madden 26? And ultimately, do you think this is one of the best Madden games in years? Now, of course, you're probably saying to yourself, why in the world are we covering a game from 2017?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, I will let you know when it comes to Hollow Knight Silksong being one of the more coveted releases, you also have to remember that the Hollow Knight franchise as a whole has earned over a whopping 15 million copies as of August 2025. And of course, those analytics came from Bloomberg and interviews with the developers of Team Cherry, which, speaking of them, let's talk about the overall creation of this very successful franchise. As when it comes to the developers, Team Cherry, which is in Australia, and Ari Gibson, William Pellin, and Jack Vine were the leaders of the developer team of Team Cherry. And then as far as Hollow Knight, the concept began at 2013 Ludum Dare Game Jam, if I said that correctly, but the Kickstarter raised $57,000. So that being said, it originally came out on PC February 2017, and then following up the PC version, Switch, PS4, and Xbox One versions came out in 2018. And then of course, it is playable on PS5 as far as backward compatibility. Now, as far as a 2017 game being talked about in 2025, That's because of Hollow Knight Silksong. That is set to be one of the most anticipated sequels in quite some time because, of course, as far as 2017 all the way to 2025, safe to say that the avid fans of Hollow Knight have been waiting for quite some time. So as far as this being one of the most anticipated sequels, you do have to keep in mind that Silksong also faced a lot of delays, repeated delays since its announcement. Basically, GTA levels of delays. Just think of that in their fan base. Because, of course, as soon as the official release date was set, it was starting to rise up the charts like hotcakes as far as pre-orders, to the point where I believe Silksong doesn't come out to September 4th, 2025, and it's already the 5th most engaged with game on Game Pass as far as trending. Now, as far as trending, I don't know if it's like a 1 to 10 as far as the, actually, how many is up here? 4, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I don't know if it's 1 to 10. It seems like it is because Gears of War Reloaded is the first one you see on trending. And I believe going all the way down to number 10 is Hell Let's Loose. So I think it's in order. But if it's not, then it's just one of the most anticipated games on Game Pass. But ultimately, I think it's listed out as far as numbers. So I'm going to say it's the 5th most engaged with game on Game Pass. Because, of course, that just means people have the subscription. We really don't know how many dollars are being put on the game currently. As when I looked at PlayStation, when I looked at Xbox as far as top pay games in the top 10, I didn't see it on either or, PlayStation or Xbox. But I still would assume that a lot of people are definitely clamoring for it. As when I first reviewed Hollow Knight Silksong as far as August 27th of this year, as far as my reaction to the release trailer, safe to say that trailer is doing phenomenal on YouTube. I think it's one of the most engaged with videos on YouTube. Actually, let's look at it right now. So as far as Hollow Knight Silksong, it's been, let's look at the trailer. As far as the Hollow Knight Silksong trailer, it did about 3.5 million views. As far as, oh no, that's 3 years ago. I'm tripping. Okay, so that makes it even more crazy. Because 3 years ago, Xbox released the Hollow Knight Silksong trailer, right? That did 3.5 million views. Team Cherry, 10 days ago, just released the updated release trailer for Hollow Knight Silksong. And guess what that's at? A whopping 4.7 million. So when we talk about the Hollow Knight franchise, safe to say that their fan base and what they've been doing along, as far as like keeping them engaged, because if you don't know, as far as 2017 to 2025, to still have people excited for the sequel is a huge accomplishment, and it's not accomplished by a lot of games. Let's just put it like that. If you take a huge hiatus, I would expect at least 50% of your audience to lose interest. But as far as Hollow Knight, seems like they haven't. So Silksong is looking to be a success, but overall, let me just give people who are not even aware of this franchise what it's about. So as far as Hollow Knight, you do have to keep in mind that even though you may not be aware of this game, just know it did sell 15 million copies as of August 2025, and with 12 million of those sales occurring in the 6 years that followed, as far as the announcement for Silksong in 2019. And as far as it being one of the most successful independent games ever, that is the label you should give this franchise, as it is definitely deserved and earned that. So anyways, the reason why people enjoy this is because essentially when you're looking at the combat, the progression abilities, the charms, a lot of people are enjoying the 2D Metrovania plus the Souls-like element, because of course you're using the nail, which is a sword-like melee in 4 different directions. There's a soul meter as far as focusing on casting spells with vengeful or spirit, and then you have your advance as far as the nail arts, which is cyclone, slash, and pogo attacks. And then the progression abilities, you can unlock new areas. The abilities unlock new areas like Mothwing Cloak, Dash, Mantis Claw, Wall Jump, Monarch Wings, Double Jump, and then the Crystal Heart Super Dash. So safe to say there's a lot of mobility in this video game. And as you can see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, we're currently playing Game and Boat's 15 things you need to know. So they're basically showing a lot of the different gameplay as far as Silksong. So you can see it for yourself on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. But anyways, with that being said, the world is non-linear exploration, 150 plus enemies, and 47 base bosses plus DLC. And we're not talking about Silksong. I'm just talking about the original franchise. And then we're going to get into Silksong. So as far as the DLCs included, we have the Hidden Dreams DLC, the Grim Troop, Lifeblood, God Master, and then they added bosses like Nightmare King Grim, and then quests like God Seeker. Nightmare King Grim, and then Quest, God Seeker Mode, and then Charms. So a lot of people are going to be thinking, well, how long is this game going to take me to beat? Because whenever you hear Souls like, you just know that they're about to push you through you know what.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I know everybody is talking about how Souls like is happening every other week, but I feel like that's not true, because as far as very solid Souls-like games, there's not many that comes around, because there's a lot of attention to detail that you need for these particular games. Now, a lot of developers think they could just make Elden Ring in a year, right? A lot of developers be like, oh, what's so hard? Just make the boss more difficult. Be like, no, my brother, that's just not how it goes.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So anyways, as far as the main story, it will take you a whopping 25 hours to complete. That's if you skip all the side content, right? The main story plus side content will take you around 35 to 55 hours. And then, of course, when it comes to 100% completion, it will take you at least 50 plus hours. So when it comes to a lot of people being completionists and wanting to have every single achievement in this game, I do believe that at the end of the day, you have to keep in mind that it's all based on your skill level. No matter how good or bad you think you are at a game, you should lessen or add time depending on that. Because if you're bad at a game, it may take you a little longer than the average 25 hours to just run through the game. But if you're really good at it, then I would assume that the average play time is probably around the amount of time you're going to spend on it. Because everybody knows whenever you get stuck on a boss, that individual boss fight is basically dependent on your skill level as far as how much time it's going to take you. So every single Souls-like game can have different run times for different skill levels. But you already know that. So anyways, as far as Silksong, getting back into Silksong, while a lot of people are clamoring for this specific addition to the game, and let alone it being one of the most anticipated sequels, it's also, we already talked about the delays, right? I even talked about it being initially announced in 2019, and then here we are in the big 2025. So with that being said, September 4th is when it comes out. It's a day one on the Xbox Game Pass. I keep telling y'all, when it comes to the Xbox Game Pass, it's one of the most lucrative and cost-effective ways to be a gamer in today's economy. Xbox Game Pass, and this is not even like no promo, anything. I'm just trying to save y'all some dollars. You know what I mean? When it comes to revenue, if you just want to spend it on multiple games, safe to say that Xbox Game Pass is the best route as far as playing a lot of games for way less than the price than if you would have paid for those individual games as far as the full $70. So anyways, actually let me see Xbox Game Pass 2025 prices. Let's just look this up right now, right? Because sometimes I get the I give an estimate but I forget the exact price. So the Game Pass Core is $10 a month. Game Pass Ultimate, which is full access on console and PC, day one releases, online multiplayer, etc. Right? EA Play, cloud gaming, that's $19.99 a month. And then PC Game Pass, which is PC library access plus EA Play, is $11.99. So when you look at that and you think of a particular game and how much it would charge you for one AAA video game as far as $70, the Game Pass is there's not even words I could use to describe how much bang for your buck you are getting as far as a max $19.99 month subscription. So, well, $19.99 a month subscription. So y'all get the point, right? So with that being said, that is Silksong. That's my Hollow Knight deep dive. when the Silksong comes out, just expect it to blow up on the charts because a lot of people are really been waiting for this game for a minute. And it's safe to say that Team Cherry, even though they delayed the game, as you can see right now, the game is looking solid, and ultimately it probably would keep Hollow Knight fans and captivated for some years to come. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Hollow Knight, Silksong? What do you think about the franchise as a whole? And if you're a huge Hollow Knight fan, will you be playing Silksong when it comes out September 4th? You know, in all my years of the podcast Notorious Mass Effect, isn't it ironic that I have never, not even once, covered Roblox?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sad day in history, as when it comes to the ultimate Notorious Mass Effect in the gaming landscape, obviously, we all know there's Fortnite, and then there's Minecraft, of course, and then there's Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, which I've covered on this platform, but of course, at number 5, as far as the all-time gaming franchise rankings, I believe Roblox deserves some praise and some shine on this very platform because, of course, we cover the entire gaming industry and the music industry. So why haven't we never covered Roblox? So now we're here to basically correct that. As we're going to get into Roblox as a whole, and for this episode, which is 152, of course, we're going to be getting more into certain lawsuits sent towards Roblox way, like it was written by Aubrey Graham himself.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So ultimately, getting into Roblox as a game first, what you need to know is that this is unequivocally a creation platform, not just a single game, because a singular game ranking the top amongst gaming franchises, surpassing 380 million monthly active users, surpassing the ultimate Guinness World Record with 21.6 million simultaneous players as far as their event Grow a Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, this game also had an economic impact of over $701 million to developers in 2023, obviously fostering a thriving creator economy, because of course people can create all type of modes in this particular game, which we'll get into in a second. And then expounding from that point, you have to realize that this may quantify as a mobile game review, because keep in mind, this is available on iOS, Android, amongst consoles and PC. So you have iOS, Android, PC as far as Windows, Mac OS. You have consoles such as Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5. And of course, even VR, Oculus Rift, HTC Vive, and the Valve Index. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you this is one of the most surprising games I've never covered, I am being dead serious.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So in general, as far as what's going on in the game of Roblox, giving you so many tools to have fun for an indefinite amount of time, right? Because people's been on this for forever. When you look at the game, Roblox is a free-to-play, download, and play video game. Now you're probably thinking, how in the world does Roblox make money if they're out here as a free-to-play game? Well, I'm glad you asked. As far as microtransactions, you know it runs rampant in every single video game, and Roblox is no different. As 40 Robux is 49 cents, which is the mobile app only. 80 Robux is 99 cents, which is the mobile app only. And then, of course, it keeps continuing on as far as the Robux currency system, to the point where 75,000 Robux is $399. All right, I guess that's enough bombs for today. I just had to let y'all know that this is definitely the biggest game I've never covered, by far, objectively speaking. So anyways, getting into the coverage of Roblox, obviously you probably already know it's a huge creator system, not just a singular game, all type of modes you can enjoy in this Roblox system. Ultimately, when you look at Roblox and the future expansions as far as a rumored Nintendo Switch 2 release, obviously we don't have any set in stone release date, but that has been rumored. The Meta Quest VR has expanded in 2023, exploring cloud gaming options. And then when you come to the core mechanics, we all know that ultimately the users have free reign to make any type of game mode. And we're going to get to some of those game modes in a second, because guess what?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Even though I'm giving Roblox all of this praise, we will get into the lawsuit in the next segment that's into this episode 152, but we're going to dive into Roblox as a game, and then we're going to get into the lawsuit. There's a lot of interesting game modes in this game, to say the least. So with that being said, with user-generated games, there's 40 million plus experiences across genres. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 40 million. You heard that word. You heard that number correctly. There's roleplay modes, shooter modes, tycoon modes, and ultimately, the customization of your avatar is something that a lot of people like to indulge in. As when you look at the GTA effect, people love to go shopping in virtual land, right? And Roblox is no different. You have clothing, accessories, animations. I remember, now it's time to get in my personal sentiments, right? I remember playing this game for the first time with my guy, Lil Uchi, which make sure to go follow him. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to the content creator land, I always got to throw the alley-oops, right? So anyways, first time ever playing Roblox was with my guy, Lil Uchi. And when I tell you, we went from Call of Duty to GTA San Andreas to our boxing simulators, I thought to myself, I get it. I get why people stay on this game day after day, week after week, month after month. Because you could just go from one game mode to another game mode to another game mode. And guess what? It's all free. Only time I spend money, because of course, yes, they got me. I know I usually don't advocate for microtransactions, but I kid you not, there was a whole Spider-Man character in the game, and I had to have it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So I ended up purchasing the Spider-Man skin. Well, that's besides the point. So anyways, let's continue. So as far as the game creation, the Roblox Studio plus Lua scripting helps as far as making these huge user-generated modes. And of course, when it comes to the social interactive, we already know that point. And that specific point in the game is very interesting in this point in time, and we'll dive more into that when we get to the lawsuit side of the Roblox coverage. But when it comes to social interaction, we have multiplayer, chat, friends list. Of course, this is more of a play with your friends type game and meet friends and meet people type of game, right? Going back to the lawsuit point, I'm gonna keep plugging that, because when we get to the lawsuit, I'm not going to pull a 180, but there's a reason why I keep it 8 more than 92, because I could give you your flowers and let you know what you need to improve on. So anyways, when it comes to the progression system, there's levels, badges, and in-game currency, but it varies by game. And when it comes to the unique features with the user-generated content, that's basically the foundation of Roblox. There's a reason why Fortnite is going in the pathway of letting users create certain modes that their fans can join into, because that's the roadmap that Roblox has set. Now, I'm not going to say that Roblox invented that roadmap, but looking at the top gaming franchises of all time, Grand Theft Auto had that type of roadmap. What was the other one? Minecraft. What is Minecraft? Minecraft is basically that in itself. I think that's basically, it doesn't really have a lot of different modes, but the creation is, of course, whatever you see fit as far as building. Fortnite is going down that path. Call of Duty, not so much, just sticking to the FPS, but y'all get the point. When it comes to Roblox, I think they're the biggest game who implements this user-generated games the best, right? So to see Fortnite going down that route when they started as a battle royale game, well, not started, but that's a whole nother discussion. Fortnite started as some type of game, and then it flopped, right? They saw PUBG doing phenomenal as far as the battle royale. They put out their battle royale with some building involved, and now the new Fortnite has been created. So as far as Fortnite taking from certain people and making it their own, they're no stranger to it. So I think Roblox set the foundation of user-generated content in video games as far as making it popular. Now, when it comes to the economy, the Robux powers purchases and developer monetization. DevX program lets creators exchange Robux for real currency, and then they have all sort of events. Like they had the Lil Nas X event, which I'm laughing because, of course, the news about Lil Nas X, which I have not covered because I try to take mental health seriously. You know, people be making all these jokes about Kanye when a lot of these artists go through the same similar thing, and people just make jokes about it. So, anyways, the Lil Nas X situation is very serious, to say the least. Anyways, as far as the other events in Roblox, we have the 2020 event. That was the 21 Pilots event in 2021. The cross-platform definitely helps out with a lot of people playing with their friends. So it doesn't matter what console you have. You can always play with your friends on whatever platform you currently bought the game on. And then can't have the positives without the little negatives as far as gameplay loop and mechanics, as there has been certain glitches that are common in user-generated games, because of course if it's user-generated, maybe they didn't account for everything that a veteran gaming developer would. But for the most part, when I was hopping into these different game modes, I was having a blast, right? I mean, I literally went from what it felt like Fight Night to Call of Duty Zombies to GTA San Andreas. That's what it felt like I went from, like all in one gaming session on Roblox, which was insane for me and definitely gave me the understanding that I can see why people play this game. So with that being said, the exploits as far as item duplication, hacking via third-party scripts, that's always going to be a thing in video games. So some of these are just like more of the same that's present in every single video game as far as problems, right? So with that being said, we have the chat filter, overly restrictive, especially for younger users, which is very interesting because of this segment proceeding what we're about to get into as far as the Roblox lawsuit. Anyways, monetization complaints, that's where every single video game. So there's really not a lot of complaints that's more specific to Roblox. It's just something that percolates in every single video game. So mobile controls is less precise than the PC/console, which is another thing that a lot of other games have. It's a lot of the same critiques, right? So let's get into some of the more esteemed gaming conglomerates and what they gave Roblox as far as the score. IGN all the way back in 2020. IGN gave this a review back in 2020 because as far as when Roblox started, I actually don't know when it came out. So Roblox came out July 16, 2014. And don't ever let anybody tell you that knowing is not half the battle.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I won't be corny. My fault. You can throw your tomatoes. So anyways, as far as Roblox, it came out July 16, 2014. And ultimately in the big 2025, it's still doing well. As PC Gamer came out and said great for kids/creators. I don't know about that. But anyways, Common Sense Media came out, said 4 out of 5 stars, warned parents of content and purchases. They should have been warning them about something else, but we're about to...
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Let's just continue for now. The App Store/Google Play gave it a 4.5 out of 5 rating across millions of reviews. So obviously when it comes to the whole spectrum of mobile and console and PC, everybody seemingly is saying that this is an unequivocal classic, which is ultimately the case for a game that came out in 2014 and in 2025 is still one of the biggest games of all time. I mean, to the point where I couldn't find it on the top 10 of Xbox or Steam. I actually couldn't even look it up on Steam, which is weird because I can't even look up Fortnite on Steam. I don't know what's up with the Steam DB, but for some reason you type in Fortnite and you type in Roblox and you can't really find that specific game. And I tried. Maybe I'm just the worst tech guy in the world, but I couldn't find it at all. But what I did find was that Roblox is currently the 6th most played game on PlayStation. I would assume Xbox is in the top 10 at least. Well, no, not top 10 because I looked at the top 10. It's not there. In the top 15 or top 20 at least, especially with how popular it still is. So, and the amount of money that it's still making. Roblox is making a disgusting amount of money. I mean, it's really disgusting. I'm not going to lie to you. All right. I think them coming out with the numbers in 2023, mind you, right after the pandemic, saying that they paid over $701 million to developers is saying something, especially what we're seeing now as far as the effects of COVID and how everybody is strapped for cash. I think Roblox is still doing phenomenal. You know, they're doing well. You know, there's definitely peaches and rainbows over there as far as the earnings report. Now, one of the earnings, you know, speaking of the earnings report, you know, I try to get better at my transitions. Bloomberg, 2021, they came out and highlighted grooming risk Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's something we're going to get into later. I keep plugging that because it's definitely connected. Like in this, I don't know what made me want to do it, but this specific episode, I was like, I've never covered Roblox and the lawsuit is happening. Guess what? We about to kill, what's the phrase? About to kill two birds with one stone. There we go. Only took me about 15 minutes to figure out that phrase. So when it comes to Roblox, something else I was getting to. Oh yeah, Roblox has responded to the lawsuit stuff, right? But we're not going to get into that because I'm going to dive deeper into that. So as far as the content and experience, popular game modes are, for example, Adopt Me, which is a pet simulator. Jailbreak is a game mode as far as cops versus robbers. Brookhaven, I'm just naming some of the popular game modes on the game. It has way more. Brookhaven is a social roleplay type game. Tower of Hell is an obby. What is an obby? What in the world? Hold up. Let me look this up. This is what the internet is for right now. Because it doesn't say lobby, it says obby. What is obby? Did they just forget to put the L? Like what's going on? What's really going on? So ultimately, obby games. Okay, is that like a person? Obby is short for obstacle course. Ain't no way.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
That's the first time I ever heard that. I'm gonna start referring to obstacle courses as obby, and I'm gonna see how many people get upset because that's a crazy acronym. Like, why not just say obstacle course? It's not that serious. So the obby game mode of a Tower of Hell is really popular. And then you have Meep City. That's pretty funny, and that's a hangout game mode. Like I said, way more game modes on this game, 40 million plus to be exact, as of the estimates in 2023. So it's way more, obviously, now in 2025. So you will definitely be able to find something. And what I would suggest for people feeling overwhelmed and not knowing what to go into as far as specific game modes, just think of the games that you play. Even 2K, I haven't even talked about that. It has all type of sports simulator. You can play football, basketball, soccer, golf, like Roblox. Anything you put your mind to, you could do in this game. I would just look up how to get to a specific game and then put Reddit at the end, and you will be able to find a whole ecosystem of people who only do like certain things in the whole Roblox universe, which is very insane to say the least. So when it comes to Roblox, when I looked it up, it said July 16, 2014. But on here it says it launched in 2006 and the beta was in 2004. So yeah, I'm getting cross references as far as, no, the initial release date was September 1st, 2006. Why did Wiki pull up 2014? Is the Wiki hating on it? Anyways, so the first ever version of Roblox came out September 1st, 2006. So excuse me for the 2014 mishap. I'm definitely keeping that in there. But if you stay to the end of the video, then you heard me correct that. And it came out 2006. So brand collaborations like Nike, Gucci, Netflix, Adidas, and even Ice Spice, right? I think she had a whole Munch Island, which goes into my lawsuit point, which we'll get into in a second. But in 2010, it had 10 million monthly players. In 2018 to 2020, its growth exploded via mobile plus viral titles. And then, of course, when it comes to early issues, it was criticized for simplistic graphics and tools. But guess what? Don't nobody complain about that anymore.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
What's going on is Roblox has been putting BTA for almost 2 decades and can't no gaming franchise stop it. That's ultimately what I was wanting to get across in my first ever coverage of Roblox on the Notorious Mass Effect, which is insane because, of course, like I say all the time with me covering the gaming and music industry, you should be able to see it right now. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But as you can see right now, I should have put on that because I can't see it I can't see it right there. Actually, I can't see it, I think. No, I can't. Okay, let me switch that right quick. So as far as the banner, y'all can see it. But ultimately, when it comes to the banner and when it comes to its significance, obviously I covered the entire gaming and music industry. So as you can see, I have the biggest impactors of the music industry, more, biased towards hip hop. But as far as the gaming, I have the entire top of the line characters and IP from gaming on my banner, right? And some would say that Roblox definitely could be up there. And I just wonder whose spot would it take? Could I have Grand Theft Auto on there, I have Mario, I have CSGO on there, I have Minecraft, and I looked up the top games. I guess Spider-Man would have to go. But like I said, oh yeah, my personal story about playing Minecraft, y'all know how, my love for superheroes is unwavering. So yeah, Spider-Man's not going anywhere. So I guess Roblox could take Spider-Man's part in the banner, but that's not happening now on my watch. So anyways, with that being said, we definitely cover the entire gaming and music industry. So very surprising that this is the first time I've ever covered Roblox as far as in general. And hopefully I did a good job on breaking it down. And hopefully you enjoyed my breakdown of Roblox. Because after all is said and done, this is unequivocally one of the greatest gaming franchises of all time. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my breakdown of Roblox? What is your favorite game mode in Roblox? And ultimately, when was the first time you ever hopped into the Roblox universe? Now, I already know what you're thinking. Why are you talking about a game and reviewing a game that came out in 2021?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, if I'm informing you about the state of gaming, I have to let you know that technically this game did come out in 2021, but it was early access. And then it initially released on Steam December 13th, 2023. But ladies and gentlemen, I have to let you know, Ready or Not is currently the second most played game on the PlayStation platform. Now, who in the world would have saw that coming, right? Because obviously you have college football, 26, the most popular game on PlayStation. Then you have Fortnite, which is the third most popular game. 2K, which is the fourth. Call of Duty, which is always there, as the fifth. And then Marvel Rivals as far as the sixth. Now, when it comes to Ready or Not being the second most played game on PlayStation, that was very surprising because if you look at Xbox, as far as top paid games and as far as Game Pass, is nowhere to be found as far as the top 10. Not to say it's not selling well on that platform, but it's just currently not in the top. And when it comes to Steam, the 24-hour peak is 26,000, and then the all-time peak was 1.6 years ago. So safe to say that it's making a resurgence on PlayStation 5 because consoles finally got this game 2 days ago. Because as of me recording this, it's July 17th. The console version of Ready or Not came out for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and it released 2 days ago. But for people watching in the future and listening in the future, well, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm currently playing gameplay from Ready or Not, but it initially released July 15th. So now you look at that's the digital only. The physical edition comes out August 8th. And if you was wondering, there's full crossplay between PC, PS5, and Xbox. So all of that is very impactful as far as people hopping into the game and wanting to know what it's about. Because, of course, for people who don't know about Ready or Not, if you just know it from the title, if you don't know it at all, just know Ready or Not was developed by Void Interactive, Ireland-based tactical shooter specialist. And that's essentially what this game is. It's a hardcore tactical FPS focused on realism, strategy, and ethical, I repeat, ethical law enforcement decisions. So with that being said, getting into the PC version that came out in 2023, safe to say it was a phenomenal success. As 2023 to April 2025, it has sold over 9 million copies, as far as it also approaching 10 million units because of the console versions now being out. But specifically on Steam, it's over 9 million copies sold as of April 2025. And when it comes to the peak concurrent count, I already talked about that. The daily averages as of right now is around 23,000, which is a jump up from earlier months because I would say the console versions and the way that the crossplay is being implemented. And I think that helps out a lot. But not only to mention that it has a lot of positive reviews. So if you don't know, when it comes to Notorious Mass Effect, we always get into certain games and music IPs that affect the masses. So with this specifically, the reviews for this game is pretty solid across the board, with the highest review coming from, ironically, PlayStation Lifestyle, as it gave it a 9 out of 10, saying that the tactical gameplay and standout co-op moments, but there are minor bugs, but it's a very unique experience. But most of the reviews is around 7 at the lowest to 9s at the highest. So a lot of people are really enjoying this gameplay loop. And as far as what you will be doing throughout the entire game, it's very interesting because you're handling real world topics like mass shootings and child exploitation, and the overall portrayal of that has, of course, sparked a lot of ethical discussions. But at the end of the day, the ongoing discussion in video games will forever be existing because of the balance between how much realism versus how much fun do we want to have. And for this game, it takes on that very uniquely, I might add. But of course, the realism is very much there, to the point where some people will say, I'm not having fun, or it's vice versa. Some people may like being able to take out the mass shooter or take out the people who's doing the child exploitation. But some people, they may be too realistic in their video game. Like sometimes they just want to escape and play something that's more lighthearted and not as it's not as a replica of the real world that we live in. So that's one of the main things about this game. It handles a lot of ethical actions as being a law enforcement, because of course you get penalized if you do unethical actions as far as NPC police hostility. And then you can't sprint or jump, which emphasizes the deliberate tactical movement. There's permadeath and morale, meaning that the commander mode influences squad mental health and gameplay consequences. And then, of course, there's evidence collection. That's an addition to the gameplay loop that rewards replay and deeper story engagement. And then, ultimately, when it comes to Void Interactive, growing from 3 to 4 staff in 2017 to over 70 by 2025, you could come to realize that this is a very successful game for them to be able to upscale their staff and ultimately the work power and the overall workforce because of this game being successful. To the point where CEO Julio Rodriguez announced ongoing developments of, quote, a couple of an unannounced title. So safe to say that Void Interactive is making its mark on the gaming industry, and they're upscaling to make even more impactful games in the future. Of course, we don't know what genres those will be in, but as far as this one, as far as Ready or Not, it's very interesting because ultimately, if you're looking at this from a realistic standpoint, I definitely talked about this before. I think it was called Body Cam, right? Yeah, okay. So it's Body Cam. So Body Cam, which I reviewed all the way back on July 20th, 2024, which shout out to the people who watched that segment. That did pretty well. I talked about how it was a very complex topic as far as, is it too realistic? Now, with Ready or Not, it's not as realistic as Body Cam. Body Cam is pretty realistic as far as the graphics and everything. And I believe that was an early access PC game, which, you know, interestingly enough, that's how Ready or Not started off. But a lot of people were saying that it was just too realistic, and nobody wants to have that much realism in a shooter game, because of course, then we get into the mass shootings and things of that nature being linked to video games, which I think is blasphemous. You know, as a gaming connoisseur, you know, playing GTA never made me want to steal cars in real life, right? Never made me want to rob houses, never made me want to shoot people for fun. You know what I mean? Playing GTA never made me want to do any of that. So ultimately, I think there's a lot of people who get mental health and the need for mental health help confused with their addiction for video games. Because sometimes some people just need mental health rather than just blaming everything on video games, as far as, you know, what the huge conglomerates love to do. So I will say this game is very ethically nuanced as far as a tactical FPS perspective. But ultimately, it's the player's choice to play this game. You don't have to. Obviously, it's the second most played game on PlayStation. I know it just came out 2 days ago, but that means a lot of people are enjoying it. A lot of people are liking the co-op feel of being a police officer and ultimately being a SWAT, being a part of SWAT personnel, where your mission types are drug bust, hostage rescues, active shooter scenarios, evidence collection. Like, it's a lot of things that you're approaching head on with your buddies as far as multiplayer, that I believe showcases how people enjoy these type of realism scenarios, because it's literally an escape, right? If you don't want to join the police the police force in the real life, then this is like an escape with your homies to hop into real situations where you really need communication to get through the mission. And communication is the main focus because there's a lot of evidence that you have to pick up with shared objectives with your squad mates. So some of the settings in this game is what is that? Sueños? I don't even know what that is. Also California. Well, yeah, Los Sueños in California. And players lead the SWAT team under Judge Beaumont. I think that's how you say it. I'm not I'm not even certain how you pronounce that. And then ultimately, already said the mission types and things of that nature. I said the review roundups. I think I gave one review. So other reviews is the Game Machine gave this an 8 out of 10, saying that the deep SWAT sim, addictive gunplay, and detailed agent management is one of the better things in the game. And then, of course, IGN Spain gave this a 7.5 out of 10, saying that the tense tactical gameplay is a little repetitive, but offers a lot of memorable moments. I think the main thing you need to take away from this is that not only is it very realistic to the point where having no sprint, very slow movement, no jump, right? It's replicating a lot of real SWAT tactics. The co-op, so if you want to play with friends and enjoy just tackling realistic type scenarios with your homie and feeling like because I know with me personally, I used to play this game called Splinter Cell. Now, of course, it's not as like serious as the situation this game puts you in, but taking out people stealthily, using communication with another player, especially someone that you're close with, I think offers a lot of memorable moments that gamers love to have, and which is why multiplayer is so popular in the first place. So with this game, yes, there's a lot of realism, just like there was for Body Cam, the game that I covered all the way back in July 20th, 2024, which you can look up. Just type in Body Cam, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up. But my coverage of Body Cam was literally just saying that a lot of things are put off on video games as far as very serious and violent acts. But ultimately, it's just people needing mental health, because I don't really think it's a video game problem. Because a lot of people play video games just for the simple escapism content. But of course, if they're playing realistic games like Ready or Not, like a Body Cam, it does not mean they want to actually do these things in real life. Some people just want to be put in those scenarios to see if they can come out of it in a video game format, right? So that's all I had to say for this particular game. As far as the main story, the core missions takes about 18 to 30 hours, so it's a pretty lengthy game. When it comes to the completionists, like S ranks, as far as getting all the evidence or playing the entire run on permadeath, it's 40 to 60 hours. So, it's a pretty difficult game if you try to do the hardest mode and get all the evidence, and as far as having the S rank. Ultimately, the way that the PC sold, as far as having over 9 million copies, specifically on Steam as of April 2025, that bleeding over into the console release as far as July 15th of this year, that bleeding over into having the second most popular game on PlayStation. Granted, it is out on Xbox as well, so don't forget, it's out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S only. Well, in PC, but that's a given. So, and it has full crossplay. So if you're with your homies, if they ask, do I have to be on the same platform as you? You do not. You can play it on whatever platform you choose as far as PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X or S. So when it comes to that, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Ready or Not? What do you think about its realism take on certain approaches to mass shootings, to there was a lot of other things, but I don't want to say all of them. Let's just say drug bust, hostage rescues, active shooter scenarios. What's your take on that? Do you think it's too realistic? And if not, does this look like a game that you would try with your homies? Now, first off, I do have to say that when it comes to the Sony ponies, they have caught yet another dub.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sad day in history for Xbox gamers, as when it comes to a historic 20 years of Xbox exclusivity, safe to say that is no longer.
Shepard.
As when it comes to first ever Gears on PlayStation, the time is now as 2025. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Gears of War Reloaded Edition is the 8th most played game on the PlayStation platform. So aside from that, right, getting into the home team as far as Xbox, it did achieve phenomenal numbers, as currently it is the most engaged with game on the Xbox Game Pass, and then had a remarkable launch milestone by surpassing 1 million players in just 3 days. So when it comes to that, obviously the Game Pass boosted its visibility by a lot, because if you look at PC, not saying there's not a lot of people playing the game, because the all-time peak was definitely 5 days ago, as it was a whopping 4,800 people playing on PC as far as Gears of War Reloaded. And then as of right now, there's around 600 people playing it, but to be fair, the 24-hour peak is around 2,600. So when it comes to that specific fact, the main thing I was wanting to let y'all know is that this is all leading up to Gears of War E-Day, which, if you don't know, is the next installment of this franchise, as it's set to release in 2026 on Xbox Series X and S and PC. So when it comes to that, this is all leading up to that prequel, as Gears of War E-Day is a prequel set 14 years before the original game, and it follows Marcus Phoenix and Dom Santiago. Oh, this Russ? Hold up now. I didn't know Russ was had his own franchise. Whole time I've never even played Gears of War. Who would have thought that Russ was out here rapping and shooting it out in Gears of War? Anyways, so with that being said, when the Locust Horde invades Sarah, and then ultimately the game is built on Unreal Engine 5, but it's emphasizing horror and linear gameplay, unlike Gears 5 open world elements. And the game sets to recapture the series' gritty tone with enhanced visuals and refined combat. Now, of course, we haven't seen any real gameplay footage, but of course, the trailer was revealed in 2024, which I believe I covered. Let me see. Did I cover that one? I don't know if I did. No, I did not. So when it comes to that, a lot of people are waiting for Gears of War E-Day, but of course, right now they have the Reloaded Edition to dive into and basically relive the glory days. As if you don't know, this, as far as the ultimate redefined edition, right, which is why they call it Reloaded, it's from the original 2014 release of this franchise, because people playing the game all the way back then to now, they want to relive the glory days. They want to see if they still got it, if they can still wall bounce with the best of them. Pause.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, that being said, the developer of this franchise is, of course, the Coalition. And then you have Sumo Digital for the cross-platform ports. And then you have Disbelief for the optimization. But ultimately, the publisher is Xbox Game Studios, which is why Dom, as far as Gears of War, has always been one of the mascots for Xbox, which is so surprising that they let the game come to PlayStation. I don't even care if it's the Reloaded Edition. You never thought we would see that in a million years. And, you know, interestingly enough, as far as my coverage of the entire gaming industry, it's very interesting how every single Xbox game that comes to PlayStation does phenomenal on the top charts as far as PlayStation. Like, as soon as PlayStation players get their hands on an Xbox game, it seems like they've never played that type of game ever in their life, right? They play Gears of War Reloaded, they'd be like, man, just forget Call of Duty. They play Forza. I don't know what type of racing games they got on PlayStation, but guess what? It was an afterthought after Forza hopped on PlayStation. Now, anyways, when it comes to that, and it's being the first Gears title on PlayStation, I'm going to keep repeating that because it's a huge feat. 20 years of exclusivity, and then in 2025 is when it initially comes to another platform. That's a huge deal. So when it comes to the gameplay, obviously for people who already know, you already know what the gameplay is. But for people who are new to the Xbox, for the Gears of War franchise like myself, I've never even played Gears of War, the story or anything like that. I remember growing up watching my friend be a huge fan of Gears of War and watching it and thinking the gameplay was intriguing and the story. I was like, dang, people really having real life consequences throughout the story. Reminded me of Mass Effect. But ultimately, Mass Effect is better. But, you know, that's just me being a little biased. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I'm going to chill out. So when it comes to that, getting back into Gears of War, ultimately, you just need to know that it's a third-person cover-based shooter, over the shoulder, right? Very interesting how Gears of War and, Horizon Zero Dawn, their exclusives are over the shoulder, and there's very critique for that. But Gears of War seemingly popularized that overall over the shoulder. But hey, that's just me pointing out the obvious. The weapons, as far as in the game, you have 4 slots. You have 2 primaries, which is the Lancer and the Gnasher. You have 1 grenade, 1 pistol, and then you have the iconic chainsaw bayonet, which instant melee kills. Active reload is perfect timing equals faster reload plus damage boost. Miss equals jam gun. So that's very interesting. I remember watching people play the game, and I think their strategy was they would shoot and then they would active reload before they go into a battle. I don't know why they did it, but apparently now I understand because it gave them a damage boost. So apparently the meta and online is to shoot a little bit before you engage and active reload as you get into that combat, and then obviously you'll have a damage boost and you'll probably come out on top. Well, you know, if you're better at wall bouncing, you know what I'm saying?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, as far as the multiplayer, it's up to 8 players with Warzone Execution and then ANEX. I don't know what ANEX is. But the performance on consoles right now is doing pretty well. It's 120 FPS on consoles, 240 FPS on PC, 60 hertz servers. And then there's still couch co-op where it's 2 players full crossplay. That's another thing, especially when it comes into PlayStation. The crossplay perspective was definitely needed, because if it came to PlayStation but there was no crossplay, the whole console war, which I think is crazy in the first place, but the whole console war would have continued, as far as like, oh, you got a PlayStation, we can't play with you on Gears. Like, come on, man, you gotta get an Xbox, and then vice versa. So nice to see that there's crossplay. Definitely helps out as far as people wanting to play with their friends. And then, like I said, it's on the Unreal Engine 3, as far as the modified Unreal Engine 3. And we already talked about the performances and things of that nature. The campaign is 60 FPS. Like I said, with the multiplayer, is 120 FPS. And no loading screens, which is a huge deal. And one of the more interesting things promised in this, which is technically the current gen, as far as the PS5, Xbox Series X and S. I kid you not, every single showcases of these consoles were, oh, I know y'all can't wait for no loading screens. And guess what? The consoles came out, and guess what we're still dealing with? Guess what we're still dealing with in video games?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on to where these developers and these marketing teams behind these releases would just blatantly lie in your face and tell you that there's going to be no loading screens. That'd be the main focal point of the marketing strategy. The consoles come out and they can't even do that correctly. I mean, it's crazy. So anyways, as far as this game and getting back into the estimated playtime, right? Because a lot of people want to know, how long is it going to run me as far as my quality time that's just, you know, is priceless, right? So as far as your time being spent on this game, the main story will take you around 6 to 7 hours. Very linear as far as this entire franchise. There's 5 acts, right? And then as far as main plus bonus acts, it's a 7 to 9 hour playthrough. Now, I don't know if that's the entire, that can't be the entire franchise. That can't be the entire franchise. Let me see. How long does it take to play the entire. We gotta know the entire. Like, come on now. Because what if somebody was trying to run through this before Gears of War E-Day? Gears of War franchise. Let me see. So, as far as how long it takes to play the entire franchise. Okay, so Gears of War, the original 2006, takes about 9 hours for the main story, right? Gears of War Ultimate Edition has a similar length, 9 hours. Okay, what about the rest? Gears of War Reloaded Remastered follows the original structure. Oh, so it really takes that long. What in the world? Campaign across the franchise typically range from 7 to 12 hours each, with Gears 5 being notably longer. Huh. So considering the mainline entries, a player could expect roughly 50 to 70 hours to play through the entire main campaign, with additional time for multiplayer and extras. So what it seems like to me is the first 4 games is very short, and then the 5th game, like I said earlier, as far as open world aspect, it's much longer. Interesting. I didn't know this story mode was that short, but a lot of people do enjoy the multiplayer mode. And I'm not gonna say it's like a Call of Duty type effect, but people really do enjoy the multiplayer just as much as the single player. Which as me as a Mass Effect fan, I don't think that's the same type of thought process with a lot of Mass Effect players. Like, we could care less about the multiplayer because the main campaign is so well done as far as the multiple options, as far as the dialogue, your recruits, as far as who you get to come on the Normandy. There's a lot of different options you have in the campaign. As far as Gears of War, it seems like it's a similar campaign for every single playthrough. So, not knocking it. I'm just saying, that's why Mass Effect is the best.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I had to get my Mass Effect bias off. So, with that being said, that's basically all I wanted to cover. There's a lot of controversy surrounding this game as far as how it ran. Because, like I said earlier, as far as 120 FPS, I did watch people who ultimately, after the fact, came out and said that the game did not run as well as they wanted it to, as far as the PC versions. Now, as far as the console, haven't heard anybody complain about it, which I do not know. I mean, I guess I do know, but, as far as PC, you want the frame rate and things of that nature. But as far as multiplayer games, I was still clear of any PC port. But that's just me being ignorant, because I feel like people find the most egregious ways to cheat on video games on PC platforms that I really don't see on console. Like, if you compare the cheaters on PC to console, I mean, it's just leaps and bounds. The PC is like the NBA, and the consoles is like the WNBA when it comes to the levels of egregious cheating that goes on. So anyways, Gears of War Reloaded just came out, did a phenomenal job on remastering and polishing the 2006 classic. I did say 2014 earlier. I wonder what that was for. So the Coalition, the Gears franchise since 2014. I guess the Coalition been working on Gears of War franchise since 2014, but the original Gears of War came out 2006. Man, we almost 2 decades in. That's crazy. So anyways, a lot of people are using this as promotion to get up to, not promotion, but as knowledge to get up to speed for when Gears of War E-Day comes out. And if you was wanting the actual release date for that, guess what? There is none. When it comes to the game, it's set to come out 2026, but we do not have any specific month. We haven't even seen gameplay. We don't even know if it's going to get pushed back. Y'all know what GTA 6 is doing for these game developers out here. They're running them through what. So when it comes to that, that's basically the main thing I was wanting to get into. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Gears of War Reloaded? What do you think about the franchise as a whole? Like, what is your favorite Gears of War out of the entire franchise? And what are you most looking forward to when Gears of War E-Day comes out in 2026? Now, before we get into Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, which is of course a remake of the Metal Gear Solid 3 that released in 2004, we have to address a couple things. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the creator of this franchise and then the ultimate evolution, there's been a very tumultuous pathway taken by each party that we're about to dive into right now. And of course, for people watching this that don't usually watch my game reviews, I always have this on my soundboard. So isn't it fitting that I'm talking about this game? Anyways, so that being said, we're always going to cover this video game, as when it comes to the Metal Gear Snake Eater, it's currently the 4th most played game on PlayStation. And of course, when it comes to PC, it had an all-time peak of 19,000 people playing the game 4 days ago. 9,000 people are currently playing it right now, and then it has a 24-hour peak of 17,000. So anyways, with that being said, the main thing I was wanting to get into is, of course, the drama, because we have to get into it.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
As Hideo Kojima, the creator of the Metal Gear series, you want to tell me he created the whole thing? Just wait, it gets better. Had a public falling out with Konami, his employee since 1986.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Imagine making something so phenomenal that it stands the test of time and the higher-ups could care less. As during the development of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain in 2015, the dispute. Hold up now. Is that Aubrey Graham? All right, my fault. So when it comes to the dispute rooted in creative and financial tensions leading to Kojima's departure in October 2015. It may actually be Drake because of that October month. Now, anyways.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
This is definitely reminding me of what Drake and UMG is going through right now. But history always repeats itself. So I love to see it in video game form. As when it, well, not love, because, you know, you never love people to just split up like this. But ultimately, it happened back in 2015. I was just a wee little lad, but now I'm here in 2025 to cover it. So, Metal Gear Solid 5, right? Its budget exceeded $80 million, straining Konami's shift towards cheaper mobile games. But then that's not all. When Konami restructured in 2015, it removed Kojima's name for Metal Gear Solid 5. Branding and demoting Kojima Productions to a contractor role.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming.
And then, after that, mistreatment claims. Kojima came out and said he was isolated, barred, and blocked from attending the Game Awards show in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you there was some industry beef that I did not know because I was just a wee little lad, this is interesting because of me playing Death Stranding this year by, of course, Hideo Kojima, and I had no idea that he created Metal Gear Solid. Isn't that crazy? Because I'm not a big Metal Gear Solid fan. Obviously, I could tell where my love of gaming came from, right? So when it comes to Metal Gear, I guess I just missed out on that wave. Anyways, Kojima founded let me see. Oh yeah, okay, I already talked about that. So he was isolated, barred from direct team contact, and blocked from attending the Game Awards in 2015. Kojima founded an independent Kojima's production and, of course, released the fantastic Death Stranding in 2019. Now is all making sense why Jeff Keighley panders to him the way that he does. Maybe it's just not a quality, because Death Stranding is amazing for people who like UPS drivers and FedEx drivers, right? But all, you know, jokes aside, the game functionally is amazing. As far as the premise, I don't think it's that exciting, but people love delivering packages in a virtual reality, so I'm gonna let them have fun. But as far as the Game Awards show, I just never knew why Jeff Keighley was so much, he gave so much praise to Hideo Kojima. I'm like, what did this man do? You know what I'm saying? And the whole time, I didn't realize, like, maybe he was holding his friend in a higher light because of what Kojima ended up doing to him. Oh no, not Kojima. What Konami ended up doing to him as a company. Maybe that's why he gives so much credence and kudos to Kojima, because it's not like it's not warranted. I mean, Death Stranding is a solid franchise. But, you know, some would say he could go over the top a lot praising Kojima. But now it's making sense, as he's been done kind of dirty for quite some time. And if he was barred from going to the Game Awards show in 2015, the puzzle pieces are starting to, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, that being said, and Aftermath, I already talked about that. Independent company, Kojima Productions released Death Stranding in 2019. Obviously, Death Stranding 2 came out this year, as I believe, did I talk about that? Yeah. I covered Death Stranding 2 on June 25th of 2025. Well, this year, of course. So, I already dived deep into that. As far as Death Stranding, I think that was it. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever talked about Death Stranding was Death Stranding 2, because, you know, shameless plug, I actually played Death Stranding 2 from Hideo Kojima. Actually, I'm trying to see, could I pull that up? I don't think I could pull that up because it's on Spotify. Shameless plug. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. Just type in Death Stranding and it will pop up my gameplay. So, Spotify has that security feature where if you like try to play it on another screen, it's just gonna black it out. It is my content, but I don't feel like downloading it right now. So, with that being said, that was a success, obviously, the Death Stranding franchise. But of course, now we fast forward to 2025. Well, we're already in 2025, but we fast forward to this month as far as Metal Gear. Was it this one? No, it's PlayStation. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater being the 4th most played game on PlayStation, which is a huge feat, right? And then you have PC where it has around 17,000 people playing the game around the clock as far as 24-hour, well, not around the clock, but as far as a 24-hour peak, it's 17,000 players, right? So some would say it's doing phenomenal. As far as the Game Pass, I didn't see it on there. As far as the trending and as far as the top paid games, I didn't see it on there as well. I wonder if that's actually on the Game Pass. That's what I want to know. Hold up. So actually, let me see. I would assume it is Metal Gear. I always forget the name of this game. I want to type in Metal Gear 3, but that's not, the right stuff don't pop up. You got to put the actual Snake Eater game in. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Is it on Game Pass? So while we do that, just know the developers obviously after going through the beef between Konami and Kojima. The developers is Konami Computer Entertainment. The director is of course Hideo Kojima as far as the original 2004 version. And they said Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater is not available on Xbox Game Pass. Sad day in history.
Shepard.
But as far as Game Pass in general, it does have a lot of the other games I was covering that's still a huge big deal. A huge deal. Can't say huge big. That's like a contradiction. The Hollow Knight and then Gears of War Reloaded is on Game Pass. So that should take over your time if you are not into Metal Gear. Anyways, the 2004 original version was developed by Konami, directed by Hideo Kojima, and it came out on the PS2 in 2004. And then the ports, of course, was we're gonna skip that part. So then we have the remake, right? The remake came out this year, which was going off of arguably the most successful and most popular game in the franchise of Metal Gear, as far as the third one. So this one was developed by Konami, which is a consistent, right? But then, look at me being messy. But then the producers seemingly have changed from Kojima to Noriaki Okamura. I don't know how to say that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yuji Kurikado. So interesting, because as far as Kojima, his name is nowhere to be found. Pour one out.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Once I saw his name as a creator, and then I went into the history of their beef, I thought to myself, like, hold up, they really did this man dirty. Like, ultimately, he can't just come out and say, F Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, right? Because then they'll be like, oh, you just bitter. But it seems like people on either side understand both sides. Like, Konami wanted to, they basically wanted to upscale, right? They wanted to double and triple profits. Kojima was basically like, the quality is at a certain level that if we upscale, we're going to lose that quality level because I'm not going to be able to look at everything. Like, it's going to be like a Kevin Feige Disney Plus type deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's for my Marvel fans out there. But as of right now, the franchise is still hugely popular. I mean, 4 million copies sold worldwide as far as from 2004 to 2010. And of course, the remake, we don't have the actual sales as far as it being set in stone. But as of right now, it seems as if the PlayStation fan base is the one who's clamoring for this game the most, as it's the 4th most played game on PlayStation. And there's nowhere to be found on any of the top 10 or top 15 lists as far as PC or Xbox. But I did dive deep into the PC player base, and there's a 24-hour peak of 17,000 people playing the game, and of course 9,000 people playing right now. So going over the core elements of the game, obviously is a lot of stealth. There's no need for me to tell you what Metal Gear Solid is about because it's been popular for quite some time. But for the new people over there, for the new people who's not even aware of this game, just know there is a lot of stealth elements, which is my favorite. I love stealth games. Like, as far as Metal Gear Solid and Splinter Cell, I've always chosen Splinter Cell. So I don't know who has the biggest bankroll, because I'm a Hall of Fame pocket watcher. I would assume that Metal Gear does, as they was the first ones to get a successful sequel. Splinter Cell, for some reason, just gets all type of inclusions in other games, but he can't seemingly get his own game, which is very weird. But so when it comes to what's more popular, I would say, personally, as a biased individual that prefers Splinter Cell's stealth, I would say he has more revenue. But as far as Metal Gear Solid, you know, he's alright. So when it comes to that, there's a lot of stealth elements. There's the boss fights, of course, the Cobra unit. And then, of course, as far as the control styles, there's over-the-shoulder, smoother stealth, and crouch walk. And then the Legacy, the original, fixed the camera style. It fixed the original camera. So it's better now. And then there's dynamic camo, persistent scars. And then easier CQC plus streamlined menus. And then one of the main things I want to get into was definitely the runtime. So the main story is 12 to 15 hours, which is considerably longer than when I deep dive into Gears of War Reloaded. So that's interesting. The main plus side content will take you 20 to 25 hours, especially if you're trying to go on a collectathon and be a completionist. But there's optional challenges that will obviously probably push you above the 25-hour mark if you was one to be a completionist. And then the Delta Extras is plus 1 to 2 hours as far as a secret theater and then the Guy Savage. So with that being said, the main thing I want to say is that when it comes to it running on certain consoles, a lot of people have been talking about performance issues, which is very interesting. You know, a lot of people are coming out and saying that, hold up now, why is this game a remake, but I'm having trouble with it performing on my consoles and my PC? So that's very interesting, as if you don't know, I did cover this game not too long ago, as far as June 25th of this year. And that's the wrong one. I covered this game August 27th of this year, as Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater had early impressions, right? And I covered my main inspiration for content creation, the Black Okage, and his early impressions of the game. And he was saying it ran well, but then, of course, more news came out about it not running well on console and PC, and he updated his comments to say that the version that, because, you know, that's the thing, the vertical, I'm not even going to say it was it's technically a vertical slice. If you have a certain build, right, and it's optimized, or it has the most expensive hardware and your game runs well, and then somebody else has the average PC hardware and then their game doesn't run well, did you lie by saying that your game ran well when all of these people are having trouble with their particular game? I think not. So when it comes to you being flown out and getting like certain sponsorship opportunities and them setting up the build that you play the game on, I think you're telling the God honest truth. If your build was running smooth when you came out, when you was flown out there to play test their game, right? Safe to say that when it comes to other PC builds, they're all different. So I say all that to say that currently, as far as the average PC build, as far as the average console experience, a lot of people have been coming out and saying they've had performance issues, but it's nothing like game breaking from what I've heard. It just takes out the immersion, which is already a lot of comedy elements in this game, so maybe it just adds to it. But something I definitely had to note, as it was a pretty big buzz as far as people coming out and talking about it. I thought it was at first just a one-off, but people kept saying it over and over again. So unfortunately, a remake from a game from like 2003, when did this game come out? A remake from a game that came out in 2004. Seemingly they couldn't optimize everything in 2025. I don't know how that works, but at the end of the day, a lot of people are talking about the bugs and things of that nature. So anyways, as far as some of the other things in this game, the Snake Eater is sung by Cynthia Harrell, and Delta has a new rendition. And then the historical depth is, of course, the Cold War politics woven into personal story of loyalty and betrayal. So at the end of the day, Metal Gear Solid is still a fantastic franchise. I still say that it's not. He doesn't have anything on Splinter Cell, but you know, that's just me being biased. As far as my, as far as what I was engaged with on the stealth aspect, Splinter Cell was always my cup of tea. As far as Metal Gear Solid, not really. So, not to say it's bad, I'm just saying I definitely prefer Splinter Cell. And when are we going to get a Sam Fisher game next? The world may never know. So anyways, when it comes to Metal Gear Solid, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater? And ultimately, what do you think about the beef between Konami and Kojima? Now, of course, when it comes to me putting respect on the mobile gaming community, you have to acknowledge how I've definitely covered a lot of mobile games throughout the podcast since my declaration that I would dive into a lot of the mobile games such as Squad Busters, Cookie Run Kingdom, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Marvel Contest of Champions, and I even, in May 20th, 2024, I even put out a segment talking about the best emulators for Android and iPhone in the year of 2024.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
But all of that pales in comparison to the mobile game that we're about to get into right now, because who would have thought that in my declaration to put more respect on the mobile gaming community that I wouldn't start with this game? Because ladies and gentlemen, what we're about to get into is literally, objectively speaking, the top grossing mobile game of all time, earning over 18 billion with the B in lifetime revenue as of 2025. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you probably already thinking to yourself, well, what game could this be? You probably thinking, I'm about to get into PUBG Mobile. You thinking we about to get into Candy Crush Saga. You think we're about to get into Genshin Impact, which of course rounds off the 2 through 4 of the top 5. But guess what's at number 1? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into Honor of Kings, which if you don't know, was developed by Timmy Studio Group, which is under Tencent Games. And then of course, this development group started off in 2015 with under 100 staff members, but now in the year, well, as of 2021, so it's probably more now in this year, but it grew from under 100 staff members in 2015 to 400 plus by 2021. So safe to say, they're definitely noticing the rise in engagement for this particular game. As when it comes to the publisher, obviously it's Tencent Games. With this being a mobile game, it is out on iOS, Android, Harmony OS, etc. So with that being said, the main thing I wanted to talk about as far as this particular game is that not only did it come out in 2015 and definitely notoriously impact the masses, but as far as the overall revenue and how they generate revenue, safe to say that microtransactions is rearing its ugly head once again.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So ultimately, looking at the state of gaming, we already know that microtransactions is one of the top factors, if not the number one factor, on if your game's going to be the most profitable and the highest grossing. Because of course, when it comes to Call of Duty, every single year being the top selling game on console, microtransactions, as Activision, Treyarch, they come out time and time again and say that if y'all don't like microtransactions, then why in the world do we keep selling number one? Like Call of Duty developers, I'm not going to lie to you, they'll let you know exactly how they make money off you, and people still buy the microtransactions to this day.
Shepard.
All right, so as far as the mobile side of things, is no different. As the skins / heroes in this game, as far as Honor of Kings, it ranges from $1 to $10. So safe to say, a lot of people are liking certain characters and skins in this game, or else they wouldn't be spending so much money to the point where the game we're talking about is the highest grossing mobile game of all time. I'm going to keep reiterating that because that is a definitive objective fact that is insane as far as in the mobile landscape, because you know mobile brings in all type of money as far as the gaming industry as a whole. Diving more into the gaming industry, right? Let's switch over to the women gamers out there, as shout out to y'all. Surprisingly, Honor of Kings has a whopping 54% female base, which is very unusual, especially for a mobile game in the esports arena, right? because male players typically dominate the mobile ecosystem, especially the esports. But the high female engagement on Honor of Kings made me wonder, why in the world are people why in the world are women gravitating to this game versus other mobile games? But a lot of my questions were answered when they basically said Honors of Kings cosmetic skins and narrative driven events resonate with a lot of women. So I was like, hey, whatever gets the job done, because very interestingly enough, G.I. Joe is not the only one that's out here saying knowing is half the battle, as when it comes to women in the gaming industry, they comprise, if that's the right word, basically they accumulate to 45% of global gamers, with 72% of women playing online games. And ultimately, when you look at the age range, women aged from 45 to 64 is the fastest growing in the gaming industry, which is kind of crazy. As far as I think what it is that usually when you grow up, technology advances, right? So basically back in the day, I would say there's not a lot of games that made you want to play on mobile, right? But nowadays, with the evolution of gaming, if you grew up with a game you played on console, if it's on mobile now and you're a little older, I think you'll be more inclined to play that specific game. Not saying that's the case here, but it is very interesting, as when you look at the United States numbers for women, 41% of US gamers are women, and their spending power is definitely underutilized as far as reports. But of course, as in Honor of Kings, it is not. So maybe Honor of Kings is on to some as far as having a majority women player base, because that's usually not the case with most esports games. I mean, 54% female player base is insanity. So anyways, with that being said, esports, let's get into that. As when it comes to the millions upon millions you could win in the esports lane of Honor of Kings, more specifically, King Pro League plus the World Champion Cup equaled around 15 million as far as ecosystem, and rivaled League of Legends as far as esports events, right? So safe to say that this particular game is doing phenomenal on the sales side and the quality perspective, as people have been playing this game for quite some time and for the foreseeable future, unless something drastically changes. Now, if you're unaware of this particular game, just know it did come out in 2015, but it came out globally in 2023/2024. It came out in Brazil March 8th, 2023, and it came out worldwide. Oh, actually, it came out worldwide June 20th, 2024. Came out in Brazil March 8th, 2023. Came out in South Asia, Turkey, February 22nd, 2024. Came out worldwide June 20th, 2024. And then, of course, it's a spinoff of Honor of Kings World, which was a PC, console, mobile, the spinoff Honor of Kings World is to be decided as far as that specific release, but it is getting a spinoff, and the exclusivity is for mobile only. But of course, a PC gamers find every single way to play every game possible. As far as every game you can imagine, PC players have found a way to play it. So there's the emulator, and ultimately, they do say like the mobile game is still the best version, but there is the PC option if you was wanting it. So aside from the sales and overall what is the game about, when you look at it and try to dissect it as far as learning about it, you'll come to realize that Honor of Kings, the mobile game, is a 5v5 MOBA, 3 lanes, turrets, crystals, and then you have the match length, which is 15 to 20 minutes, but is very considerate of your time, as far as you putting time into each and every match. You don't feel like it's long and drawn out. It's very quick, get in and get out type matches. So every single match is 15 to 20 minutes. Now the roster. The roster is something else I was wanting to get into, because of course, when you look at 100+ heroes in the game, you're probably thinking to yourself,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
But then you come to realize this game has been around since 2015. So as far as having 100+ heroes, 80+ at global launch, safe to say that the balance is there, or else I feel like people would not be playing the game. Now, I'll be hard pressed to tell you there wasn't a meta. I don't know the meta because I ain't played the game. So when it comes to that, 100+ heroes, I would be hard pressed to find if every single one of those is viable. I'm pretty sure there's a status quo in the meta. So as far as progression, there is a count level cap at 30. And then there's the mentor system, summoner abilities, and gold-based unlocks. And then when it comes to the unique features, it's a first MOBA with a joystick controls versus tap. And then high-profile soundtracks as far as Hans Zimmer and Joe Hisaishi, I think that's how you say it, at the 2019 Global Music Awards. I guess they won the gold medal. Not too sure about that one. Anyways, they had high-profile soundtracks, which is, you know, par for the course. If something is popular, usually a lot of people clamor, or no, a lot of people flock towards that specific IP, whatever it is at the time that's popular. So as far as the story, there's no main campaign. It's strictly multiplayer focused. The time investment, like I already talked about, is 15 to 20 minutes per match. And then the rank climb / events equals hundreds of hours. So if you're going into the rank format, obviously if you're going to be playing multiplayer, which is the main thing about this game, safe to say you're going to be putting a lot of time into this. And of course, with the lore based on Chinese mythology, it's tied to heroes' backstories, but it's not as structured as you would like as far as other story mode games, as far as on console that you're accustomed to. So all of that is basically to let you know that Honor of Kings, the mobile game, is unequivocally the #1 most popular mobile game as far as financially, and of course their player base, as throwing around $15 million as far as esports tournaments is no low number. You know, it's no small feat. So when it comes to this game, I think the female base is the most interesting stat as far as letting you know who really can help a game top the leaderboards. If you try, now I'm not going to say try to pander towards them, but if you start to have certain women support your content financially, and if they genuinely mess with the overall gameplay loop, no telling where your mobile game could go. So maybe Honor of Kings was onto something. So with that being said, #1 grossing game ever. Want to keep reiterating that because guess what? Every other mobile game I cover, as far as me giving kudos to the mobile gaming community, we're not going to be able to say that statistic. It's only for Honor of Kings. And that's just the longevity statistic, because once again, it's Honor of Kings that's grossed around $1.4 billion. And then you have PUBG Mobile that's grossed around $1.1 billion. Candy Crush Saga that's made around $957 million. Genshin Impact made around $944 million. And of course, Roblox made around $869 million. So those are the top 5 most profitable mobile games on planet Earth. Let's just put it like that. So no small feat, huge accomplishment by Honor of Kings. Hopefully you'll check it out, because at the end of the day, they always rework certain things as far as putting out patches. They always recognize, the player base and try to give them more exciting characters and just different type of DLC, because 100+ characters is insanity. Massive hero roster is an understatement. So with that being said, that's the main thing I want to get into. As far as review roundups, Pocket Gamer, they came out in July 2024, because this is an older game. So it's really just a mobile sales roundup, just to let you know what type of impact this game is making. But it's a classic MOBA game, praised for accessibility, freebies, matchmaking, and lacks innovation. That's what Pocket Gamer said. Pocket Tactics came out and said it's a large hero roster, praised, criticized clunky menus, slow performance, mobile exclusivity seen as limiting. So when it comes to Metacritic, they say it's one of the best mobile MOBAs of all time. And they say the only issues is the, client lag. I don't know what that means. Poor support and bots in lower ranks. And then the TapTap came out and praised it on the hero variety, and complained about certain animation glitches. So at the end of the day, everybody's having huge praise for this, calling it one of the best mobile games of all time. Crazy how I just now got around to this, seeing that I was trying to put more respect in the mobile gaming community. But hey, you know what they say? Better late than never. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my Honor of Kings mobile game review, sales and review roundup? And at the end of the day, if you haven't played Honor Kings, or more importantly, if you have and you're a woman, what makes Honor Kings stand out the most amongst other mobile games in the esports arena? Time to dive into Demon Slayer The Hinokami Chronicles 2, because of course, before we get into that sequel of the original that came out October 15th, 2021, we have to talk about the overall change in perception as far as the anime arena fighter genre. Because if you think about it, throughout the beginning of the arena fighter installments, people were thinking to themselves, oh, it's so much fan service, we have to support it. And then they came to realize there's a lot of repetitive combat mechanics in every single anime arena fighter.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So the oversimplification of combat mechanics and the combat loop makes people think to themselves, hold up now, is this just going to be another Naruto Ultimate Ninja clone, or is it going to have actual in-depth gameplay mechanics as far as giving us something more complex than the simple press one button and maybe two buttons if you want to do more flashy combos, right? So that's the main thing, because in many arena fighters like a Jujutsu Kaisen rely on spammy combat systems with limited depth, which a lot of people started to get upset with over the years because it just was not changing at all. And people who are not fighting game connoisseurs, you probably won't understand, because you're looking at a game and it looks fantastic. You see your favorite anime fighters or your favorite anime IP going up against each other, as far as Jump Force specifically. Now, when it comes to that, Jump Force did have a large roster, but a lot of the characters felt like the same because of the similar movesets and minimal balance. Because if you really look at it, any fighting game with complexity is noticed by fighting game connoisseurs. That's why Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken have been around for since the beginning of time. Killer Instinct, y'all get the point, right? When it comes to a fighter, it's very easy for a veteran fighting game player to realize the barrier of entry and how high the ceiling is. And let's just say the barrier of entry for what seems like every anime arena fighter is very low, and the ceiling is right next to the barrier of entry, right? There's not a lot of room for complexity in the skill gap. Just hit one button, win the game. Depending on what character you use, maybe you have a better percentage. But I don't want people to think I'm just dunking on anime arena fighters, but this is one of the few arena fighters that I'm covering as far as the entire Notorious Mass Effect podcast. So I just wanted to touch on that as a whole. But anyways, getting back into the Hinokami Chronicles 2, I did want to talk about what it is coming off of, because if you don't know, the first title sold over 3 million units by March 2023. And then it followed that up by a 3.5 million plus copies by February 2024. So ultimately, you're looking at the engagement for the Demon Slayer video game fandom, and it's there. Like, ultimately, a lot of people were clamoring for this game, and then now, as far as the sequel, it has 40 plus characters versus the 18 characters in the first game, and it covers a lot of popular arcs, which goes back to my point about anime fighters. Usually, people are saying that they over deliver. I didn't even think this was possible, but they over deliver in fan service, but because of that, a lot of fans say they prioritize recreating anime moments for casual fans, sacrificing competitive balances and complex mechanics. It's almost like they thought to themselves, well, they like the anime, let's just give them that and give them bare bones fighting mechanics, and they will be pleased. And guess what? At some point, the arena fighters or the fans of arena anime fighters came together and they said to themselves,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And then the rest would be history, because I believe after this, a lot more anime arena fans will start to understand why people are saying this, as far as the showcase of such great, immaculate visuals. And then the fighting game mechanics is just so bare bones and subpar. You do that enough times and people start to realize and catch on to your trick. So anyways, getting back into the original Hinokami and the sales, it did fantastic. And of course, when it launched on, when it came out in Japan first, it sold 94,000 as far as the first Hinokami on PS4. And then it sold 20,000 on PS5. So ultimately, people are still playing that game. So now let's dive into the sequel that's set to expound upon the original and hopefully be even better for the Demon Slayer fans out there. So if you don't know, Demon Slayer: The Hinokami Chronicles 2 was developed by CyberConnect 2 and published by Aniplex and Sega. The release dates, of course, was August 1st in Japan and August 5th and everywhere else. So when it comes to the platforms, it's PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Now, I am not sure if, let me see. I don't think this game is on Game Pass, but we're going to check anyway. So as far as Game Pass, Demon Slayers is not on here. So I do not think, only thing that popped up was Doom. So I'm assuming that it's not on Game Pass, which, definitely makes sense, as if you want to try to garner more dollars from people until they realize it's a repetitive gameplay, then hey, so be it, right? Isn't that what Pusha T and Malice said? So anyways, as far as Nintendo, that's one of the main reasons I wanted to cover this game, as it's doing phenomenal on the Nintendo platform, ranking the third most engaged with game on that platform. So as far as people going out and playing Demon Slayer, Hinokami Bloodwind, the Hinokami Chronicles 2, they're playing it mostly on the Nintendo Switch 2. So when it comes to the original Switch, when it comes to the Nintendo Switch 2, a lot of people are enjoying this Demon Slayer game. Now, when it comes to the consoles, that's a whole nother discussion, as it's nowhere in the top 10 on PlayStation. It's nowhere in the top 10 on Xbox, and it's nowhere to be found on PC. But to be fair, I had to dive deep into the analytics, because of course, my name for namesake, pun intended. So anyways, when it comes to when it comes to players, there's 700 plus people playing right now, and the 24-hour peak is around 800, which, it's not the greatest as far as, such a massive marketing budget, but ultimately the all-time peak was 2 months ago, and it was around 2,600. So safe to say I just said that to make them feel better, but ultimately it just lets you know that the game is basically down in the dumps.
Shepard.
Hey, I just got to tell it like it is. So anyways, getting back into the overall game, if you don't know what this game is about, you're getting into a 3D arena fighter with action adventure story. There's 2v2 tag formats such as assist, swaps, dual ultimates, standard attacks, new gear system with passive buffs, optional and versus, and then the battles are 2 rounds and faster pace versus the first game's 3 rounds. So seemingly every single game you get into in this game will be faster than the original, which is, it's definitely a plus if you want to diversify your roster and try to play with a lot of different characters in the game. So as far as the story mode, which is one of the big things about these anime arena fighters, I think the story mode capitalizes off why people buy these games in the first place. You're seeing your favorite anime and you're controlling your favorite character. That's going to excite anybody who's a fandom or who's a fan of that particular anime. So when it comes to the story mode, it covers Entertainment District, Swordsmith Village, and Hashira training arcs. There's cinematic cutscenes, boss fights, exploration, small hubs plus side quests. There's mini games such as Rhythm and Shamisen. Did I say that right? Shamisen. I think I said it right. There's training path like roguelike mode with randomized battles and Hashira fights. And then of course you have the multiplayer, which a lot of people love going to and trying to figure out who's the best Demon Slayer player out of the friend group. The multiplayer aspect of this game has ranked, casual, lobbies, and then of course seasonal updates will be coming. So like I said earlier, as far as the roster is way more than the original. I think the original was around 18. This one has 40 plus. So it includes 9 Hashira. He must be the main character. Hold up. This is how you know I don't watch Demon Slayer. Let me see. Demon. I know anime fans, they probably mad at me. They probably thinking to themselves, didn't you go to DreamCon? I was like, hey, I was even honest in my DreamCon vlog, which, you know, shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. And just type in DreamCon Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. I was in the middle of the vlog. I was saying, hey, I'm not the biggest anime fan. That was my guy Lil Uchi. That's what he was for. You know what I'm saying? So I've never been a huge anime connoisseur, but I'm a huge RDC fan. So that's why I went. But anyways, Demon Slayer, main character. He must be the main character because they got 9 different versions of him. Usually that means they're the main character from my experience. So what was his name? His name was Hashira. Let me see. Hashira. What in the world? Hashira. Demon Slayer. I know Demon Slayer fanatics are upset right now. How do you not know Hashira? I'm like, hey, I just know Spider-Man, Invincible. That's it. You know what I mean? Superman. I'm into superhero land. I don't know about anime. Okay, I can't find it. I don't know who that person is. So anyways, there's 9 different versions. There's 9 different versions of Hashira. Hashira. Now I can't even say the name right. And then there's upper ranks Daki, one in the world. Gyoko, Zo Hakuten, Jinya, Tenjins, Yorichi. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not even trying to make you upset. I don't know how to pronounce these names. Anyways, the main story. Let's get into that because that's basically what people are going to be wondering as far as the game. So as far as the main story, it's 8 to 9 hours of gameplay. And then, of course, with side content plus extras, it's 10 to 12 hours. Plus the replay via training pass versus, and then, of course, you already know there's going to be DLC like there is with every single video game. And the DLC for this particular game is going to be Infinity Castle Arc characters and story. So I guess Thanos is popping up. All right, my fault.
Shepard.
My fault. I'm starting, my fault. Anyways, as far as the rest of the game, that's basically it. The main thing I wanted to get into was if people aren't enjoying it, are people enjoying it or not. And it's safe to say, a lot of people say that the lack of crossplay, the lack of innovation, and the same old shallow combat mechanics is plaguing this game. So when you get into review roundups, usually they're supposed to give you like an overall picture of what people think about the game, but that's essentially it. People don't like how there's no crossplay. People don't like how there's clone padding, whatever that means. And then people don't like the lack of innovation, such as the similar shallow combat mechanics we've come to recognize very quickly nowadays as far as the anime arena fighter genre. So fan service heavy, like going back to what I said in the earlier, there's a reason why I started off the segment the way I did. A lot of people are not saying that this game is terrible. They're just saying that it's just over fan service. It's just fan service heavy, and they forgot that they were making a video game. It's like you're not making a TV show, you're not making a movie, you're making a video game. So safe to say, the fighting game mechanics should be complex instead of just press one button to win. So that's what a lot of people is complaining about. And at the end of the day, I think people who are fans of this anime, they could just dive deep into the world. Like I said, the main story is 8 to 9 hours. Full story as far as side content is 10 to 12. So I think that's good enough as far as like 1 to 2 playthroughs, and you'll probably already figure out everything you need to do in the game. But at the end of the day, this is for anime lovers. Y'all will keep getting plagued with the same mechanics if y'all keep falling for this fan service, because guess what? It's not Netflix. It's not AMC. It's not Malco. We're talking about video games. You need way more complex mechanics as far as the combat loop if you're going to keep people's attention for the long haul. And safe to say that this game did not accomplish that. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Demon Slayer, the Hinokami Chronicles 2? And at the end of the day, if you're a huge anime fan, what's your favorite anime arena fighter ever released?
Louisiana's top prosecutor is taking on one of the most popular online sites for teens and kids, Roblox.
Attorney General Liz Murrell says the platform has become a hunting ground for predators, and now she's taking her fight to court. Perry Robinson is here with us. Perry.
Hey guys, the Attorney General says Roblox is putting kids in danger and warns.
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because right now we're about to dive into one of the darker sides of gaming, and we're going to start with this video basically laying out the foundation.
The company to make changes or shut it down.
The state is taking aim at perhaps the most popular child and teen gaming site in the world. The Attorney General filed a lawsuit against Roblox, accusing the online platform of failing to protect kids from predators.
It created, curated, and perpetuated an online environment where child sex predators thrive, unite, hunt, and victimize kids.
Roblox, which launched in 2006, has more than 380 million monthly users, with over half of their players between the ages of 9 and 16. The suit claims Roblox has allowed the distribution of child sexual abuse material and has not put basic safety controls in place. State officials showed examples that they say were found.
Yo, who did this? Yo, as a person who covers hip hop, bro. Come on, bro.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
This is not like, hey, hold up. Y'all straighten up. Y'all straighten up right now. Hey, you straighten up right now. It's a serious topic. Y'all need to stop laughing, bro. This stuff serious. You know what I mean? Hey, I don't know who put all them Diddy modes in Roblox, but not funny, bro. Not funny.
On the platform, including sexually explicit games tied to Jeffrey Epstein.
That's crazy. They should have called it escaping Trump's. Oh, my fault.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And P. Diddy, and even a public bathroom simulator.
Yeah, that's wild.
I will not stand by and watch this company grow exponentially from exploiting children and facilitating child sexual abuse for profit.
In some cases, have hit close to home. Just last month, deputies arrested a man in Livingston Parish, accusing him of possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators say the suspect was on Roblox, using voice-altering technology to make himself sound like a young girl online.
We had a person, our actual suspect was on Roblox, posing as a 14-year-old girl, basically doing what he does.
After the press conference, we tested how easy it was to sign up. In less than a minute, we created a profile with a fake name and a fake birthday. The Attorney General says she wants Roblox to adopt stronger safeguards, similar to Louisiana's new law requiring porn sites to verify users' ages.
Games like this are not helping. They are the problem.
What do you?
Okay, so ultimately, we're about to dive into this lawsuit and the specifics of the case. But the main thing I wanted to let y'all know is that this is definitely one of the darker sides of the gaming industry, because this has been percolating for quite some time. Somebody like me who covers the entire gaming and music industry, I just for the first time covered Roblox as a whole as far as a video game. Now, the reason for that is not because of this lawsuit. It's just because I never really got around to it. I always heard these type of things. So guess what? I steered clear of it because, of course, October 22nd is the first time something like this ever happened as far as the San Francisco lawsuit alleging exploitation of a California girl. And then guess what? 14 more cases followed.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And then Bloomberg reported in 2024, 24 arrests since 2018 have been made on Roblox for child exploitation. Now that's actually insane, because one person on Heidenberg Research Report called Roblox a pedophile hellscape. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this particular segment, this is a very serious matter, as when it comes to the Roblox court case that just was filed, the most recent one, as far as from a Missouri mother, and the one, well, you just heard it in the video, but I'm still going to break down the specifics because I got a lot of details to get into. So the Missouri mother filed and her son, who's the age of 15, and the events began when he was 13. And then the defendant, of course, is Roblox Corporation in San Mateo, California. I think that's how you say it. Filed by Dolman Law Group and Wallace Miller, a national litigation firm. Now, of course, the allegations are and claims that Roblox, quote, created a breeding ground for predators, end quote, enabling sexual exploitation. And then the predator posed as a young girl groomed the 13-year-old boy on Roblox. So ultimately, I know as far as the beginning, as far as the Diddy jokes and things of that nature, this is a very serious matter. And the Diddy stuff threw me off. I didn't even watch the full thing as far as that specific video because I already pulled up the information I wanted and then let that video play out as the beginning to let you know the overview. But as far as the Diddy stuff, that's actually insane. But as far as the other stuff, as far as the actual lawsuits and things of that nature, it's very serious in nature. And of course, when it comes to the process and how the how the predators move, they move the conversation to text messaging, and ultimately, it's a trigger warning for people. Send graphics / sexual explicit images of young girls, convincing Jane Doe, the little boy, to send explicit photos of himself, which is very insane. That is, I think, one of the most egregious crimes on planet Earth. And those people, I don't know if I'm an advocate for the death penalty, but they should never see the free world again, right? So as far as Roblox misrepresenting and concealing extent of predatory activity, that has been going on currently to the point where there was this one person who was going around. I don't know if I could find it as far as Roblox is predatory catchers account. Hopefully that pulls it up. That's not the greatest search inquiry. Let me see. YouTube. Okay, yeah. So right here. So there's a YouTuber committed to catching predators and his account was terminated. If you don't believe me, here it is right here. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this, we're going to go through this together because it's not part of my notes. But I definitely remember this because actually I was talking to my cousin who's a huge Roblox player, and he brought this up. And that made me think of how I've never covered Roblox. Not specifically for this reason, but I'm pretty sure that's probably what did it for me as far as not covering Roblox as much. Because anyways, Schlep, a popular YouTuber known for his Roblox content, had his account terminated, and the Roblox Corporation has threatened to sue him. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how egregious it is that you have somebody dedicated to catching predators, and not only do you terminate his account, but you threaten to sue? And on August 10th of this year, Schlep took to X to claim that Roblox Corporation had issued him a cease and desist notice, and he shared 2 screenshots of the letter he received, in which the game platform accused the 22-year-old of, quote, unauthorized and harmful activities, end quote.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So when it comes to the darker side of the gaming industry, that is why I say exactly that. Because, of course, if the corporation is hiding certain things as predatory and predatorial to minors, I think we should all focus on it to have the truth unveiled, because ultimately in 2025 is the best time to try to find truth in these people who go after minors as an adult. Because of course, like I just said earlier, I think that's one of the most egregious things you could commit on planet Earth. Now, getting back into the Missouri lawsuit, there's 5 counts. There's negligence, fraudulent concealment, misrepresentation, and there's 2 counts of strict liability. And the damages being sought is monetary, which is undetermined, non-monetary injunction relief, and jury trial requested. And the alleged harm is, of course, the ongoing permanent and severe psychological trauma, emotional distress, mental anguish, etc. Quote from the filing, quote, "It's just one of the countless children whose lives have been devastated." I didn't say who the quote was from. It was a quote from the plaintiff. I think the quote was from the plaintiff. Quote, "It's just one of the countless children whose lives have been devastated as a result of Roblox's gross negligence and defectively designed app. Now, I just covered Roblox as a whole as a game, and throughout that coverage of Roblox, giving it all the kudos and praise in the world, I did say that we was going to get into the current lawsuit and it being under fire for it basically protecting predators, like we just saw in the article as far as what they did to Schlepp's account. Hopefully I'm pronouncing his name right. But one of the things that was alarming to me was the estimated data reports. And I go by the name of Analytic Dreamz, so this is no different. Ultimately, they say that nearly half of Roblox daily users are under the age of 12.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So if Roblox is out here denying wrongdoing, highlighting safety features, but facing a lot of growing public backlash, one could only wonder if this is the regulatory scrutiny that they're used to and they're accustomed to. Because if they're defending people like this, going as far as deleting Schlepp's account, what does that really say about the leaders of the specific game? It'd be different if they was helping out Schlepp behind the scenes, or maybe just front facing, just announcing like, hey, we're giving him a verification badge, or we're helping him get the resources he needs, or we're giving him a job. Ultimately, they ended his account and threatened to sue him. So what does that really say as far as the grand scheme of things when it comes to the predatory nature that people are accustomed of accusing Roblox of having? Like, this is not just some random, in 2025, they just started accusing Roblox of this. This has been around for quite some time. Like I just said earlier, as far as before I dived into the details, as of 2022, there's been 15 distinct cases as far as predatory nature, all ranging from 10 to 15-year-olds. So when it comes to that, there's a lot of very interesting dark info to be revealed. And it seems like the main reason why people are putting so much light on this is because it seems like the leaders of Roblox is doing the opposite of shining a light. They're trying to hide the fact that it may be a predatory platform. Now, I'm not accusing them of anything, but of course, laying out the lawsuit, laying out what Schlepp was doing and the ramifications of what Schlepp did, right? So with the platform's design and how, as you heard in the earlier video, how easy it is to set up an account and fake your age, it's very interesting. And I think the safety concern is the main thing Roblox should address, because I don't ever like giving problems without solutions. The main thing Roblox should do is come out and upgrade their safety features to maybe have certain type of verification to where you have to get a parent to make your account for you, or a caretaker, or some type of verification that somebody older is watching you make your account. Like, there has to be systems put in place, and Roblox is just going around it and saying, oh, our safety features are good enough, right? So that ultimately is what I wanted to cover. I wanted to bring it to your attention because, of course, it's a serious subject, and I definitely wanted to shine some light on it as the first time of me covering Roblox as a whole. As a game, I also wanted to get into the dark side of Roblox, and probably one of the main reasons why this is the first time I've ever deep dive into Roblox like this. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Roblox and the plaintiff being the Missouri mother, accusing Roblox of creating a breeding ground for predators? And ultimately, what do you think this means for the overall future of Roblox?
You know they have that one. You know they haven't since 6 o'clock and I haven't ate.
You want some food?
You want some food?
They still ain't giving me.
Do you want some food? Okay, we'll get you some food.
I told them.
Yo, you can't make this stuff up. Hold on. This is my favorite right here. This is my favorite.
Understand it?
Not your attorney.
Feel more comfortable talking with her?
He's been so good today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you I've been having a ball dissecting this 2-hour audio clip like a kilo of Miley Cyrus, I was sitting back thinking to myself,
you guys, see, that's the problem.
See, if you're going to allegedly break the law, then when it comes to in a 2-hour interrogation clip that you know could surface at any moment, because this was back in 2015, right? For the alleged shooting of Lil Wayne's tour bus, which I've talked about a lot, but I guess people don't really care about people committing crimes unless it's somebody they don't like, right? So anyways, all jokes aside, I don't really care too much for the snitching allegation, which is why I didn't cover it at all. I am a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, and ladies and gentlemen, after I heard this clip, I knew we was about to have a ball.
And honestly, earned a #1 album over the weekend, my boy. I paid for that shit.
You what? Hold up now. Don't tell me you said what?
Never said that to him. I never told him that. Cause we just got the plug on that.
What type of plug you talking about, my boy?
You never earned a #1 album. I spent 50 extra grand buying motherfucking streams.
50 what?
Buying streams for you. For you to be weak. Right. And Cash know the same plug, so Cash could have did the same thing. But Cash let it go. Cash just stand down man, let the nigga on the win. I ain't stunning shit.
That is insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, he said he paid $50,000 for Gunna to get a #1. Now, of course, I talked about this when it initially happened because I was like, no way in the world is Gunna outselling The Weeknd. But he ultimately did, and I think that's one of the biggest upsets in music history as far as when Gunna went #1 with, what was it called? Drip something Forever? I think it was DS Forever. Let me see. It was the one with Drake on it. Obviously, you already know what Drake does as far as sales. I'm not saying that Drake helped out because, of course, you already know how he feels about bots. I mean, just ask Size 7 fans. So, as far as DS Forever, right? That came out 2022. As far as let me see. As far as The Weeknd had an album that came out around that same time. I think it was Dawn FM. Let me see. Dawn FM. Okay, that came out also around the same time. Because the main thing I was wanting to look at, so both of them came out around 2022. Now, the main thing I was wanting to look at was the first week sales for that. Because if he said he spent $50,000, I wonder what $50,000 gets you in first week sales. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's look that up right now, shall we? So, as far as Hall of Fame pocket watching, just know that's what this entire segment is about. Because we're going to get into Lil Baby's deal in a second. Funny enough, this is all coming from Young Thug that says he does not snitch. And whole time, he must have not thought that the police was listening to his phone call so they could release it to the public. Because, as far as him making a mockery out of Fonnie Willis and her prosecutors, safe to say they was going to get their get back. They was going to be, pun intended, spinning the block as far as trying to get Young Thug after he made a mockery out of them, via Brian Still. So as far as the actual breakdown of DS Forever by Gunna, of course, and Dawn FM by The Weeknd, is very peculiar once you hear Young Thug say he spent $50,000 for his album to go #1, because if you look at it, it starts to make a lot more sense. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to album sales by Dawn FM, it tracked, as far as the first week sales, 14,000 actual album sales. And then for Gunna, DS Forever, it was 4,700, so 4,700. But where it gets interesting is the total units as far as first week sales. DS Forever sold 150,000 for first week, and Dawn FM by The Weeknd sold 148,000 first week. So you're probably thinking, what is the difference between Young Thug paying 50,000? How did he ultimately surpass The Weeknd if The Weeknd basically more than doubled his album sales and actual units when it comes to the physical purchase, right? Well, if you look at the streaming equivalent units, Gunna DS Forever did 144,000, which is 193.5 million on-demand streams. The Weeknd album, Dawn FM, did 131,000, which is approximately 173.04 million on-demand streams. So safe to say that 50,000 came in the form of him having more on-demand streams, because guess what? Young Thug said himself that he paid for it.
Back down, like a player. But he did a little deal. He got some little signs, a little nigga from his hood, whatever. Did the same shit, but he did a deal where he took their money. So these niggas, some young niggas too. These niggas like 17, 18, like real kids, baby. The oldest one of them probably be 18. The oldest one, no, probably about 20. The oldest one probably be 20. It's like 5 of them. They probably like 16 to 20.
And what's so funny is Young Thug really does not do any interviews, so to have this amount of audio footage leaked is insane.
Atlanta ain't heard of them. They done did like 3-4 shows in the city.
So anyways, I'm trying to have him talk about the 50,000 again.
For that shit. I need the money, whatever you want. Just on some we brother shit. Like nigga, I know you can't go nowhere in this world and get no $20 million check from no label. You're not doing numbers like that. You alright, but you ain't doing that like that. You know? Like the number 1 album you just had right now, I paid for you to have a number 1 album. You didn't.
So he's talking about Gunna's DS Forever when battling The Weeknd on FM. I just read off the numbers, and this is Young Thug talking about how that happened.
You didn't, you know what I'm saying, honestly earn a number 1 album over The Weeknd, my boy. I paid for that shit.
How much you pay for it?
I never said that to him. I never told him that, you know, cause we just got the plug on that.
No, but how much you pay for it, though?
You never earned a number 1 album. I spent 50 extra grand buying motherfucking streams.
Not 50 extra.
Buying streams for you. For you to be weak. Right. And Cash know the same plug, so Cash could have did the same thing. But
dang, he said somebody else knew the same plug. I wonder who that plug is. I bet you UMG just knows that Aubrey Karen Graham is going to put that in his next lawsuit. Ladies and gentlemen.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Sad day in history when, at the end of the day, Drake's whole lawsuit is about the inflation of numbers. And here is Young Thug speaking on certain people that they know that, you know, for some reason, you send some money and they rise up on the charts. I wonder what other rappers are doing that. But, you know, all jokes aside, I'm going to be honest for a second. As far as impacting the masses, right? And a lot of different artists in the game know this, but a lot of people don't as far as on the outside. Every company, whether it's Apple, McDonald's, Disney, they have a marketing budget. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you already have people who support you, and now you have a marketing budget, what do you think is going to happen, right? Marketing budget could entail a lot of things, and that's where I'm going to leave it at. Because as far as being taken seriously, for some people, a marketing budget is necessary. For the ones who don't want to succeed, it's not necessary. So do with that information what you will. Anyways, with that being said, Young Thug said he paid $50,000 for fake streams. I thought that was insanity, right? And as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, after hearing, because I listened to all of these interviews, because of course, Young Thug doesn't do interviews. So with these clips, these audio clips, and it being leaked, I wonder who leaks it, right? I could probably guess who leaked it, probably Gunna's camp. But as far as Young Thug and what he's getting at, he's basically telling on himself, but also revealing a lot of things that we did not know we speculated on, especially when we talked about the Migos and Lil Baby beef. We kind of speculated on Migos being upset that Lil Baby is the newest golden boy in QC as far as him being able to drop whenever he wants to, and Migos not really doing the numbers of Lil Baby, which to this day, no matter how successful Migos was, they definitely laid the foundation for a future QC artist. Lil Baby, objectively speaking, is the most profitable artist QC's ever had, and they had Migos for quite some time. If you really wanted to look at it, before we get into this clip, quality control music is what I'm speaking on. Their artists, Lil Baby, Migos, Lil Yachty, City Girls are at the top of that. As far as revenue earned, they are the top. More specifically, Lil Baby estimated to have around 100 to 150 value for QC as far as quality control. Migos was set to have around 70 to 100. So it's not like night and day as far as Lil Baby and Migos, but there's a significant gap to where now the animosity starts to be build up between the Migos and Lil Baby, and then the whole Offset and Lil Baby thing happens, right? Lil Yachty is estimated to have around 20 to 25 million as far as value for quality control. And then the City Girls, they was actually set to have around 10 to 15 million. So they was actually pretty valuable as far as for QC. I know people like to make their jokes, but they was actually really valuable for quality control. And if you don't believe me, as of right now, you can literally look up the deal between QC back in February 2023, where QC was literally sold to a South Korean music giant, Hybe, and the deal reported around $300 million. Now, ladies and gentlemen, where do you think that money was coming from?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So Coach P cashed out. Hyde paid $250 million in cash plus $50 million in stock to P and Coach K, who retained control. This sale elevated QC's global reach, backed by Hybe's worldwide infrastructure and Scooter Braun's leadership, which is why my coverage about Lil Baby, I tell you, I love pocket watching. My coverage about Lil Baby, as far as his album, I talk about how it actually performed better than a lot of people thought it would have. Because if you look at Wham, that came out this year, it's one of the best performing hip hop albums as far as first week sales. Now, as far as overall, I already said Drake, Kendrick, Big X the Plug. As far as actual longevity on the charts, those are the 3 artists in hip hop. So that's out the way. Looking at the first week sales, Playboi Carti is obviously number 1. I've already went over it before, especially, you know, shameless plug to my Gunna breakdown. Just look up Gunna. I talked about the whole industry not too long ago. What was it, August 30th of this year? Yeah. Talk about Gunna. I label it Gunna, aka the biggest gangster in ATL, sells 81,000 first week. I basically used that to go over the whole hip hop industry. But when it came to Lil Baby, a lot of people forget that he sold 100+K his first week. So Lil Baby's still a big dog unequivocally. But of course, the people backing him, as far as Hybe that just spent $300 million, if this is your cash cow, if this is the LeBron of your franchise, guess what? You don't want him to flop at all, because what does that say for the rest of your artists, right? So the main thing I wanted to get into was this clip, because of Young Thug's talking about this deal behind the scenes. Safe to say that he knows the actual numbers. So if he's saying actual numbers as far as Lil Baby's deal, then we can basically estimate that when that deal went down, Lil Baby accounted for over half, well, approximately half of that deal going through, as far as $300 million going to Coach K and P.
Do you think he's gonna give you 75 to 100 million on that deal? Be always real. I talked to Wham on the phone. I said, "What you think he gonna give you out that money?" I said, "You think he gonna give you 75 million or 100 million?"
This man Young Thug love snitching. He do it for the game. You know what I'm saying? He trying to be like Bird and Magic. Y'all, my fault. Let's get back into it.
He like, shit. I'm like, be always real. Do you think he gonna give you 75 to 100 million on that deal? Be always real. He like, hell no, I don't think that nigga gonna do it right like that. But Scooter Braun offered Wham 150 million. Scooter Braun told Wham, I want to buy your rights, so I'm gonna give you 150 million. Wham tell this nigga, nah, I'm cool. I gotta bring Pete to the meeting. Man, that nigga went straight around Wham and called Pete. And
you know what that reminds me of? I thought he was back in the interrogation room.
We'll talk with her.
He's been so good today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
That's how the internet is reacting to all these audio clips. Like, hold on now, he's been such a great gentleman. He's telling us the whole music game. Ain't that about a, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that about a...
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If you're wondering, I just dropped my phone. But it was my other phone, so it's cool. I ain't flexing. I'm just letting y'all know what it is. With that, let's get back into it.
The whole label from Pete. The whole conversation started from Scooter Braun trying to buy Lil Wham. Trying to buy him out of the deal, too. He wants to buy Wham out of the deal. Like,
for how much, though?
Well, like, shit, you got to talk to P.
I got to talk to P?
You got to talk to P about that.
Nah, bro, tell me how much he was going to make.
P crossed that nigga red hot, worst way. I'm on the phone with Wham. He just like, man, that nigga Scooter Braun try to have the same deal with me. The same meeting with me. I tell that nigga, I ain't really doing that without P. You know, I'm just solid.
What?
Man, P go take the meeting without Wham. And get the business done.
Dang.
Of course, a nigga get the business done for $300-400 million for sure, but
300-400. Hold up now. Did he just say the number, ladies and gentlemen? That is insane. At the end of the day, when we're looking at this as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, I'm not gonna lie to you. Lil Baby being worth this much, and then the perception of the internet saying that he fell off. If that's falling off, I want to fall off tomorrow.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If falling off is being one of the most profitable artists from the same label that had the Migos, we're talking about legendary Migos run, and you still the most profitable on that label, and people on the internet saying you fell off, that's why people time and time again say that the internet is not a real place. Anyways, the main thing I wanted to get into was exactly that. I wanted to break down the overall evaluation of QC, because I'm a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, and the deal between the South Korean music group Hybe, you know, led by Scooter Braun, and of course them buying QC for around $300 million. Like Young Thug just said, it was 300 to 400 million. So now, as far as a bunch of reports coming out, which I talked about in the past, of it being around 300 million, now we get another confirmation from somebody who's in the game. That's why a lot of these audio leaks is so valuable, because Young Thug doesn't do interviews, yet he's one of the more prominent artists in hip hop history, right? So getting back into the snitching stuff, because, you know, that's basically enough for my Pocket Watcher segment. The main thing I want to say about this whole crazy debacle that's basically a circus on if he snitched, did he snitch, like all of the clips from the 2-hour video. I mean, it's hilarious, right? I mean, come on now, hold up.
Really has. You have been.
He's been
so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman. Well, you have.
See, look at this. So, anyways, as far as all that and all that hoopla, that's how I quantify all of this. This is how I describe it. Because who in the world wakes up from the 9 to 5 and says, "Man, I wonder if Young Thug snitched today"? Like, come on, man.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Like, it's really not that serious. Let's get to the business side of things. That's why I wanted to break down the Lil Baby stuff, because that's a huge lucrative deal that went down. And those take years to basically construct and break down how much you're going to get out of a $300 to $400 million deal. So anyways, that was the most exciting part for me. But let's get back to what people like, the negativity, right? People could care less about making money. Let's get back to if Young Thug snitched or not. So the funniest thing about the snitching allegations and what I would say about it is when 21 Savage, who seems like the most solid person out of the group of gangster rappers, right? I say gangster with quotation marks because in 2025, boy, I mean, if you ain't seen enough information on what ends up happening if you stick to the streets being a rapper, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if Lil Durk didn't tell you, if Young Thug didn't tell you, if Boosie didn't tell you. Oh, y'all didn't hear about Boosie? Hold up, let me see. Boosie arrested. So 5 days ago, Boosie officially pleads guilty to federal gun charge. What does that mean? Let's see what that means right now. Boosie is pleaded guilty for federal gun charges, right? And ultimately, he was taken to court. And I'm trying to see what is the sentence. Let me see what is okay. Pleads guilty for okay, yeah, this is what I was looking for. So Boosie is scheduled for sentencing on November 21st. Per his plea agreement, the government is asking for a 24-month prison sentence, though the decision will ultimately be up to the judge. They do say that the maximum sentence for the charge is up to 15 years.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, of course, if the government is asking for a 24-month prison sentence, I would say 15 years is a lot, right? So basically what they're saying, like 2 to 15 years is what Boosie's looking at. Just the 15 is going to run with the headlines because nobody likes to read the details, right? So people are going to just look at that and just think like, oh, the streets is over, which it is. Lil Durk's going to be locked away for life. Boosie, we don't know how much time he's going to get. A lot of other rappers that, you know, I just don't want to make this morbid, so I'm not going to say their name, but, you know, them passing away due to unfortunate events showcases how if you're a street rapper, safe to say there's only 2 outcomes, right? And the glorification of street rappers is what makes this so intriguing to the youth to come up and repeat the same pathway of either in prison or passed away, right? AKA killed. So 21 being the voice of reason, talking about this whole snitch debacle because Young Thug wants to go at Gunna 24/7. He basically brought up how Young Thug's brother is a snitch. He's like, hold up now. You're not really keeping it P all the way across the board because didn't your brother snitch?
I don't know though. Like, man, bro, you seen your brother P?
Oh, hold on now. See, that's why I love, well, pause with the love.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
This is why I like when people with logical minds come into the fray while speaking to gangster people. Because gangster people will have you thinking you're supposed to kill 12 people, and then when you get booked for it, you're supposed to sit down for all them years, as far as 50 plus years, time and time again, because you know they're not going to run it consecutively, right? So at the end of the day, they make you seem like if you catch all them bodies and you saw me do it, you're supposed to sit in there with the same amount of time as me, because guess what? That's keeping it gangster.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So 21 Savage is like, hold up now. You mad at Young Thug? I mean, you mad at Gunna, but didn't your brother do the same thing?
Man, bro, you seen your brother, P?
Mm.
Most definitely.
I love the silence after that. 21 Savage, like, hold on. It's like, am I talking? Hold on. This Young Thug, right? This Young Thug on the other side of the phone. Yo, you see your brother, please? Oh, just silence, huh? He don't want to respond to that, huh?
Bro, you seen your brother, P?
Most definitely.
Silence.
But he said you told him to do that.
21 Savage, really. What the little girls be saying? Clocking that T. Only reason I know that because my sister going to college. They be saying clocking that T, clocking that T. You know what I'm saying? Clocking that T. You know what I mean?
Man, watch out.
Look, he's like, hey, bro, come on, man. We ain't coming with all that logic, bro. You know we gangster rappers, you know what I mean? What Rollo say to academics, bro, you using too many big words, bro. You got to dumb that down.
Man, oh God, that's what he telling the street.
Man, oh God, he kept. On that same God, he kept. Man, he coming to
got him stumbling and everything. Young Thug don't even know how to address that. So his brother snitched. Brother came out and said, oh yeah, Young Thug told me to do it. As you can hear on the call, obviously Young Thug said that's cap.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that's how I feel about the whole gangster situation. I believe everything about the gangster rap persona and the ecosystem is fraudulent. That's how I feel. So when it comes to that, I want to stay on my soapbox because you already know how I feel about gangster rappers in general. There's a reason why my favorite rappers are like Big Sean, Russ, Drake. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, when it comes to Drake, a lot of people be like, oh, he acts like a gangster, but come on, man. Like, yeah, y'all know Aubrey. Y'all know Aubrey he ain't out here sliding on nothing. You know what I'm saying? So never went to prison. I don't even think Drake has a mugshot. Does Drake even have a mugshot? Let me see. Drake, because you know all these gangster rappers need a mugshot. I mean, I think if you don't have a mugshot, your effectiveness as a gangster rapper goes down by like 70%. Let me see. Drake mugshot. Drake doesn't even have a mugshot. It's like some fabricated stuff. Y'all want to see the mugshot that he has? This is the only mugshot I can find. Toronto police. Look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that was a whole photo shoot with the OVO stand-em, this is not real. I don't know why in the world he has this. It's funny though. Like at the end of the day, Drake doesn't have an actual mugshot, and there's a reason for that. Like if you want certain dollars as far as sponsorships, it seems like a mugshot is a necessity as a gangster rapper. I mean, have y'all seen Lil Baby's mugshots? Oh, they be hitting like that. You know what I'm saying? They be hitting like.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Let me see. This is probably why Lil Baby was 150 million as far as being the most profitable artist. Let me see. Is this his mugshot? This look kind of crazy. This actually his mugshot? Dang. This boy look like he did it. I ain't gonna cap to you, bro. Look at this right here. Nah, this mugshot look like he did it. Whatever he was accused with, he probably did that stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you. Goodness gracious.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the face of a man who did it. He looking at that like, hey, bro, I did it, and so what? Do something about it.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, that's probably why Lil Baby's gangster career is so effective. But at the end of the day, my favorite type of rap is obviously the rappers who talk about their life in the music, but it doesn't, you know, coincide with killing people and stuff like that. It's all about introspection, you know, evolution, you know, stuff that gangster rappers, I mean, you know, as far as the brain cells, it doesn't really compute. So at the end of the day, that's how I feel about Young Thug snitching. I could care less. But that's why I dived into the Lil Baby deal, because I think that's the more interesting details that came out of this. I was not going to cover this at all until I heard Young Thug talk about Lil Baby's deal, and he actually gave a cosign and solidified what the rumor reports of. So now I had to dive back into what I was previously talking about in the past and bring up those numbers again, because it seems like Young Thug is making the correlation. Anyways.
Wham tell this nigga, nah, I'm cool. I got to bring Pete to me. Man, that nigga went straight around Wham and called Pete and bought the whole label from Pete.
And you know what's funny? Young Thug's not even under QC, which makes me think that this whole interrogation was just a little prep time. You know how you're in the gym getting some shots up before the actual game? This interrogation room was just the warm-up until he had the pillow talk with Mariah, the scientist, and like whenever this came out, and basically let her know what was going on behind the scenes. Was really snitching for the love of the game.
I'm just
He's been so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
So with that being said, after covering The Perfect Gentleman, I just want to let y'all know, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Young Thug and him ultimately revealing a lot of things in the hip hop game and just the music industry in general, as far as all of the smoke and mirrors that's going on. And at the end of the day, I mean, if you care about it, do you think Young Thug snitched or not? Getting into the overview of the Notorious Mass Effect episode 152, that of course is titled The War in Ratlanta. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the war in Ratlanta, as I laid out in my coverage of Thug and Gunna, you have to note that this is going to indefinitely impact the hip hop field because, of course, they always said that Atlanta was the most camaraderie scene in the rap game. So now we don't know what's going to happen, right? Young Thug out here saying he snitched, he didn't snitch, or he's saying if he did snitch, so what? Nobody cares. You know, who's going to really tell Young Thug that he's a snitch to his face? Really ponder that for a second. So anyways, as far as episode 152, we started off with Gunna, a.k.a. the biggest gangster in Atlanta, especially after he just finished selling 81,000 first week, which of course, you know, as far as people not looking at the sales and saying that Lil Baby fell off, it's very interesting, as Lil Baby had a very fantastic first week. As far as once you look in hindsight in 2025, Lil Baby sold what, like 100 and some thousand first week. So to see Lil Baby putting up 81,000 first week, and then to see Gunna putting up 81,000 first week, but Lil Baby not too long ago put up 100 and something thousand. He put up like 100 and plus thousand with his album. I forget what that was called. Was it called Wham? I think it was called Wham. Let me see. Yeah, his last album that came out January 10th of this year. Wow, straight off the top of the year. Well, that's the extended version. Let me see when did the first one come out. I don't know when the first one came out because it just has the extended version, but the original Wham's not on DSP. So I'm just going to say it came out at the top of 2025. And of course, when we look at it, I think it's so, well, I know it sold 100 plus thousand, but I'm trying to get the actual number because, you know, definitely want to give Lil Baby his credit because it seemed like everybody's saying he fell off, but first week sales are saying otherwise. Lil Baby's first week had 130,000. That's insane. So Wham sold debut number one on Billboard 200 with 130,000 first week units. Now, of course, like Young Thug said, which goes into my next segment of the episode. Well, no, actually it was my last one. But anyways, Young Thug said he paid 50,000 for Gunna to get a number one. So some could say, as far as Atlantic knowing Lil Baby is the cash cow as far as over at QC and them buying QC from P and Coach K, it's definitely in their best interest to make Lil Baby look good. So to play devil's advocate, that's what I would say. But objectively speaking, Lil Baby is putting up some big dog numbers, especially when you see a lot of our hip hop greats have 20 to 30,000 first week sales out the gate. If it was that easy, I think everybody would be doing this. So I think Lil Baby needs his kudos for that instead of people saying that he fell off. So with that being said, then we get into Young Thug and his track Closing Arguments, was technically a diss towards Gunna, Rollo, all type of people. He was dissing so much, I was thinking to himself, oh, he's definitely going back to prison. You know what I'm saying? Like the type of things he was saying, I was like, didn't the plea deal explicitly state that he can't be saying stuff like that? But hey, it's a leak, so he may get around it. But anyways, we dive into that. And then we got into Eminem and Dr. Dre's, their track, Everybody Looking at Me, as it was like a 20-year hiatus because initially that track was supposed to be on one of his older albums, but never did. So for it to come out in today's age, I think a lot of people was gravitating towards it. So shout out to the great white hope of hip hop for putting out a track that everybody enjoyed. So anyways, then we dived into Offset's album Kiari, got into why Offset's definitely going through a lot of things, especially with his relationship with Cardi B. But as he said on his track, Move On, pun intended, well, not pun intended, he's trying to move on. He's letting you know. So it didn't sell the greatest, but of course, as far as the quality, I think it was a high quality album. Nothing too crazy, but you know, it definitely wasn't bad. And like I always say, just because you sell a lot does not mean you make the best product. And just because you don't sell a lot does not mean you're making absolute garbage, right? The two don't correlate. Sometimes it does, but for Offset, I think he put out a solid album, and the sales didn't really, especially for his status, the sales didn't really co-align that. So with that being said, then we dived into NBA YoungBoy, got into a lot of coverage of DJ Khaled's track Brother with NBA YoungBoy and Post Malone. And then we talked about NBA YoungBoy's tour, Masses. So we really dived deep into NBA YoungBoy and how he's really impacting the masses. Because if you don't know, YoungBoy is one of those type of artists where people will clamor for his music in ways that you even think was humanly possible. Like the amount of people that may be law-abiding citizens but go to an NBA YoungBoy concert to embody the life of a I'm not gonna say criminal, but you know, the life of somebody who definitely is on the edge, you know, is walking on thin ice with a lot of things, and they just embody that energy to the fullest. So shout out to NBA YoungBoy for selling out a bunch of arenas for his master tour. So with that being said, then we transitioned to the industry news, and we got into Sony's PlayStation getting a $50 price hike. Like I keep saying, with PlayStation, they already see that PS5 is over PS4 as far as in active players. They're above PS4 by like 1 to 2 to 3%. I think PS5 is like 53, 54%. And of course, that's majority when it comes to the PS4 active player base. So as soon as that happened, because that didn't happen, but I forget when that happened, but a month after, then they raised the prices for the PS5. So I think they saw the active player base. They've been trying to get y'all to transition, and since they got majority of y'all to transition, it was like, you know what? Because y'all didn't want to transition, for the other people who's left out, we're raising the prices. And of course, you could say that's the reason. You could say the tariffs is the reason. But why give the truth when the lie's more entertaining? No, I'm just playing. We don't do fake news around here. But when it comes to PlayStation, they definitely noticed that a lot more players are now on PS5. So raising the prices is definitely justifiable in their eyes. Not to me, but in their eyes. Then we transition from that into Spotify. So as you already know, I already said, you already know this podcast keeps it 8 more than 92 because we're talking about Spotify raising the prices as it invests in new features and targets 1 billion users with a B. So as far as that particular fact, safe to say that I always give it as far as information and let you do of that what you will, because I ain't have to cover it. You already know what my stance is like. You know, Spotify's been great to me. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the opposite of Tyree's. Like, what more can you do for me? You know what I'm saying? No, I'll just play. All right, my fault. I don't have my drops. So, like I said, I'm still on my laptop. But then we get into gaming as Madden NFL 26 is definitely captivating the masses right now. It has like phenomenal numbers on Xbox and PlayStation. Safe to say, every time a sports game comes out like Madden, it's going to top the charts, and it did. So Hollow Knight Silksong is also doing phenomenal on the charts. I think it's the third or fourth most played game on PlayStation. So shout out to them. Straight out the gate, already impacting the masses. And on Steam, surprisingly, is towards the top as well, as is like the third or fourth most played game on Steam. So with that being said, then we got to Roblox. My first time ever diving into Roblox, and it will make more sense in a second as far as the drama portion of the episode. But as far as Roblox, I gave my first ever deep dive into Roblox as far as the sales and review roundup. And we talked about the $2.8 billion empire and how it changed gaming. And then, of course, we transitioned into Ready or Not. Console sales reaching 1 million in just 4 days. So hopefully y'all enjoyed my breakdown of Ready or Not. As you can see, is the cover for the gaming portion of this episode. And during the intro, I kind of, showcase a lot of reasons why that is, as far as why I covered the gaming portion of the cover art for 152. Because, as far as the live streaming aspect, which you should definitely follow me on my live streams, whether it's Kick, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. Click my link tree in my bio, and it gives you direct links to whatever platform you prefer the live streaming aspect on. But let's just say my Ready or Not streams went diamond. No, just playing, not diamond, but it went well on my live stream. So if it's not up there, just know, if you're watching this in the future and it's not up there, just know Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify has the entire 11 parts, because 3 hours plus of Ready or Not gameplay on each part, and we have like 11 up. So that should let you know how much respect I was giving to the people who were supporting the content, because I don't think I've gotten up to part 10, part 11 for a video game since Split Fiction. So I really enjoyed that game. But we transition from that into Gears of War Reloaded, hitting 1 million players in just 3 days. And of course, that was a huge deal. Dom from Gears of War is definitely trying to take that title away from Master Chief of being the Xbox mascot. even though they're on PlayStation. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there. Then we get into Metal Gear Solid Delta. The Snake Eater sales and review roundup was essentially talking about how Metal Gear Solid is finding itself in an interesting predicament because Kojima, who's the creator of Metal Gear, was not involved in this. And Konami is basically making a remake of a entity that Kojima created, but they're not on the best terms. So as far as a game, people are enjoying it, but as far as the moral high ground that a lot of people are finding themselves battling with, I don't know if you support a game if the founder is at odds with the gaming publisher like he is currently. And I just, it's definitely a tricky situation. Because on one hand, you could probably just say I'm enjoying one of my favorite games in my childhood. But on the other hand, you could be saying that you're slighting Kojima. So with that being said, then we got into Honor of Kings. So I always say I was gonna put respect on the mobile gaming community. And safe to say, when it comes to the mobile gaming community, who would have thought that the top grossing mobile game of all time was Honor of Kings? And so we dive deep into that, as you already heard. And then, of course, we ended off the gaming portion of the episode with Demon Slayer, the Hinokami Chronicles 2, as it was doing phenomenal on the Switch and as far as its sales. So shout out to Demon Slayer fans out there for playing every anime arena fighter that comes out. Because we definitely talk about that in the psychology of why they keep coming back. But I think more and more people are starting to come to the light to realize that those games are all flash and little substance. So, but if you enjoy that, then hey, games are subjective. And we just point it out so you know. But if you know and don't care, then hey, that's your prerogative. So anyways, drama. The drama portion of the episode was very packed as Roblox and Young Thug took up the whole drama segment for the episode. I'm not gonna lie to you, we had a lot to get into with the Roblox lawsuit, as you heard, and it's very much a dark energy around Roblox. And diving into the discrepancies between actual victims and how Roblox was handling people who was going after predators on the video game. It's very interesting. And that's why I say it's more of the darker side of gaming. Because what's really going on over at Roblox to where they're taking out people like Schlep for finding predators on Roblox? Like, why would you stop that? So anyways, it's interesting. I didn't want to get too morbid on it, but I think I did a good job on keeping it as lighthearted as I could while also covering a game that may be enabling child abuse, as far as allegedly, and they were saying in a new lawsuit. So, and we ended off the episode with, of course, coming back to the original title, The War in Ratlanta, as I talk about Young Thug spending $50,000. I'm a pocket watcher, so I love that clip. Was my favorite. He spent $50,000 on fake streams allegedly for Gunna, and then exposes a $150 million deal for Little Baby as far as Scooter Braun. So, as far as QC being bought out by Scooter Braun's label, and Young Thug talking about that whole business venture and how long it took and the intricacies behind the scenes, as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, Little Baby is definitely one of the top grossing rap artists of all time, because who's throwing around $150 million for one particular artist, right? And as far as Young Thug, which he could be lying because you never know, but he was saying that Scooter Braun initially approached Lil Baby because, if you don't know, objectively speaking, Lil Baby is the cash cow for QC. If you look at the numbers, no matter how iconic you think the Migos is compared to Lil Baby was by far and away the biggest earner on QC. So to see that he had individually a $150 million deal, and then objectively speaking, when obviously you already heard it, but diving deep into it, as far as the $300 to $400 million deal that actually ended up going down between Coach K and P, it's very interesting, especially when you hear somebody who's so close to the scene, the Atlanta or the Ratlanta scene, as far as Young Thug, talk about it and speak on it. So I think that was very interesting, and that's why I wanted to end off the episode, because of course, as you already know, the war in Ratlanta was the entire premise of episode 152. And I think we did a good job breaking it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio and let me know on one of my social medias. Actually, where'd it go? Oh, there we go. So I did the wrong outro, but we're going to keep that in there like y'all ain't even hear it. So that's about it for episode 152. That is titled The War in Ratlanta. Let's let you look at it one more time, as I ain't gonna lie to you. That is one of the funniest titles I've seen in a minute for hip hop. And thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. And don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you want to letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.